What is up? What is good? How you living? How you feeling? How you doing? This is, oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm sitting next to Connor. The BR NFL Draft Live Show presented by Wayfair. Way Day. It's coming up. Shop it. It is Wayfair's biggest sale of the year. It's going to be between April 25th to April 27th. I said his name, the hair. It's back, baby. I'm so excited. I have next to me both members, the esteemed duo, the Shaq and Kobe of the draft world. It is Connor Rogers and Trevor Sikkema. And the Wriggler?
That's the rumor.
Yeah, there's allegations of me rigging mock drafts for my success for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but
Did you do that last night?
All allegations are off.
Was that you?
All allegations are off because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers actually got Ruben Bain in real life. So I am completely exonerated.
I want to say congratulations to both of your teams, the Bucs and the Jets. Wow, what a day yesterday.
Solid.
I want to welcome in the Stickies. I want to welcome in the Sickos.
There you go.
I want to welcome in the 33%. Any other fan bases?
The Addicts.
The Addicts.
The Addicts.
Yes.
Welcome to
They're
the show.
live and well right now.
We see you guys.
We see
the
you.
chat.
Yep.
And we're going to get Lefkoe gets McPounded. I can't believe I just read that. I'm not used to the comment section, but I love you guys.
Run with it.
We can't wait to have you. We have things to get to. We have the big board. We have so much to break down. And we have surprises as well. Do we want to start with surprises?
After last night, it feels like it, right?
I think, why don't you start Wriggler with two of them? Go back to back.
So the first one, I think, is Arvell Reese, honestly. With him going number 5, and this isn't because he wasn't worth the number 5 overall pick. I had him number 5 overall on my big board. I think, Connor, you had him top 5 as well. But it's him going to the Giants. First and foremost, the first surprise is him not being the pick for the New York Jets at number 2, or even the Arizona Cardinals at number 3, or even the Tennessee Titans at number 4, but also, where's he play? And the reason why it's such a surprise and why I wanted to point it out here before the show is I wonder if we get a little Kayvon Thibodeau deal tonight, because I wonder.
Just saw a tweet about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Jordan Schultz just said there's a chance he's going to get moved.
And it makes sense because that was the big reaction last night. Where does he play? Even if you think that Arvell Reese plays more off-ball linebacker, still, you got a log jam there at the second level. So maybe we get a Kayvon Thibodeau deal. And then the other one is the Arizona Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love. Again, great player. We talked about this on the show last night. But right now, the Arizona Cardinals have over $60 million in fully guaranteed money to their running back room. The only team that's close to them is the Saints, and that's because they have Devon Achane and Alvin Kamara. Once Alvin Kamara comes off the books, nobody's even close to the Cardinals. So, yes, you're drafting a phenomenal talent, a phenomenal football player, but it just goes into the discussion of, was this the right pick for this team? I've got reservations with that, given numbers like that.
I was surprised because when you were saying that number, I thought back to the rookie wage scale and when it got implemented after Sam Bradford. And to see how much it's risen, which is due to the media deals, I would have to imagine the salary cap. I mean, I remember Cam Newton's first year, it was like a $22 million for the first pick. And now Mendoza's around $60 million. It's gone crazy so quickly that I was like, he can't be making that much, but he is.
And it's funny because the number that everybody freaked out about with Sam Darnold was $50 million guaranteed. And now, whatever it is, 16 years later, we have a running back who made that, not a quarterback.
Unbelievable.
And that's the discussion when you talk about running backs, linebackers, and safeties going in the top 10, because those markets just haven't caught up to that yet. For me, it's an obvious surprise because I think we're all still kind of evaluating it. The body language of Sean McVay. It has to be Ty Simpson.
Agreed.
Going in the first round. He goes in the top 15. I mean, the bottom line is, this is a player that clearly the Rams have conviction on. We know if everybody in that organization has conviction on, that's going to be the question. But, this is, to me, guys, more of a second-round quarterback. Second-round quarterbacks get propped up into the first round all the time. But the Rams are a unique situation. They're a Super Bowl contender right now with Matthew Stafford, obviously an MVP-caliber quarterback at the end of his career here, but still playing at an extremely high level.
Yes.
It feels like you would think that's a team that wants a piece for that Super Bowl window, and instead they kind of take an eye towards the future with the 13th overall pick in the draft on a guy that's not a slam dunk.
And I agreed with what I saw from you guys on YouTube last night. I feel like he just ripped the bench, went out there in the smallest shirt he could find, and was like, I'm not happy about this.
I mean, the body language, the answers,
Yeah.
competing.
No,
You're the 13th overall pick in the draft is competing with Stetson Bennett for the backup job.
Not even for the starting job, for the backup job.
When do
the guy that
you
you just picked 13th overall.
When do you hear that?
I also loved when he talked to him on the phone and he was like, let's make history. And he was like, no. But it was like an incidental no. But the first word that came out of his mouth was no. During the draft yesterday, especially from like pick 23 on, tons of trades. The Buffalo Bills, they got a ton of draft capital. They are one of the many teams, I believe 8 teams, that have not yet taken a pick in this draft. We have a few in the second round. The Niners, the Bills I just mentioned, the Bengals, the Colts, the Falcons, the Packers, the Jaguars, and the Broncos. But a little example here, I mean, 5 of these picks they just got, all moving down as teams kept wanting to slide up in the first round. And this is a big draft for the Bills.
It's a massive draft for the Bills. You think of the trade, obviously, for DJ Moore that cost them a second-round pick. They've reallocated. They've brought back so many assets now on top of that. And this is a roster that, despite, once again, we always talk about the Bills in that Super Bowl window, Lefkoe, they have some holes. The run defense has been a problem in the entire front seven. Defensive tackle, you think of off-ball linebacker, you think of a safety. Maybe you go get another pass catcher for this group further down the board. So, and also it's a different feel because obviously Joe Brady's been there, but it's still a new coaching staff in some ways around him taking over.
I want McPounder going to them at 35.
That's a no-brainer.
That's just my favorite thing to say.
You can't say McPounder enough tonight.
No, but I'm a little bit upset that I'm not seeing him on Trevor's big board. So why don't you give us your big board?
Well,
best available
okay.
players.
This is a great point of controversy that we have on the show because Connor, he's one of your best available because you had him as a top 20 guy in this class. I had him. I'll say he's a top 50 player for me because it's a joke that we have on the show.
Yeah, top 50.
Yeah, hey, if he hits, I had him as a top 50 player. So I just I
take
get
us
that
through your big board.
But the big board that we've got now, you want me to walk over?
Yeah,
to it?
let's.
Okay,
I was going to do it to
little
him.
exercise.
All right,
Look
little
at that.
exercise here to start the show here. So the best available that we have, Jermon McCoy is at the very top of the list, and to me, this is obviously an injury thing. If this guy's fully healthy, he's a top 10 overall player in this class, but this is one of the great questions of day 2 of the NFL draft is where does he go? It's a Will Johnson situation that we had last year where Will Johnson, again, one of the most talented players in the class, goes all the way in the second round because of that injury history. Denzel Boston, I've got him at number 21. I'm a little surprised he did not go in the first round. We did have that wide receiver run, but I'm surprised we didn't get him in there as well. I can't wait to see where this player goes. Who is going to get D'Angelo Ponds? This is one of the, I think, biggest fan favorites of anybody who follows the draft. He had an unbelievable year this past year as a shutdown corner for Indiana on their national championship run. Look, he's a little bit smaller, right? You see the arm length that's below 30 inches. That's not great. Under 5'9", not exactly an NFL type of build, but he's an absolute dog. He's somebody that I think any NFL team would love to get. Next offensive lineman off the board is Chase Besantis, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I know that Connor's a big fan of his as well. I can't wait to kind of celebrate and freak out about where he's going to go because this dude, and then honestly, Jacob Rodriguez as well. These two guys back-to-back at 27 and 28 overall on my big board. These guys force turnovers every single week, it felt like, in college football. We got another wide receiver in Elijah Surratt, A.J. Halsey, another safety who I think is an impactful player, and then 2 guys from the SEC to round out this best available in the top 10 of Cassius Howe and Christian Miller. So I think there's a ton of talent. Day 2 is my favorite day of the entire draft because there's so many of these guys that you go, man, I could have seen them going round 1, and somebody's going to get a steal here in round 2.
That's cool. I mean, I'm missing McPounder. So he's on yours. Can I see your big board?
Yeah, for me, he was 14th overall.
Wow.
I just look at the way the league is now where the run is back, right? The run game is back with all the top teams. He's a one-man fix for your run game in terms of stopping the run, two-gapping, playing as a true nose tackle, taking on multiple blockers. You think about all of his teammates we've been talking about that came off the board.
Yeah.
Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs. Those guys got to run around with a lot of space because of McPounder, Caden McDonald. And listen, I think he's going to come off the board real early tonight.
We are going to align. We're going to get ready for the second round. Quickly, though, a message from Wayfair.
Way-Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here. From April 25th through 27th, you get a front row seat to the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with fast and free shipping on everything. Yes, everything. Shop Way-Day starting April 25th.
You know, your big boards are great. Where is Marcus Yarns? Okay, we're back. Addicts, you don't even know me, and you love me. Welcome.
Leaning in.
I don't know if you want the power
Yeah,
that you think that you're absorbing right now. With
Take
Shaq.
it all. I'm very excited.
They will follow you to the promised land.
Okay, good. 49ers are on the clock. 49ers, they had a pick at the end of the first round. Didn't happen. Traded back a few times. They made it to the playoffs, had a surprise run, knocked off the Eagles, lose to the eventual champion Seattle Seahawks. Raheem Morris is now their DC. Can you believe it's already the 10th year of Kyle Shanahan? I remember working with you here going, when is someone going to hire Kyle Shanahan? And now he's finally the guy. They get Evans. They get Kirk in the offseason. Purdy gets a $265 million extension. Kittle coming off the Achilles. But, Connor, where do you think they're looking the first pick of the second round?
Yeah, so last night it feels like, considering them moving back, they got sniped a couple times, right? You saw a couple different players come off the board at the end of round one that fit them. Malachi Lawrence's athleticism as an edge pass rusher, maybe Dylan Thieneman, a playmaking safety as well. So for the Niners, I mean, this could be a Denzel Boston spot at wide receiver. Get a big physical wide receiver on the perimeter that blocks. He plays above the rim. He obviously is great in contested catch situations. The offensive line board, man, the run last night was just so fast and furious. I don't know if that's going to be in play here for them with how that kind of dried up. And, yeah, you have Michael Williams and Nick Bosa, Trevor, coming off serious injury where this is a team that loves waves of pass rusher. It doesn't matter who the defensive coordinator is. They keep their system pretty consistent. They can always take the next edge rusher available.
Yeah, I think they're in a really good spot here because you mentioned, I mean, you can hit offensive line. I mean, Chase Basantis is here. Emmanuel Pregnon, both of those guys can play guard for you. They have a guard need. Denzel Boston can play with Mike Evans for all intents and purposes. Mike Evans is on a one-year deal there in San Francisco, so that could make sense for them. And then Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as well. If they want to upgrade at safety, we often have him going off the board late first round. One of that to a couple of teams, but San Francisco is definitely one of them, and I think that he could be on the board for them too.
So you think Basantis could be a safe way for the 49ers? Sorry, I just saw them in the chat talking about safe.
I would have to say no to that actually because of the negative connotation that comes with it. But,
I don't know what any of these references
I know. You're playing with fire.
Okay.
You're walking a fine line. I like it though.
Don't
I
give
like
me
it.
the comment section right now. The Trent Williams saga this offseason, is he going to sign an extension? He ends up signing a 2-year extension. But I'm always torn with Shanahan going offensive line because I feel like they can find anybody to figure it out. But if you get those great players, you solidify it for a long time.
Right, and they're an organization that it feels like they're so good at waiting till day two and then developing offensive line for their system. They kind of find some holes in the draft that maybe some organizations don't. So, you know, that would have been fascinating if they were a part of that run last night, but they obviously weren't comfortable with how the board felt to when they were picking. But they always kind of lean into offensive line on day two to develop players.
Yeah, and I think first and foremost, you got to be able to move, right, if you're a Shanahan offensive lineman. So I think that would
wow. Is in.
Wow.
And they are going Deshaun Stribling, the
baby.
wide receiver from Ole Miss. How about that? Led the team in reception touchdowns with 6 after transferring from Oklahoma State. Had only 1 drop last year. Comes in with nearly 3,000 yards in his college career. Sikkema, you're going nuts. What do we think about this?
I think this is a really good player. And look, I had him in my top 60. I saw on the consensus board, you know, maybe he's around the 90s, even in the 100s. But this player was always better than that. I feel as though he just needs a great, consistent quarterback and a good offense to be able to get him the football. But he's explosive, especially as a vertical wide receiver from the slot. He's got a great first step. He's got massive hands, huge catch radius. I did not think we were getting him off the board before Denzel Boston, but I really, really like this player.
Right, and that's the only holdup for me, is that, you know, when you do these rankings, you look at it and go, okay, Denzel Boston to me was the higher-ranked wide receiver. There's no doubting that. Clearly, with Stribling, what they valued here was the combination of size and speed. You're talking about 4.3 wheels. Trevor, you mentioned the size, massive, massive hands. He's got quick feet off the line of scrimmage that he instantly challenges the coverage when corners have to open up and run. Now, I did have some questions about the short and intermediate separation, right? The detailed route work in that maybe 0 to 10 or 5 to 15, which sometimes Shanahan values. But clearly they just love the traits and tools with this player. It's still a C+ for me just because I look at it and go, man, Denzel Boston is sitting there. I thought he was the more pro-ready receiver. I thought he played a little bigger than Stribling. But you're going to see on these highlights a guy that after the catch, his speed can be game-breaking in a lot of different situations.
Dejon Stribling, you mentioned the speed, a 4.36 with a 1.53 split, and he played big in big games, nearly 93 reception yards in 3 postseason games. So he showed up. It's also one of those things you just kind of trust Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
He knows what he wants. He played wide receiver. He's been a wide receiver coach. This is the guy he wanted.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a B+. I'm gonna go a little higher, but that's really because I love this player a lot. Again, is it a little high for where I had him on my big board? It is, but this is a player that I believe in, and I love the landing spot here in San Francisco.
I'm also fascinated because it's pick 33. They had all night to think about this.
Yes.
They fielded the offers, and they were like, no, we're going to take someone that,
Right.
What day did you have him going as like a third round guy?
Day 2 pick, third round.
Third round guy.
But with size and speed, you can never, never know.
Right.
You're going to have people, I mean, obviously Trevor valued him really highly. Kyle Shanahan valued him really highly. You could never project size and speed high enough, and he produced this year.
And Adam, I think that just goes to show like what tonight is going to be. It's going to be a lot of teams that might not go off consensus board. They're just going to go off the guys that they love.
Arizona, the pick is in. They shocked a lot of us with Jeremiah Love, but they go to the trenches and they get the guy that you had right there at the top. Chase, the offensive lineman, Basantis coming in, an SEC all-freshman at right tackle. Then he moved inside to guard. 35 starts at 3 different positions. He's been protecting quarterbacks from day one, and now he's going to be opening up holes for Jeremiah Love, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean,
Connor.
right out of the gate, dude, this is just a no-brainer for this offensive line. They needed guard help. This guy you talked about at Lefkoe early on at Texas A&M, he played tackle, but he has transitioned inside perfectly. He's so quick out of the gate to climb, reach, pull in the run game, but he doesn't get enough credit for his ability to drop his hips and anchor and take on power on the inside. Throws his hands with the purpose. This was a need for Arizona. This was one of my favorite guards in the draft. I know people get tired of hearing it, but he's pro-ready. He's played a lot of football in the SEC at a high level, and his athleticism in the run game. You get Jeremiah Love. Okay, we need the horses in front of Jeremiah Love to maximize him. So Chase Basantis, this is an A for me. This is one of those feel-good picks of the draft where Arizona, they had to get better in the trenches, especially on the interior. This was one of the best options to do that today.
I'm with you 100%. I'm giving this an A as well, and I got a pro comp that I'm going to walk over to the board for you to talk a little bit more about Chase Basantis. I really, really like this player. Adam mentioned that he started at right tackle early on in his career when he was at Texas A&M because I think he's got the overall body frame to be able to do it. Now, below 32-inch arms, so you're not probably going to start him at tackle at the NFL level, but I do think he's got a little bit of that versatility, and that's why I think Elijah Vera-Tucker is a pretty good comp for him. Mainly, you're going to want him as a guard, but this is somebody who plays with not only good power, but also good athleticism. I think he's a scheme-versatile player, which is going to be really important for Mike LaFleur. I got a little play here that I just want to break down really quickly. Because this is Chase Basantis, and this is kind of a nothing play. There's a little bit of a tone-setting part here, but I want you guys to understand the context here. This is first quarter. I think this is the second or third play of the game against Miami and the college football playoff. This is Ruben Bain Jr. right here. Watch Chase Basantis, one. You're going to see him look around. I love that he's looking for work. And then watch him see an opportunity to set the tone against a guy like Ruben Bain. And he takes it, notices it, boom, shoves him straight to the ground and lets him know. He sets the tone here and lets him know this is Texas A&M. This is the college football playoff. This is what you're going to have to expect from me all game long. I love the athleticism. I love the build. I love the mentality. And like Connor said, this is a feel-good pick here for the Arizona Cardinals after going Jeremiah Love at number 3.
Talk about the versatility. Basantis, 12 starts at right tackle, 22 starts at left guard, got in a position at right guard as well. We were wondering about that Jeremiah Love pick, but now we're getting some detail.
It's Mike LaFleur's identity. Mike LaFleur is a run game guy at his core. Jacoby Brissett's not going to go win you every game. You need to be able to run the football at a high rate.
And, you know, I know the chat's loving it. He is plug and
they
play.
love that. Trevor's favorite saying.
Plug and play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has it tattooed on him.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to get McPounded? I mean, that's the perfect.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I don't know. Maybe.
But, like, it seems like if you're going to draft Caden McDonald, this is the perfect spot for him. This is like a dream scenario if you're the Bills.
A one-man run defense. That's what we talk about with the Bills all the time. I'm fascinated to see what they do here with all the picks they
We're
have.
about to find out.
Oh, this made a lot of sense too, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
This was a common mock draft pick in the first round.
All right. Well, in the second round, with the third pick in the second round, this man played 39 games at Clemson and had over 41 tackles for loss. So do that math. He had more plays in the backfield than games on the field. The Bills get an edge rusher who lives behind the line of scrimmage. Connor, this was mocked, but do you like the value here?
I do. I had him 28th overall. So the Bills did well. The Bills moved back. They get more assets, and they still get T.J. Parker at the top of day 2. He's just well-built. He's been a rugged run defender the entire time at Clemson. I know they didn't have the year they wanted to, and he didn't fill the box score like he did in 2024 the same way in 2025. But he forced 6 fumbles in 2024. He's got that go-to long arm move. He wins with power. And even after that disappointing Clemson season, I love that he showed up at the Senior Bowl and reminded people of who he is as a player as well. So T.J. Parker, this to me is an A- for the Bills. You know, you look at Bradley Chubb, they get him in free agency, but he's been banged up a lot. You still needed more bodies on the edge and more of a power presence on the edge. Parker is exactly that for Jim Leonard's defense.
I'm going to go with a B. And I think that I would echo a lot of the praise that Connor just gave there for him. But when I look at this roster overall, I mean, you do have Greg Rousseau, you have Bradley Chubb. Behind them, you've got Michael Hoyt, Javon Solomon. You got guys at the defensive end spots like Ed Oliver, Bull Rush McIntyre, which at Lefkoe, there's another
you'll learn that one.
NFLSC reference that you'll get. But what they don't have is they don't have a true nose. And you've got Caden McPounder on the board. You've got Christian Miller on the board. And that's why I can't give this an A, because I would have rather them really address that nose tackle spot. But you can normally get nose tackles a little bit later in the draft, and like Lefkoe said, they've got a ton of picks now. So maybe it is that draft strategy building. I could change this pick as long as they get a better nose tackle, but I'll say that this is a B for now.
You mentioned the new DC and Jim Leonard, also 28th against the run last year, 20th in sacks. They need, especially when the weather gets cold in Buffalo, you need just those avalanche of pass rushers, and they get one in Parker. All right, so Houston is on the clock now. Interesting. So I believe they may have moved up.
We got a trade?
We do have a trade alert. I believe that was the Raiders pick at 36. So let's take a look. This means that it's official with a trade alert.
I know Tampa was looking at
And that means Houston is coming up. So they gave the 91st pick and they got 117th back.
Oh, okay.
So Houston moving up there. Is there anyone that they could be targeting? They went Rutledge in the first round.
I wonder if it's a linebacker.
Did they just jump the Giants?
They did.
So this was clearly a strategic move just to jump the Giants. You would think the Giants would be all over either Denzel Boston at receiver or Caden McDonald at nose tackle. Those are 2 big needs for the Giants. So they had to think.
The Texans need a nose tackle.
The Texans need a nose tackle.
Wait a second.
Or Christian
that
Miller.
Defense
Oh, my
with
goodness.
a nose tackle?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this was a obvious
This is gonna
strategic move to jump the Giants. They knew who the Giants wanted. So
You're right, because Dexter Lawrence, you lose him. Okay, so we're about to see how strategic this move was.
You think this is Miller? You think this is Caden?
I'll go Caden. I'll go. Now it's
I
weird
think
because you think
Christian-
it's
I'll go
DeMeco's
Christian
system.
Miller, but-
Why do you go
DeMeco's systems.
Miller?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, I would go Miller because Miller's a little bit more of that attacking style. And the front that Houston plays with DeMeco Ryans, yeah, they like guys that can take up a gap and a half like Caden McDonald can do. But Christian Miller's got a little bit more juice when it comes to pass rushing. He is still a little bit more of a run-stuffing player. I mean, that's what his bread and butter is.
We got somebody paid in the chat. This happens to you guys?
Jude, yes.
Thank you, that kid,
Yes,
for
yes.
been a fan since Sims and Lefkoe days. Love
That's
all the
awesome.
work. LFG Raiders. Wow. I've
Yeah.
never been a part of that before.
Yeah.
So then who gets that money?
You after the show.
Yeah.
Cash.
Really?
Hey,
Outside the studio.
somebody's going to be standing out of the studio with a $20 bill for you from you.
That's how this works?
That's how
That's
this
how this
works. Yeah.
Who hands you guys the money?
You never know. Somebody
That's
different every
the best
time.
They just, YouTube sends a guy?
Yeah, they just send
This is
a guy. They got a
incredible.
guy for that.
It's a YouTube fairy.
Yeah, right.
All right, so here are the trade details
Check your
according to
pillow
Adam
tonight.
Schefter. Texans trade up to 36, and Academy, as we mentioned, 91 for 117. Shout out to the addicts and everybody out there. If it's not D-line, maybe it's going to be offensive line. You were mentioning that. Could there be any other position that we're looking at?
They got Keelan Rutledge yesterday for that offensive line. Running back, but Jadarian Price went
Yep.
at the end of round 1, and there's a big gap, in my opinion,
Did we
between the
mention
next running back.
linebacker? Did we mention linebacker?
We did not.
I mean,
Maybe.
C.J.
They-
Allen J-Rod, Jacob Rodriguez.
Right.
I mean, I think they'd be on the board for them.
Here
What
we
about
go.
a Pregnon?
Maybe if they want to
Just
go
double up
line
offensive
again.
line.
Yeah, why not?
I mean,
And
There it
There
is, baby.
Yeah. To everyone that has no idea what we're talking about, okay, I'm just going to actually do an introduction. We'll break his name down. Unanimous All-American, Big Ten Defensive Lineman of the Year. Caden McDonald had 1 year as a starter at Ohio State, and it was the best season by a DT in the Big Ten. There is no one bigger in this draft than McPounder. Caden McDonald, Connor.
And he goes to the scariest defense in the entire NFL. This feels unfair, but guess what? The NFL let this guy slide. In my opinion, that's a massive mistake. I love him getting to play under D'Amico Ryans. He's already got a ton of guys that fly around in this defense. They have more space now. This guy is as wide as a door frame. Nobody holds the point of attack against double teams and triple teams as well as this guy in this entire draft. He does all the dirty work up front. He's got strong hands when he gets into those wrestling matches against blockers. You want to see the pass rush tick up a couple notches. That's something that we didn't get to see enough of at Ohio State. But, man, he's going to make the run defense now for the Texans. This is an A-plus pick for me, guys. I mean, McDonald, he is just a massive human. He is old school strong. You think of 90s kind of NFL defensive tackles. That is him in a nutshell. I love this landing spot. I think this is one of the best values of the draft. Once again, this is just a easy A-plus for me. Top 20 player for me.
A-plus.
Top 20 player
Yeah, you had
for
a
me.
14th overall,
Yeah.
so I think you got to do
Yeah,
that.
and when he goes to D'Amico Ryans, you kind of get a little smile.
Oh, man.
Tell him the Game of Thrones comp.
You know when Hodor held the door?
Hodor.
Yeah, this guy,
This how
he would hold the door just as good as Hodor.
Wow.
Yeah, just bodies flying,
praise.
just
That's
bodies
what I'm
flying
saying.
off of him.
Yeah.
This is a
And
one-man
I've heard
wrecking
you
crew.
in some of your podcasts talk about you believe there is pass rushing ability
He's
in
so
there.
strong from point A to B. When he does get off the ball and it's not read and react, he has his leverage under control. He's not the tallest guy, so naturally the leverage is pretty good. There's pushback power. Pocket pushing power is what I would call his pass rush.
Pounding power.
Pounding
power
power.
indeed.
There we go.
I'll give this one an A-, and the reason why I do an A- is because I have Christian Miller ranked higher, and I do like Christian Miller a little bit better for this front. But, I mean, you can't hate on this. I mean, everything that Connor said is completely true. You want somebody that can really stop the run for you and really command things in the middle, and Caden McDonald absolutely does that.
I'll tell you who's happy. I mean, what an offseason for Will Anderson. He gets a 3-year, $150 million contract, and now next to him is Caden McDonald.
Yeah, and the job
you
is
have him in the middle with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson on the outside for a defense that was already the best in the NFL. And now
ridiculous.
they add a monster in the middle who's going to be at a pretty good salary for the next 4 years.
Yeah, and you think about, Tommy Togiai and Sheldon Rankins. This guy brings a totally different element to what those defensive tackles
When the
have
Eagles
now.
got Jalen Carter, all of a sudden Milton Williams got a $90 million deal. Sheldon Rankins has got the best year of his career now next to this guy.
That's the dream. That's what you
Yeah.
want. Because there are statistics that you can look at with Caden McDonald, especially from the pass
Talk about
rushing.
the reality, because we're clearly super.
On
Like
cloud
you
nine.
want to rain on the parade.
No,
So
I do not want to rain on the parade. Don't paint me out
Typical
to be a
Wriggler
McPounder.
attitude.
The regular villain. Yeah.
I wanted him to go to Tampa. No. But when you look at Caden McDonald, you look at things like, okay, a lower pass rush win percentage, a lower
Definitely.
pass rushing grade. But that's not what he is there for. And again, there's not a lot of spots like around this range that I would have said, yes, totally valuable here. But Houston is one of them. Despite the fact that I would have rather preferred Christian Miller, everything that you said is true. It makes Will Anderson's job better. It makes Daniil Hunter's job better. It allows the linebackers to stay free and flow to where the ball is. This is still a great pick for them specifically because we focus so much on needs for the NFL draft, but an underrated strategy is keeping a strength strong. And I think that's what Houston is doing here. They were one of the best defenses in the NFL last year. This allows them to maintain that high level of talent on the defensive side.
So 2 trenches for the Houston Texans, early going. Georgia Tech's offensive. What did you think about that pick? You were in here yesterday, the pick they made going with Rutledge.
I mean, Rutledge is a brawler in the run game. I'm fascinated to see if they really do give him a look at center because they have, at least for this year, their temporary fixes, notably Teller on the left side, temporary fix at guard. So that would be, to me, if they think he can play center, the offensive line becomes a lot more tougher in the trenches for the run game.
Level 1 to 10, how angry is Joe Shane and the Giants that just happened
Man.
with the Texans going up and getting him?
Very.
I would think a lot. They've played a little. They've done a lot of great things, the Giants. They've been a little dangerous with interior D-line. Their run defense was bad last year. They clearly went into this draft going, and I don't blame them for not taking, obviously, 1 at 5 or 10. There wasn't a guy in this draft to do that. But I thought they'd be a little bit more aggressive at the start of tonight, and clearly Houston read through that and said, no, we'll jump you. Now the Giants could go Christian Miller, who Trevor brought him up in that situation for them.
Yeah.
Christian Miller would be a really nice start to help the interior of their defensive line.
I think so. Yeah, I think both of those guys would be perfect for the Giants. And if you can say, like, all of the, hey, maybe they should have picked Caleb Downs aside, like, if you get the 2 players that they got in the first round, and then if you get Christian Miller, I think you feel pretty good about it.
Well, let's find out where they went. With the 5th pick of the second round, the New York Giants attack cornerback and go with one that we thought might hear his name called on night 1. Colton Hood out of Tennessee, 40.5-inch vertical, 3rd team All-SEC. He turned turnovers into points. The Giants just drafted a playmaker in the secondary.
Yeah, Colton Hood, he was my 20th overall player in the draft. I feel like I'm giving out way too many great grades here, but the bottom line is this is just attacking the board. Now, why this won't be an A+ is I still have significant questions of the interior defensive line and that they got jumped here. You do get a little bit of a deduction for that. But when you look at Colton Hood as a player, he's got speed. He's a physical press man corner. He plays with no fear. He's physical as well. I mean, that's the thing. Physical as a tackler, but also as a route disruptor. And the Giants right now, they do have some questions at corner, even though they've allocated a lot of finances and draft picks into that position over the years. So for Colton Hood, I love his preparation. He's locked in. He was a 1-year starter for Tennessee after transferring from Colorado. This is an A- for me. Love the player. I look at the Giants roster and still think they have some massive, massive needs that they need to get to, but they capitalize over Colton Hood, surprisingly, at least in my opinion, surprisingly not being a first-round pick.
Yeah, this is tough for me to grade. I'm between like a C+ and a B- here. And I think if Jermon McCoy is going to play football for an extended period of time, this is in the C range for me because you're picking Colton Hood over his teammate, who I think is more talented and ready in the NFL. But certainly if Jermon McCoy's knee injury, knee situation, I should say, is going to be something that he's not going to have a long NFL career, then you don't really think about that. I still had a couple of corners graded ahead of him. I would have liked to see defensive line as well. So I'm going to go with a B- here for Colton Hood because he's rated a little bit lower for me than he is for you. Where'd you have him? Did you have him in the 20th? You had him in the oh wow, you had him 20th overall. I had him, I think, closer to like the 60s. I liked him much more in the second round here than I did in the first round. So I'm not going to be too harsh on it, especially because a lot of the corners that I had ahead of him are off the board. But man, he better fix that interior defensive line. With
That's why I had to at least dumb the pick grade down a little bit because that's a glaring concern. And guys, this is telling us right now what the NFL thinks medically of McCoy.
Yeah,
we've had 3 corners go ahead of Jermon McCoy. Jermon McCoy is a top 15 talent in this draft.
If Cisse goes ahead of him,
then it's a problem.
Because I think D'Angelo Pons, this was always the range for him anyways.
We had this last year with Will
Johnson.
Right.
Is it similar, or do you think there's more concern with the legs?
More.
I think more.
Yeah. Because the big issue is that everybody thought the ACL injury that he had was really the big tough point for him, but it was the other knee.
We just had a pick go off the board. The Raiders, who traded down with the Texans, are going secondary as well, and they're going Trayden Stukes, going to turn 25 in September. Arizona coaches say he could play nearly every position in their secondary. The nickname was Coach Stukes, the 3rd-team All-American, now going to be lacing them up for the Raiders.
And what a story this guy is. Under-recruited, walk-on at Arizona, former high school triple jump state champion. He goes from walk-on, ace of a special teamer, to ball-hawking, game-changing safety. Plays with speed, plays with a physical mindset, always wants in on the action, charges into blockers in the screen game. He just wants to be around the ball, and he utilizes that athleticism to go make plays with range. Now, he played the nickel for Arizona. I think he could be a true free safety, Trev.
I do, too.
I really do. He's that kind of athlete, and he's got that kind of range and eye discipline. This, for me, is a B+ here. I have this player in the 40s. I don't really get hung up over the big board range because we're on day 2 right now. But, man, you talk about the size, the speed, the explosiveness, this level of athlete. I can't wait to see how the Raiders use him. So it's a B+ for me for a secondary that just needs more talent that takes away the football. This guy does that.
And very interestingly enough, if he's playing true safety for them, he gets picked over Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and A.J. Halsey.
Because of the coverage range.
Right. And so I like those 2 guys a little bit better than Stukes. But
yeah,
I'm going to give this an A-. I'll give this grade an A- because I do love this player. I love the Raiders specifically attacking a big area of need. I would have told you that going into today, Yeah, they'll make a couple of different picks, but defensive tackle, safety, the two biggest needs that they had, and they get a player who knows what it's like to make big impact plays on the football.
Yeah, and at the end of this year, Jeremy Chin is going to be a free agent, so they do need us. But I'm also thinking you go Mendoza and then you go Stukes, who everyone's saying right now is like a coach on the field. A little bit of a culture shift in this first year of Clint Kubiak in terms of leaders on the field.
Turning that thing over. I mean, you got the guy on offense.
And they didn't have to draft Cleveland Farrell to get that kind of leadership.
That's
Remember
a moment
that
we'll never forget.
I'll never forget that.
A floor pick in the top 5.
That whole Raiders draft that year was insane. This is a new era.
And here's the thing about that. John Spytek would never. He's their new general manager. That's what I think. Certainly it is a new era with Clint Kubiak, but you go back to last year's class, the free agency class they had about a month and a half ago, and then what he's doing in the draft. I love John Spytek. I think he is the right man for that job to actually turn the Raiders around.
Well, you know, this is also Tom Brady's second draft. He brought him over from Tampa Bay. That's his guy, and all the credit in the world goes to Tom Brady. Man, is he attractive. Cleveland Browns are now on the clock. They had 2 picks in the first round yesterday, Fano and Concepcion. So they went offensive line and wide receiver. Some other needs they have. Quarterback, we're not expecting that to come off the board right here. Maybe a corner. Maybe this is where we get a Jerron McCoy. There could be Jermon McCoy. Or maybe an edge here. But where does your guys' mind go in terms of the big board and where the Browns could be headed?
Corner's interesting, right? When you look at the state of this roster, Trevor, I mean, to me, that would be a spot where we're going to get the run now, right? We got it at the end of last night because Chris Johnson snuck in. Colton Hood goes in the top 40. Could they continue to, they did a really good job patching the offensive line together in the pro market. And I tip their cap because it's hard to turn over almost an entire unit in the pro market. And they were able to do that, which gives them some flexibility. I think there's a world, and maybe it's not this pick, but in this draft, that they're going to take another wide receiver to kind of change that room and the feel and the look of it. As you see, they added, obviously, Casey Concepcion. But Harold Fannin plays more like a wide receiver at tight end. But Judy and Cedric Tillman, I don't know if they're the long-term answers for them. Once again, I don't think that pick is going to be here, but secondary help definitely comes to mind, Trevor.
Yeah, I think secondary makes a lot of sense. I mean, Keontae Scott's still on the board, right? I mean, if you want more of a nickel player. D'Angelo Ponce, I think he can play outside and inside for you, so that would make sense for them as well. You mentioned, I think they'll hit wide receiver again. Not sure here, but tight end as well. You mentioned, okay, Harold Fannin Jr., much more of that receiving tight end, but they need somebody on the line of scrimmage. So I think somebody who can actually block.
So as someone who knows a lot less than you guys, what about giving a little help to Myles Garrett on the other side, maybe going like a Zion Young or something like that?
And that's where
that's
where the value is to me right now. Zion Young is one of my highest rated players. If you just want to say, let's just take the talent, make a strength of strength. Their front is their strength of their team, typically. Kind of add on to the strength. I wouldn't be shocked if they have that mindset.
Yeah. I mean, Zion Young, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius
Literally,
Howell.
like every name on the left would make sense. Like Jacob Rodriguez might be like you're kind of good there. You just had the defensive rookie of the year, but every other name there could make sense.
There's a lot of it's Cleveland's one of those teams that have been a lot of fun to mock draft for. Not just because they have 2 picks in the first round, but you get to the second and third round too. You really start to build out this team in a really fun way. And I think having Fano, having Concepcion already in hand. Day 2 is going to be fun for Cleveland. So it's a lot of those picks that I think could make sense for them.
The board broke pretty well for the Browns. And to be fair, they're really good at understanding it. They make the trade last night, and they still get the offensive lineman of their choice. They saw the wide receiver kind of fall, and they knew Concepcion would be there for them, but you still had Omar Cooper on the board as well. So they're understanding, and we got the pick here. I'm fascinated to see what direction they go in this slot.
I'm also fascinated because the Chiefs are up next, but the Browns are going to be going with Denzel Boston.
There it is. So they double up on receivers.
Holy smokes, what a draft.
I was going to say if he didn't go there, the Chiefs were going to snatch him up, but he is now officially a Cleveland Brown. 6'4", a team captain. 79% of his catches last season were either for a first down or a touchdown. He does not waste targets, and Cleveland now has the big body receiver they were missing, Connor.
I mean, we were sitting here and we're like, the Browns will take another receiver eventually, but will they do it now? Well, it's the value. Denzel Boston, to me, should have been a first-round pick. Maybe not an early first-round pick, but a first-round pick. Somebody that he's got good juice for his size into his routes, but he just plays above the rim over and over again. And Todd Monken is telling you here, I need my own receiver group, right? I got the separator in Casey Concepcion that can handle some of the gadget plays like Zay Flowers did. Now I need the perimeter threat. And a credit to Boston for a bigger guy. he did move around a lot in Washington's offense. They weren't static with him just playing the X. You see him in the slot. They'd hide him even as an H-back sometimes. His tracking and his ability to use his big upper body to shield the coverage to make plays, he's a mismatched target in the red zone. And that's how he was able to convert catches to real touchdowns over time. So I like this guy a lot, especially as they're really reshaping this group. I'm going to give it an A+ because I thought this was a borderline first-round player for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
to the board, Trevor.
I'm with you. I'm going to give this an A as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about why it's an A specifically. And I just love this receiver. And Connor, what's a good example here? He's the what of Mike Evans from the Addicts. That's what I need to kind of have an example for.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what you come up with because I got one in my back pocket.
You do?
I
okay,
did.
all right. I'm gonna wait for it
He
here.
was
But
asking you,
Denzel Boston,
Save me.
to the Cleveland Browns. The comp that I have for them, it's not Mike Evans, but it's Courtland Sutton. That's the comp that I have for him. I feel like both of these guys play very similarly. And the fact that they're built very similarly when it comes to just the overall frame, they play on the outside, they are those X receivers, they can do the contested catch and the red zone stuff for you. But Courtland Sutton's got a little extra wiggle to him. Courtland Sutton's a lot better of a route runner and a separator than people give him credit for. And I think that's the same thing with Denzel Boston. I just don't feel as though people give these big wide receivers the ability to prove that they can create a little bit of separation. They just go, they see the size, they see the contested catch, and they go, nah, he can't separate. I just don't think that's the case with Boston. I think he plays the position with a ton of savviness as well. They'll put him in the slot so he can use that big slot two-way go type of advantage to him. And I think that he's just somebody who understands how to win in the little ways. He's got the physicality to win in the big ways, but then he also has the mind to win in the little ways when it comes to wide receiver. So Courtland Sutton's the comp there. What's the one that you had, Connor? You said he's
Connor, who'd you have?
The something of Mike Evans. What did he have?
He reminded me of Michael Thomas in some ways.
I like it.
The way he shield on slants and that, not the fastest guy, but enough speed to create his own space, but really win with that body control as well.
I like it.
I didn't want to blow up your segment. That's why when you asked me, I was like, I don't want to blow up a segment. He's got a great comp ready to roll.
Come on, brother.
Let's blow it up now. Chiefs pick is in. They're going R. Mason Thomas.
Okay.
So at the end of the first round, they went Woods. Remember, they traded up to get Woods out of Clemson. Now they're coming back with the pass rusher from Oklahoma, R. Mason Thomas, a first-team All-SEC captain, 17 sacks over his career, the heartbeat of the Sooners defense, Connor.
Yeah, as somebody, if you want a speed rusher, this guy is in that bucket for you, right? There's not a lot of guys in this class that can keep their momentum rushing against that outside shoulder, turning the corner, and just not break stride at all. His flexibility, his ability to play low, he can rush with such a low center of gravity that taller tackles struggle to even get hands on him. Keeps his balance, which is really impressive. You look at, the pass rush production in 2025, over a 20% pass rush win rate. So when he wasn't compiling a ton of sacks, he was still forcing the quarterback to get the ball out or break from the pocket. And that matters a lot. Now, the Chiefs, they wanted a speed rusher here. Different players on the board that maybe are like, well, you think of Zion Young, he's more of a power rusher here. So for me, R. Mason Thomas, a late second-round pick. The Chiefs need pure pass rush help. Karlaftis across from him is a totally different player. So this makes sense for Spags. He wants his corners to be physical on the outside, and he wants somebody to get off the ball and challenge tackles with speed and explosiveness, as you're seeing on these highlights. So I like the fit for the Chiefs a lot. This is a B+ for me. R. Mason Thomas, his biggest problem this year, he got hurt. And to credit to him, he came back early. I don't think he was fully healthy, but he's a smaller player. He's a 240-ish pound edge rusher. Those guys do get beat up in the trenches. So that's going to be the one big question. Can he stay healthy with the big dogs at the NFL level in the trenches?
Yeah, I mean, you look at him and Peter Woods, and both of those guys are built a little bit different than traditional Spags defensive linemen, but very clearly they're trying to get faster. And with that being the mission, I'll give this an A- here for the Kansas City Chiefs. Interestingly enough, they do need a safety still on this team, and now they don't pick again until the 4th round. They don't have a pick in the 3rd round, so it'll be interesting to see what safeties are left for him on day 3.
Pick is in, and it looks like we're getting a little bit of an edge run right now. Bengals going right after the Chiefs. They lost Hendrickson in the offseason. They go out there and get Cassius Howe.
Speed
from
rushers
Texas
galore.
A&M.
Here, Lefkoe.
This was a guy that I watched during the college football season, and I was like, he has the complete look of what I want. He's showing all abs. He's letting it all fly. Unanimous All-American, the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He led that conference in sacks. One of the most dominant pass rushers in the toughest conference in football. And he's not afraid to show the abs like Connor Rogers.
He's 30th overall player for me. So this is absolutely an A- just because, once again, now we're seeing the rush on speed rushers. You had R. Mason Thomas go. I liked Cassius Howell better than him, and I get it. The number one thing is the 30-1/4-inch arms are a total outlier by NFL standards. But you go back to getting off the ball, creating chaos, the 11.5 sacks, 31 hurries, almost a 20% pass rush win rate. He's twitched up Lefkoe. It's so hard for a tackle to match his movements on an island. You get into passing situations, those 3rd and longs, it's so hard to block him, and he racks them up in bunches because guys just can't get their hands on him. It's hard to stop him. He's a really, really unique athlete as a stand-up rusher as well. So this, to me, is good value for the Bengals in this spot and just a chaos creator.
Would you give this one? Would you grade?
An A-.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a B, and it's interesting because I do like the player. He's around here on my board, so I think the value is appropriate. But you do have Myles Murphy. You signed Boye Mafe. You drafted Shamar Stewart in the 1st round last year. Now you're drafting Cassius Howell as well, especially when Jacob Rodriguez and C.J. Allen are sitting there on the board, and linebacker is by far your biggest, most glaring need. So I don't hate the pick. Obviously, I gave it a B.
Right.
But I'm surprised they went this direction, given that they signed Boye Mafe, they drafted Shamar Stewart in the 1st round last year, and their linebacker need was so dire.
Wow. I think it's interesting, too, with Cincinnati and Kansas City. We're going to see them maybe in the playoffs, and we'll see which rookie pass rusher could have the biggest impact.
That's true.
Yeah.
Saints, they have their 2nd pick, 10th pick of the 2nd round, and they are going Kristen Miller. We talked about him earlier. What a performer he is. Coming around here, man, watch him come around the end. Jalen Carter was his big brother in that Georgia defensive line room. Now Miller's ready to make a name for himself, and we know the Saints like big-bodied athletes. They got another one.
Yeah, and he made my top 30 players. He's just rugged up front. He's got that big, dense build, huge hands to take on blockers. When he arrives off the ball, he understands how to get his hands under blockers and drive with leverage. The box score does not do the justice of who this player is. I understand he didn't rack up the sacks, but still over an 11% pass rush win rate. So he created problems. Stack and shed monster against the run.
Yep.
And then Georgia, that's what they're going to teach you how to do. And that's why, for me, this is an A. You get a top 25, top 30 player from my board that, once again, has played high-level football in the SEC for Georgia, comes tailor-made with pro-ready hands. I love his combination of size, athleticism, and length, where you can play him up and down the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I'm going to give this an A as well. This is my top defensive tackle that we have in the draft, and I got a little comparison with him here, and I got a play to break down. If we go over to draft order, Christian Miller going to the New Orleans Saints, 42 overall. I think that's great value for him. The player he reminds me of, Tim Jernigan, when he was coming out of Florida State, played for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, he has that relentlessness to him. They're built very similarly. Christian Miller's got a little bit more weight, and he's a little bit longer, but very similar style, stout against the run. And here's a play really quickly from Christian Miller. I'll highlight him right here. This is him, number big 52. They're going to try to combo block him early on. They're going to get one of these, I believe it's a center who climbs up to the 2nd level. But watch how the running back is going to choose this lane right here between the tackle and the guard. And he says, okay, this is where I'm going to go. And Christian Miller's going to say, absolutely not. No, you're not. This is a play that absolutely, I think, encapsulates. Look at how quickly he got off the ball, uses that strength, pushes the guard back, and then completely, I know he doesn't complete the play there, but he affects the running back so much. He completely closes this gap himself. You see that full arm extension. Connor talked about it, a stack and shed type of a monster here. He does that to this offensive guard, and that guard has no chance. The running back bounces off of him, and eventually the tackle is made, but that play is made from Christian Miller and the strength that he has. So to get him at number 42, once again, my top defensive tackle in this draft, I think he's an excellent fit for the New Orleans Saints.
Mickey Loomis has been on one now.
He's
Few
cooking.
years. He's found his groove,
Yeah.
I feel like. Next up is Miami, who talk about they need everything. They went offensive line, they went cornerback. Two of their other biggest needs, wide receiver and edge, and I feel like there's a bunch of options. I feel like I even saw Zion Young mocked to them in some drafts at the end of the 1st round.
Because you look at, and you're right, Lefkoe, because you look at Miami, their regime comes from Green Bay, both the coach and the front office, and you look at Zion, you think of the size,
Yes.
you think of the big presence
Just
on
an
the edge.
edge-setting end.
3-down player,
Yeah.
speed to power, plays with an edge as well. So that's definitely a name to keep an eye on in this spot. But, man, you look at that wide receiver room right now. Malik Willis needs some help, man. He needs somebody to throw the ball to.
Who's left at wide receiver?
Is it Bernard from Alabama? Is it Bell from Louisville?
Bernard's my top one
Malachi
available.
Fields?
Bernard probably makes the most sense, right? Just because you look at, they've got some speed, they've got some guys who can play in the slot, but I think Jeremy Bernard gets you the ability to, Jeremy Bernard even though I think the athleticism probably caps his ceiling a little bit in the NFL, he's where he needs to be. He's super reliable. He can play as an X. He can play as a Z. He can play in the slot. That reliability, I think, is pretty valuable for Miami. I don't know if they'd take him here, but
Sure.
I think he is a fit there because of what he brings to the table.
That's what I'm curious of. This is a team that has 3 third-round picks.
Huh.
Did they just start
Day 2
kind of
merchants.
bargain rack shopping for wide receiver with all those third-rounders and
Looking
take
at,
a
like, the
player?
Brazzles and
Yeah,
stuff like
and
that.
take a player that just fell out of the first round here because we're getting to that tipping point right now where you think of Zion Young, you think of a handful more players that fell out of round 1, but it's going to go quick. And then this draft is going to plateau in a couple picks for about 30 selections, I'd say, where
Yeah.
the talent level's kind of the same.
Right.
I would
right.
take Zion Young here. I actually feel really strongly about that that's what they should do. But I haven't seen the pick, and I'm curious what direction they're going to go.
We haven't said Emmanuel McNeil Warren's
That's
name
another
in a little
guy.
bit.
Could have went in the first round. Trevor keeps bringing up Jacob Rodriguez and C.J. Allen, the linebackers that have, not fallen. This is their range.
Right.
But they're in that tier.
And listen, brother, if I'm trying to start a team over and I want a leader, the same franchise that had Zach Thomas, let me get Jacob Rodriguez in the middle there, just to set the tone for that franchise going forward.
Well, I'll tell you, he'll be on the board for 3 more picks maximum here.
If he gets to the Bucks.
Because if he gets to the Bucs,
Are you rigging?
I'd be
The Wriggler's
fl-
back.
I'd be-
Wriggler's back.
I'd be
He's got one more up his
floored.
sleeve.
I'd be floored if he gets to 46 for Tampa and they pass up on him. That's all I'm saying.
Let
Just
the
the co-
Wriggler cook, man.
Yeah, the
saying?
comment section, I want you guys to know every NFL franchise right now is watching this.
Yeah.
Now that he's done that, they just sent out a memo.
Yeah.
No one take Rodriguez. If this draft goes Bain and Rodriguez, we might need to get you new pants.
What do you think this is in my ear here? This is a direct line to the NFL to rig this whole thing for the Buccaneers to get the players that I want
I
them
thought it
to
was the marketing head of Safeway. I wasn't sure though.
get. It could be.
I don't know what I'm
It
gonna
might
wanna
be-
enter that market.
It might be a direct line. You never know.
All right, now take Drew Aller.
All right, so John Eric Sullivan, and with his pick at 43, they go.
Oh, they did pick him.
There it is. They knew.
Man.
Oh,
They were listening
they're
to me.
watching the show. They're
Oh,
watching
man.
the show.
Jacob Rodriguez. This man won every single award. Bednarik, Lombardi, Butkus, Nagurski, a true baller, arguably the most decorated defensive player in this draft. Should have won the Heisman. But now he is going to Miami. Rodriguez, Connor. How about that?
Yeah, an identity player, right? A guy that could be in the middle of your defense, line everybody up, be that vocal presence, and you just talk about filling the stat sheet this year in terms of creating turnovers. 7 forced fumbles, 4 picks, finds the ball in space, can play downhill as well, showed everybody throughout this process. I'm a better athlete than I get credit for.
That was surprising.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive. Now, he's an undersized off-ball linebacker. That's the one thing that he'll get criticized for, as a lot of linebackers are in this era of college football. But his productivity with his instincts match with that athleticism and how active his hands are in passing lanes. As you see right there, perfect timing. The tip pass for the interception. This is a B+ for me. Miami, they just need to become that tougher defense all around. And he's a high-floor guy with the amount of college football that he's played at the level he's played it.
Yeah, obviously this is an F for me because they stole him from the Buccaneers. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to give this one a B. And at linebacker, it's funny. We talked about how Miami kind of needs every position. Linebacker is at least the one with Jordan Brooks.
Because
where
he's awesome.
I thought they were going to wait. Like,
Yeah.
Terrell Dotson's in the last year of his contract, and I could absolutely see Jacob Rodriguez now playing next to Jordan Brooks. But it is one of those positions where I felt as though they were not going to take linebacker, especially with some safety still available, some corners still available. But it's hard for me to hate on the player. 10 forced fumbles over the last 2 years, 5 interceptions over the last 2 years, 25 tackles for loss, over, I think it's like 200 total tackles from this player over the last 2 years. I mean, everything that you want in a linebacker, especially in the second
And
round,
again,
he brings
Jordan
it.
Brooks, a free agent after this season. Trade alert, we got one in. The Jets were on the board, and they have just traded with the Detroit Lions. It looks as though the Lions moved
is
up from 50 to 44.
This is Zion, right?
He fits them
This has to be
to
Zion
a T.
Young.
So you're thinking this could be the Aiden Hutchinson partner move?
Well, because
Yeah,
the
that's-
whole draft strategy with the Lions was O-line and D-line, right? Depending on, okay, you could take one of them in the first round, and then ideally you take the other one in the second round. So
When they made that pick, alarmingly, they got up there and they're like, all right, let's go.
They did not. They went the edge from Michigan,
wow.
Derek Moore. So here we were talking about Zion, and instead they're going Mr. Moore from Michigan. Led Michigan in forced fumbles, sacks, and tackles for loss last year. 10 sacks, 21 career sacks, 8th most in Michigan history. And so they're keeping, so it's double Michigan edges. Aiden Hutchinson and now Derek Moore in Michigan for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I would have went up and made this move for Zion Young with a no-brainer. And just for the difference, going back to rankings, Derek Moore for me, edge 14, Zion Young was in my top 5 edge players. So, listen, they obviously really, really like his ability in terms of he's a guy that wants to convert speed to power. When you watch him play, that's what he wants to do. Is another guy, pass rush win rate monster. I mean, once again, he creates pressures. They don't always lead to sacks, but the sacks went up big time. 4 in 2024, 12 in 2025. He could shoot gaps and get skinny if you want to move him around as well. Incredibly productive in the Big Ten. I don't think he's a great athlete for this range of the draft. I don't know how easily he'll convert speed to power consistently at the next level as much as he did in college. I don't know, guys. For me, this is C-, just because I thought there were better edge players on the board. And they obviously fell in love with this guy, but I viewed him much differently. I thought more a third round for Derek Moore, and I have some first-round pass rushers that slid out of round 1.
Hey, do we have the trade details?
They traded a 4th rounder for the Jets. To the Jets.
Huh?
So they went from
up
50 to 44. So 6 spots, and they gave up a 4th round.
I'm
pick.
so surprised that they felt like they had to move
Me
6
too.
spots to
Who
get
was
Derek
taking
Moore. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a C overall, and I like Derek Moore, the player, but I think that you bring up a really great point. You have to look at how players win in college and think about how that translates to the NFL, right? If you win with strength, but you're not a super big guy, okay, well, at the NFL, it's going to be more difficult, all right? So if you win with a long arm move, but you don't have long arms, it's going to be hard to predict that you're going to continue to do that at the NFL level. Specifically for Derek Moore, he converts speed to power really well in his tape, but Michigan lines him up in those wide 7 alignments where he really has a guaranteed runway to create that speed to power. You don't get that as much at the NFL level, especially in Detroit's system where he's going to be playing 5 technique. Yes, of course, they'll kick him out to, the 7 technique and give him those opportunities, but I am with you. I'm surprised they went with this player. A good player. I've got him, I think, 63rd overall on my big board, so I like him. But I'm surprised that they thought they had to trade up to get this player.
The game of the draft sometimes is what we're analyzing, not the player themselves. I can tell you guys like the player, but the strategy of moving up and giving up assets when you're going, who is really going to take him from 44 to 49 is a very interesting discussion.
Because it's about intel, right? I mean, like, look at what Howie Roseman did last night with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, right.
He knew exactly where Mekhi Lemon was going to go, and he traded up 1 spot in front of that.
Yeah.
Part of what is mastering the draft is not just scouting, it's also the game, like you mentioned.
Different player, but I liked his teammate better in Jayshon Barham.
Oh, you have Barham ranked higher?
Yeah, I just thought he was more explosive off the ball. He played both off-ball linebacker and edge pass rusher, but I saw way more upside with Barham. Not necessarily a fit for what Detroit wants to do, but I know I'm kind of, beating it to death here, but Zion Young and Gabe Akis to me they're just better edge players. They're more well-rounded. They're 3-down players.
You're pointing at me.
Because I was just going to say, you want in on another NFLSE inside joke?
Yeah.
Low moving costs. He played at Michigan. Detroit's right there.
In fact,
you don't have to hire movers. It's just, hey, let's get them a U-Haul, load it up in the U-Haul, come over.
You're definitely like
saving
a
money.
call friends to move a couch guy, aren't you?
I was,
graduated?
And then
this money coming in from YouTube comments.
The last move, we hired movers. And I went,
never again.
Never
he said
again.
just like that.
Never again.
Look at
I
real fancy guy.
He goes, movers are here. What is this world?
Also, the thing is, when you get movers, you realize how much more efficient they are.
Yeah.
But they also use way too much tape.
That is true.
And you're sitting there being like, I would go square by square. Look, if he's a guy that maybe other teams weren't interested in, this is big news for the Ravens, Bucks, and Colts, who are next on the board. Ravens are up. They go Olaiva Vega Ioane in the 1st round. I know they don't really need him that much, but all this talk about Zion, I just go, wow, the Ravens, that would be an incredible fit. But where else could they go here?
Yeah, and I would say
Emmanuel McNear-Warren would be incredible.
I mean, him and Kyle Hamilton and Malachi
in a Ravens
Starks
jersey
together is so ridiculous.
Looks like a Raven.
So yeah,
just looks like a Ravens player.
It plays like one.
C.J. Allen would be phenomenal in a Ravens jersey.
Could, because what was Teddy Buchanan's injury? Didn't he got hurt
at the
late season?
Real late. I'll pull that up.
And
in
he
a
was a
second.
5th-round pick for them last year, who was starting over Trenton Simpson anyways. So if he's like long-term, they're not so sure about him, then I think C.J. Allen, you start
and
to...
Trenton Simpson's a free agent after the year, and they signed 0 linebackers.
Right.
Oh, this has to be linebacker. Buchanan had a torn ACL in December.
Yeah.
So he'll be working
So
his
it's gonna
way
be tough
back,
for him.
although I love, if that's correct, which is shown on
It
our
is correct.
recap screen.
It is. So that means that, and I'm on fire right now. 45th pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah, you
There are
nailed it.
certain players that their name alone go, they could be a Raven.
Yeah.
But the Ravens, what they do is they simply wait and they strike when the iron is hot. And they get the edge rusher out of Missouri that we've been waiting to go this entire round. First team all SEC, a captain, one of the most disruptive defenders in the conference with pressures and tackles for losses, and the Ravens do it again. They just wait for talent to fall and they snatch it up.
Yeah, this is what they do. They wait for those players to make it out of round 1, and then they find a way to clean up. And Zion Young is just perfect in this spot for them. He's got long arms, a wide build. He's incredibly strong, plays hard. He can play standing up. He can play with his hand in the dirt. Contact does nothing to him in the run game. Pullers, with their eyes wide, think they're getting the best of him. He kills pullers. Absolutely detonates pullers, slice blocks. He converts speed to power. I thought this year, guys, he found an inside move that he didn't have previously, and that's why he was such a much more productive pass rusher, not just a rugged run defender. This is an A+ for me. I love the power Zion Young plays with. This is a 3-down NFL edge defender. And, man, he plays so hard on a snap-by-snap basis.
Yeah, I'll give this one a B. I had Gabe Akis ranked higher, and sort of when you talk about those bigger, more powerful profile defensive linemen or outside linebacker types, I would have preferred Gabe Akis. But I can see the vision here with how strong this guy plays. I think you're right. Some guys just, they look like a Raven. They sound like a Raven. Zion Young
like it looks perfect.
Feels like he's a Raven player. And it's funny, I had him ranked 48th overall on my big board. He goes, I believe 45th is the number here. So even though I didn't love him in the first round, this is totally fine. Like, this is totally fine outside of the fact that I would have taken Akis, who is still on the board here.
I also want to rewind your brains about 2 months. Max Crosby gets traded to the Ravens, and they give up a boatload of picks.
Yes.
They do some very questionable maneuvers in my mind. Max Crosby is now back on the Raiders. They signed Trey Hendrickson and now draft Zion Young and gave up 0 picks for Max Crosby. And suddenly they have depth at edge for the Baltimore Ravens.
That's right. And in this division, you have to restock the trenches with tough guys. So day 1, you get Venga Ioane, who is just an absolute bruiser at guard. And then day 2, you start off with a guy that I thought had a shot to sneak into the end of round 1 in Zion Young that plays with heavy hands. This is what the Ravens do. They constantly restock both sides of the ball in the trenches, and you have to in this division.
Yep.
I am now going to stop talking. Tampa Bay Trey, who do you want?
I think this is between C.J. Allen and Jeremiah Trotter. I think they like both of these guys, but
What would you prefer?
Yeah, who do you want?
C.J. Allen.
Okay.
I would rather have C.J. Allen because I think that Trotter is a good linebacker. I think he could maybe develop coverage. He's a younger player. I believe he was just a redshirt sophomore this past season. And so I do think that he's a good player, but I have C.J. Allen ranked significantly higher on my board. I wouldn't hate...
Say that you want Pons.
I wouldn't hate D'Angelo Pons.
If you get Bain and Pons, this is like the greatest draft of your life. And with the pick, the 46th pick in the NFL draft, he's on pins and needles.
Leaning forward.
Tampa Bay
Leaning
Trey
forward, that
gets
mean.
Josiah
Okay. There it is.
Trotter,
They went Trotter.
the
You were on it,
linebacker
Trevor.
out of Missouri. You were right. You did say him first.
Yeah.
He is the son of the Eagles legend, Jeremiah Trotter, and he is a very accomplished player. Let's save Trey. Connor, why don't you go first here?
Yeah, with Trotter, this is the classic, hammer and a nail kind of linebacker. It looks like they just stole him from the 90s once again to just take on blocks through the A-gap. He's not comfortable in space yet, which is going to be a growing thing for him in terms of the athleticism and coverage and being matched up that way. But he is so physical downhill. I had him as the 60th overall player in the draft. They obviously take him right in the middle of the second round here. This is a B- for me, guys. I think Trotter brings a physicality to your team that can be hard to find, especially for, I think, a 20-year-old, still 20, 21 years old. So he's
21.
still growing into that body right now. But it's just the rounded out nature of being able to play on passing downs that I have questions with today, Trevor.
Yeah, I'm with you all the way. That's why I preferred C.J. Allen. I'd give this a B here. This is their biggest area of need. They basically had to hit this. I think they really, really wanted Jacob Rodriguez to fall to them. And it was between C.J. Allen and Josiah Trotter. And I think it kind of comes down to maybe they believe that Trotter plays a more physical brand of football. And with him being younger, maybe they believe that there's a little bit more in there when it comes to, hey, as he gets older, he'll get better at coverage. And maybe they just believe that he can command that Mike linebacker role. I'm kind of surprised that they went with him over C.J. Allen, but I had sort of heard that as of late that they'd be very interested in Trotter.
Just for reference, C.J. Allen, in terms of like draft guides, is 21.15 years old. Josiah Trotter is 21.02. So it's not like he's that much younger.
Right.
I just want to say, seeing him do the Axeman chop is bringing me back to like 2004. And Trotter's other son, Josiah, is the youngest, is on the Eagles, but was like late round pick.
Yeah,
But the stories in the facility are that his head he's such a smart football player.
For sure.
It seems like Josiah is that intelligence with athleticism.
Yeah, I had him at the combine, and it was wild how mature he was for a freshly turned 21-year-old. So it's the NFL bloodlines.
I can't imagine being raised by Jeremiah Trotter. That just sounds insane. We have a trade alert
linebacker for the Bucs.
on the clock. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers. This was supposed to be the Indianapolis Colts, who have still yet to make a trade. And the Steelers are like, we're not playing this game anymore. We're going to go up and get whoever we want. For possible needs for them, obviously, quarterback is probably too early. Wide receiver, still a need because they didn't get Mekhi Lemon. Any wide receivers they could go after?
Yeah, they can go slot receiver here, which would be their idea with Mekhi Lemon. Trevor and I were bringing up Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. He can play inside, outside. Skylar Bell can play the slot for you.
The first one I thought of.
Yeah, that one would be a lot of fun. I would call the sleeper Antonio Williams out of the slot.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
And with the pick, it is going to be Bernard from Alabama. The wide receiver, Jeremy Bernard, transferred from the University of Washington, led Alabama in receptions for 2 straight years. And he also had a 6.713 cone, which you'll see in the field here, and which was the fastest at the combine with a 4.4840, Connor.
Yeah, that's what you love, the agility scoring. That means a lot. And this was a guy they used in a lot of different ways. He was actually one of my true favorite players in the draft, just stylistically, because he plays such a gritty brand of receiver, not a I need the ball all the time. He's going to block his ass off, and he blocks linebackers. He's not just blocking corners. He finished plays for Ty Simpson. A lot of guys in this Alabama offense dropped a ton of passes, but he was reliable, and you see it here on the highlights. They found ways to get the ball in his hands. You talk about the 10 to 19 yard range in the middle of the field. He caught 15 of his 18 targets. So fearless over the middle of the field, which is what they're looking for now that they have the perimeter guys in Metcalf and Pittman. This is an A- for me. Bernard is not flashy, but he's tough. He has good contact balance, and he constantly finishes the tough plays to convert first downs.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to go in the B range, but to be honest with you, I'm looking at my wide receiver rankings, and even though there's a couple of guys that I have ranked ahead of him who are still on the board, they're not really this mold. If they wanted this mold, I mean, I'm going to go with an A- here. So again, he's a little bit lower on my overall big board. I have a couple of wide receivers ranked ahead of him, but I do think he's very solid for the Steelers specifically. And you mentioned they got the ball in his hands at all times. It felt like, okay, this was going to be the Ryan Williams offense. They were going to be so much better at running the football, and it just didn't happen. And we got 5 weeks into the college football season, and it felt like Ryan Grubb was like, okay, we're building the whole attack out of Jeremy Bernard because nobody else is reliable for us. And they are very, very lucky that they had him. I don't know if they make the college football playoff without this player on the roster.
That's a great call.
And at 6'1", 206 to have that kind of a 3-cone is unreal. Let's look at the Steelers' haul for the entire draft now, because the story at the beginning was, wow, I can't believe they lost out on Lemon. But if you get the offensive lineman from Arizona State and now Bernard, so you do get your wide receiver. What do you think about? Because there's no offensive lineman close to Max. In the second
Correct.
I don't mind this at all. I think Bernard is a really, really underappreciated player. He reminded me of Jacoby Myers, where it's you go to him on third down. He's going to finish plays through contact. He's not worried about getting hit. Oh, you need him to block on this play, and when you play wide receiver for the Steelers, what do you have to do? You have to block a lot.
No doubt.
I think stylistically, listen, I get it. Mekhi Lemon was a higher-ranked player for me. I'm not going to create some hot take that doesn't exist here. But stylistically, I am thrilled with the Bernard fit here. I don't think this is some drastic consolation prize for the Steelers after a weird night one.
Yeah. I had Max Yonicher ranked ahead of Mekhi Lemon. So there were, I think, a lot of people who, after that happened, and okay, sure, the Steelers wanted Mekhi Lemon, but after the Yonicher pick came up, I was like, I kind of like that better for them. And I think when we talk about, okay, now we're roping in the round 2, the day 2 draft strategies, If you have Mekhi Lemon in the first round, who are you picking on the offensive line right here?
There's no one left.
Maybe
man.
Caleb Tiernan, but you're not super pumped
No.
about that. You'd
No.
much rather have Jeremy Bernard and Max Giannis.
Yeah, it's the story, it's the video, it's the fact that Pittsburgh was on the phone.
Right.
Because every GM goes to the podium and goes, "We got the guy we wanted."
Right.
But there is visual proof that's not the guy you wanted.
Yeah.
And that's why it creates
True.
that
Yeah.
buyer's remorse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say this about Jeremy Bernard. One of the funny things that when I met him at the combine, I said to him right away, I was like, I mean this respectfully. I was like, you do not have the personality of a receiver. Like, what's the deal? He was like, the first position I played in football was guard. And I was like,
Really?
And nothing ever made more sense.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah,
Wow.
they threw me at guard, and that's what I played. And it's like, so a
Wide
guard,
receivers are a different breed.
a guard personality
Yeah.
of a wide receiver is so
Well,
funny. to me.
every highlight you showed there, he's getting contact before he goes off on his route. He's messing up some cornerback's route and getting it going. And then the thing I saw in Dane Brugler's guide was that a scout said he owned the receiver room at Alabama and was like one of the most loved dudes in the program.
I believe it.
That means something happened at University of Alabama.
Yep.
Yeah.
Atlanta Falcons are on the clock right now. We are at pick number 48. I'm seeing a lot of Terrells in the chat.
Yeah.
Because we know
Oh,
about
wow.
his brother as well.
Yeah.
The brother of AJ Terrell, excuse me. But what are we thinking here for Atlanta?
That's not the direction I would go. It'd be a fun story.
Right.
We all love a good draft story. I think there's some better players on the board right now. Although, man, the interior defensive line got picked apart at the top of this draft so far, unless they're thinking like a Lee Hunter or Big Citrus.
Yeah, Big Citrus is next for me.
Yeah, but wide receiver, we mentioned him after
Chris
Jeremy
Bell.
Bernard goes, is Skylar Bell.
Skylar Bell or Chris Bell, maybe?
Oh, and Chris Bell coming off the ACL,
You
but
know?
he's got the vertical juice.
I
that they
mean, I
might
have
want.
no idea where he's going to go at this point, but
Yeah, this is my best available right now. McCoy, we all know the story. Pons, man, if he was 5'11", he would have been a top 20 pick. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about Pregnon at guard. He's a 4-year starter with great athleticism. Guys, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren still hanging around at safety right
That's
now.
the name I'm stunned about. I feel like he's been a first-round pick in every mock for the last 2 months.
Right. Yeah, just a unique size and arm length profile at the safety position.
I mean,
And then if you're worried about moving costs, you can get Allen at Georgia.
there you go.
that's very
Which
true.
they might
If
have.
you're
there
worried
we
about
go.
moving
There we
costs.
go.
Yeah.
The Lions
Smart,
value that. We'll
smart.
see if the Falcons
Yeah.
value that.
They're
as
going to
well.
hire you as a financial advisor
Yes,
for one of these
yes.
teams to keep that up. So here's an interesting part about where we're at right now. Falcons don't need a safety at all. Minnesota's sitting there at 49. I think when they passed over Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Dylan Thieneman in the first round, Vikings fans lost their mind.
Right.
Now it's in a situation where you got Caleb Banks. You might have the opportunity to draft one of those safeties at 40.
You know, you said it would be a good story. What if I told you the story?
Oh, wow.
This is crazy. So this is two brothers on the same team?
At the same position.
Wow. How about that?
That's cool.
What a
cool.
decision here. Avion Terrell out of Clemson. First team all ACC, led the conference in forced fumbles. If the last name sounds familiar, his brother is a Pro Bowl corner on the Falcons, and now they're in the same position room. Come on, Connor.
It's a really cool story for these guys to play together. That's a really, really special moment. And when you look at Avion, you talk about the versatility. Just in 2025 for this Clemson defense, 63 snaps in the box, really is a strong safety kind of player. 106 in the slot, 445 at outside corner. He plays special teams, 5 forced fumbles. I like his ability playing off and using his eye discipline and clicking and closing downhill. I question the speed in man coverage. That was a big concern for me. Is
Right.
what is it going to look like at the NFL level?
4.64 is kind of wild.
Yeah, and I know he, said he had some hamstring issues as well, but I question the speed on tape. This is a C for me, guys. I love the story. I don't even think the value's that far off. I had him at the end of the second round, but I just worry about that kind of speed, and they're going to have to move him around, use him much different than his brother, but there was a couple corners and safeties that I liked better than him.
I want to love this player. I watched so many games of Avion Terrell because I was like, come on, just show me
something.
enough. Because you see like the blitz, the tackling, the run defense, the IQ when he's in off coverage.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much to love, but I agree with Connor. I just don't know if he has that long speed. Now, the good thing is for him, I feel good story. I'm going to give this a B-. I'm going to get it to the B range, and I'm going to give it a B- here because he's getting reunited with his brother, and I'm not going to be a massive hater like Connor is. But what worries me about this specifically is they have Billy Bowman already to play in the slot. So Terrell's not going to play in the slot, which means he basically has to play on the outside. If you're playing on the outside, I get worried about the man coverage stuff, but something that is nice is the fact that the Falcons played the 10th highest zone coverage percentage in the NFL last year. So at least there's a world where he will be in off coverage the majority of the time, which makes me feel a little bit better about it. You can get more of the strengths, less of the weaknesses. So I'll go with a B- here.
I think the story is great, but I know how you feel about it. But also, shout out to the chat. You guys are grading the picks as well. They're giving this pick an A in the chat, 38%, 33% for B. So I think emotion's carrying over. What are your thoughts on, like, Kirk Herbstreit's dog? Don't answer that. So Falcons made their pick there at 48. We got ourselves a trade alert. So apparently the Minnesota Vikings didn't want to sit there and take Emmanuel Warren.
No.
It kind of fit perfectly. Your arch rival, Connor Hughes, another Connor in the New York market.
He's my coworker.
Yeah, wait, Connor J. Hughes.
Yeah, that's tough.
Whoa.
Yeah.
When did that always was there? The J was always there?
Yeah, and I'm a Connor J. Rogers, so the
Yeah.
battle's on for
Yeah,
New York.
it's more than just, first name.
Yeah.
It's
So you
middle
guys
name,
just
too.
stole first and middle?
Yeah.
Arm wrestling.
You got- yeah, you
Connor
just- all
Hughes, we'll see you in the parking lot. Panthers traded up a pick before the Jets. So you know what? We were talking about the Panthers taking a safety in the first round. Did they
Here we go again.
Well, but they would trade for the Vikings to maybe take the safety? That would be interesting.
The Jets need a safety, so maybe they felt like they had to get in front of the Jets for a safety.
I think the shock here is, though, that Minnesota let that up.
Right.
But Carolina comes in. Their first pick was Monroe Freeling in the first round, and now they get a little active and move up. You're processing, Sikkema.
Yeah, I'm thinking about who they're moving up for. Maybe it is one of those safeties. I think it could potentially make sense for them. I know they want interior defensive line as well, but we just mentioned there's not a lot of interior defensive linemen left.
What about a Ricky Manning Jr. clone in Pons?
Oh, there we go. Good pull.
I don't know if that's
Good
it.
pull.
I don't know if
Good
he's
pull.
actually
No.
a comp.
I'm giving you that anyways.
Yeah,
Ricky Manning Jr., that's a good pull.
He had 3 picks against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, so he's haunted.
You do remember that, yeah.
years.
Stuck
Yeah,
with you, that
right.
name.
I think Pons could make sense for them. They're good at corner now, but Mike Jackson's a free agent after this year, so I think
Yes,
they
he
could be
is.
interested.
All right, now let's see where they're going. They are going in the trenches.
They did go
and
defensive
they're going,
tackle.
And this is, man, he was fun to watch this year.
They were getting nervous over the interior defensive line.
Yeah, I think so too.
They came up and attacked it with Lee Hunter, a.k.a. the Fridge. And you look at this build, yeah, he's earned the nickname. So when you talk about Lee Hunter, he found pass rush ability this year that he didn't have at UCF before he transferred to Texas Tech. And that really helped his stock. But why you're drafting Lee Hunter is to two-gap and plug the run. Like we talked about earlier with Caden McDonald, you want this guy to eat up a ton of space, take on multiple linebackers. Listen, you spend a ton of money to go get Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd's a guy that needs that space to run behind you. Lee Hunter can provide that. So I think this is a really, really good fit. Not getting into the trade price because we didn't talk about the move up, I'll give this a B+ just because Lee Hunter makes you more stout in the middle.
2 picks, so I don't think it was a crazy amount.
I'm not surprised by that. And once again, these interior D-line are going after him and Big Citrus. There's going to be a big fall off. So I like the Panthers recognizing that and getting their guy.
I just don't love it. You know that I'm lower on Lee Hunter than I feel like a lot of other people were. He was one of those players that, versus consensus, I had him ranked in the 80s on my board. So to pick him here, I mean, it's way early there. I understand the scarcity of the defensive line class, but I'm going to give this a C-. I think that it was a need for them, but this is a pretty low grade for me because I worry about that lack of explosiveness. I really
He's not
do.
a good athlete.
And that's the problem is just guys who aren't great athletes, I just don't feel like they translate very well to the NFL level. I feel as though they could have gotten a run-stuffing defensive lineman later in the draft. They've got a 3rd-round pick. They've got a 4th-round pick. Albert Regis, Chris McClellan. I think that even if you want to go further down, your boy Tim Keenan, that's where I would have rather gone, especially with guys like a Jermon McCoy. And I know that that's a big
risk.
Yeah, you never know with that. But like D'Angelo Pons is there, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there, AJ Halsey is there, CJ Allen is there. I'd take any of those guys over Lee Hunter.
Fair.
So
yeah.
They're hitting somewhat of a need that I know Carolina wanted to hit. So I don't want to give it too much of a less of a C, but D+, C-, that's where I'm at with this.
This is the first time where I'm going to disagree. And I have, look, you guys have been scouting this dude forever, but every time I watch Texas Tech this year, I was like, I know everybody wants to talk about Bailey and they want to talk about everybody else, Romello height. I was like, Lee Hunter is jumping off the screen. It's a lot of F the play-ups, if I'm going to go back to some
redirect.
Lefkoe. Like the stats aren't there, but it's like, wow, that hole filled up quick. But him next to Brown, like it could be fun.
He redirects run plays.
Yeah.
Where it's, Lee Hunter's in the
So
way.
you don't like defensive tackles that redirect the run.
Yeah,
He
as,
hates run defense.
Yeah, as
Hates
as
run.
he,
You're
as,
You
catching
don't
on.
like run defense?
as he was saying, like I'm just a 7-on-7 guy.
Yeah.
You just like quick
Once everyone's
slide.
standing up.
Gotcha.
It's not true. It's not true for the national audience that doesn't actually listen to our podcast. But
Jets are on the clock.
yeah,
After a move back, safety's in need. Maybe this ends the Emmanuel McNeil-Warren slide.
or Halsey.
Or Halsey.
Which one would make you the happiest? Put on your fan hat.
I have them side by side, which is it depends what they were going to ask them to do. Because Minka
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick's playing the nickel. I think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren you want closer to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Halsey, though, you could argue that too. He played that robber role at
He
LSU
did.
where
He
he takes
did.
away the football.
He did.
It's going to be fascinating to see how Aaron Glenn has a plan for either of those guys if he goes in the direction of safety.
They're calling me air raid boy in the chat.
No, the allegations are brutal.
I'd rather have Emmanuel McNeil-Warren if it makes you feel better. And you know I love Halsey, but
Right.
I think specifically for what this team wants, and again, going back to sort of the way that Aaron Glenn wants to play, that sort of downhill safety with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I think that fits really well.
I'm expecting McNeil-Warren to be drafted before Halsey by a pretty good range.
Well,
Although
I was going to say
we're at 50 now.
I was going to say I would have said that, but yeah, we're
McNeil-Warren was in the first round of many
we might have
When-
him go back to back here. There's a possibility they do that.
We have so many questions about the injury now. Jermon McCoy is the question.
Yeah.
When do we go? We're deep enough in the draft where there's enough value where you can take that risk.
Third round.
Third round.
Yeah, the
is
third
where-
round. If you're a team that has multiple picks, Miami picks 3 times in the third round.
Yeah.
You're just trying to get talent. To me, that
It's a
Jermon
good
McCoy's a
lottery
top
pick.
15 player, man.
Yeah.
If you miss on third round picks at an alarming rate anyway.
How damning were the injury reports or like what they're saying about his knee?
Well, it's tricky because he missed this year with the torn ACL, but that's not what's coming up on
Right.
the concerns. It's
Right.
that he might need another knee procedure.
On the other knee.
Right.
Pick is in.
There he is.
Whoa!
There he
let's
is.
go,
There he is.
baby!
Aaron Glenn drafts
Oh,
Aaron
I'm
Glenn.
so pumped for you.
So he's the Aaron Glenn clone?
I mean, if you're looking for the closest thing,
Yes.
this is the guy. The 5'8", 5'9" corner with
my
great eyes, great ball skills, 4.3 wheels. As you look at it, like this is what it looked like when Aaron Glenn played back in the day. I think this is a really, really cool story because
Oh,
Pons
man.
is a player that gets overlooked, understandably, because he's a 5'9" corner.
But everyone that
Loves
does the
him.
draft loves him. I've not heard one negative
This
statement
was
about this
Kurt
guy.
Signetti's favorite player
Yeah.
at Indiana. He followed him from James Madison over to Indiana, and this guy, they matched him up against Jeremiah Smith, if you're wondering what they thought of him. The ball production across 2
Straight
years
up.
in Indiana, 5 interceptions, 2 pick sixes, 20 passes broken up. He's got instincts, awareness, and zone coverage. He plays bigger than his size, and you have to. But what also helps is you got a 43.5-inch vertical, so this is a pretty unique athlete. I think his IQ and toughness as well is in a different dimension. He's an outlier. I'll bet on D'Angelo Pons. I'll go to war with him any day. I'm going to give this one an A-. I think he breaks the mold of you can't draft a corner this small, especially in the first 2 rounds, and he went to the perfect coach for him.
I think this is an A. I'm giving this an A. This is a top 25 player on my board.
This is
we
one of your
go.
favorites.
This is my dude here. I was so excited to see where he was going to go. And like Connor said, he goes to the perfect spot. He goes to the perfect coach, somebody who the second that he gets there, Aaron Glenn's going to take him into his office and he's just going to be like, brother, let's get
watch
to work.
game film with me.
Let's get to work. So D'Angelo Pons, he's a little bit smaller. We already talked about this at the top of the show. Now, he plays bigger and I think stronger than this comp that I have here, but it's not about the size that you have. It's about, the size of the dog in the fight. Brett Grimes, that's the guy who I like here, where it's a smaller player, but elite athleticism. So they're able to make up for it because the explosiveness, how they can close on wide receivers, the feistiness that they have, the jumping ability that they have, everything, the ball skills that both of these guys have. It was like Brent Grimes, little Jair Alexander. Like those are the 2 comps that I kept going back and forth between with D'Angelo Pons. And it's because it's these smaller corners that have that elite athleticism that allows them to compete the way that the dog within them wants them to compete. So huge fan of D'Angelo Pons. Love the landing spot with the New York Jets. Fantastic. A pick.
Connor, you're 1 to 10. How happy are you?
I mean, I love the makeup of this guy, so I'll give it a 9.
Nice.
Like, players that you find yourself rooting for no matter where they go. This
Dude,
is
he was the only guy in the college football playoffs that was like under the wide receiver with no fear. And I was like, this is a fun watch.
It's just easy to root for a guy like this.
Guess what? Minnesota's on the clock, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there again. How many times are they going to tempt fate? Maybe that's the pick. I don't know. We're at 51 now. We're past the top 50.
You feel a lot better about the Caleb Banks pick
If you
get one of these safeties here.
just flip it, right? Like,
Actually, yeah, this would become one of those drafts where you go, if you took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 18 and you took Caleb Banks here, you'd feel better about it.
And that is a testament to positional value. That sometimes you need to reach on the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman because there's such a staunch drop-off and they don't last. But you can somehow get a safety. It's your rant you had yesterday about safety value.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, but it happens every year. Maybe it is. If it's not Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, maybe it's McCoy. Maybe it's Cisse. I'm not sure. But maybe it's one of these centers that we've been talking about.
that's a good point. The center run is going to start at some point today, but they go linebacker.
They're going linebacker. Jake Golday from Cincinnati.
Brian Flores has taken over the war room, folks.
From Central Arkansas to first team All Big 12 at Cincinnati. He led the team at tackles. He took the long road and outworked everybody. And now he's headed to Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, he's played in 38 college games, counting his 3 years at Central Arkansas before the 2 at Cincinnati. He's tall. He's got plus range. He's got the big strides that cover a lot of turf. 6'4", 240. That is great size for a modern-day linebacker. And he's experienced covering out of the slot, which is very unique for a linebacker. You think he's played inside, but they play him in that overhang in that slot spot. Reliable in the open field as a tackler. Understands how to eliminate checkdowns to running backs. He played 488 snaps, by the way, in the slot over the last 2 years. That is very, very unique for him. So he's got to be, when you're 6'4", you play with a higher pad level, he's got to be careful. Blockers got under him a lot. He's naturally high. He's got to be able to take on that contact. But I like Golday quite a bit. I'm going to give this a B+ in Brian Flores' scheme where he's going to be able to run around and create chaos from multiple alignments.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B-. I still like the pick. I would have rather it been one of those safety players for them, but he is built different than the way that the linebackers, the Minnesota Vikings currently have, right? When you look at Eric Wilson, when you look at Blake Cashman, these guys are 6'1", 230, 235 pounds. Jake Golday is 6'4", 240 plus. I mean, he's just a different type of an athlete. And I say athlete, and I want to emphasize athlete because he is bigger, but he is also just as explosive as any linebacker that they have on the roster. So good player. Would have rather them drafted a safety, but still a good player for them to pick up.
And as you mentioned, Blake Cashman, he is a free agent after this season, so it might be investing in the future. Also, there were rumors of a Jonathan Greenard trade possibly to the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, it's a different type of linebacker, more of an edge guy, but they want athletes. And you said this is a Flores pick. He fits that scheme?
Yeah, just the size, the speed, the fact that you can move him around and remain unpredictable. I mean, how many linebackers are asked to stand up over the slot as much as he was at the college level? But he's not, when they ask linebackers to do, they're like 6 feet tall, 220 pounds.
6'4", you're in the way of some passing lanes.
Yeah, so exactly.
You're right. When I think of Brian Flores, it's pre-snap disguise into a cluster, and that's a kind of guy that I could totally see doing.
Golday is a really, really seamless ad for their defense.
I would have been a little bit nervous if he went to a team that said, hey, we want you to play like traditional inside linebacker right away. Yeah. But this defense, there's going to be plenty of flexibility to say to him, like, hey, man, just go play in space. That's what we want you to do. So I like the landing spot as well.
Yeah, you just like him because he doesn't just defend the run. He's the kind of guy that would excel in 7-on-7.
Really, affecting the passing game. See, now you're catching on.
I get it. 45.
What size shirt do you wear? I'll get you an Air Raid Boy shirt.
Yeah.
XL. Okay. Actually, I'm becoming more of an L, but
all right, okay.
It's tough. It's a weird place to be.
In
because
between.
I just have answered XL my entire life, but now my wife's like, you look like it's baggy. And I'm like, thanks, boo, appreciate you. Green Bay Packers are on the clock. They have not made a draft pick yet. It has not happened. This will be their first pick of the draft. A lot of it was because of the Micah Parsons trade. So that's the reason they haven't had it. Coming off that ACL, they did trade, of course, with Rashawn Gary. They lost some offensive linemen this offseason. Elton Jenkins moved on. Romeo Doubs moved on. Wicks moved on. And then, of course, Malik Willis. But this is a team that battling out in the wild card with the Bears. They have their first pick, Connor. What do you think they might be looking at?
I'd love to see them get more talent at corner, but we've kind of had the mini run on corner. I wonder if they're a Brandon Cisse team, Trev, when you look at his size. But Also, you brought up offensive line and how that's changed over this last year. Lefkoe, that'll be kind of interesting to me. Emmanuel Pregnon, I believe, is still on the board.
He is.
Yeah.
For your starters.
They added no offensive linemen this offseason. They did add Javon Hargrave and Zaire Franklin, but no help on that O-line.
Yeah, they also are often willing to draft that position even when they have their starting 5.
Yes.
Green Bay is never afraid to continue to add to that group. So I wonder if they look at the interior class here as well. Obviously a big loss at linebacker in free agency. I know they brought in Zaire Franklin, but do you kind of now we've had the linebacker run. Jake Golday went, Trotter went, Rodriguez
surprised
went.
CJ
Allen
Allen's
didn't.
still
Oh,
available.
Golday went above Allen.
Yeah, they've drafted a lot of Georgia players, it feels
Interesting.
like, over the years as well. So do they go back to that well here?
I wonder if this is O-line.
I was going to.
Oh, it is Cisse.
Very good
okay.
call. Very good call.
So I wondered if he was going to be a target here for the Green Bay Packers simply because 26 percentile arm length. Normally they're a team that really wants their corners to be bigger and longer, but I guess he cleared the threshold that they wanted him to.
41-inch vertical, 10-11 broad jump at corner, went from NC State to South Carolina. He is an athlete, and now he is the pick for the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, very raw. I think this range is better for him than when we saw him in the top 30 to 40 picks in a lot of mock drafts. I viewed him more as a later third-rounder, very developmental. But
He's very young.
I'm on the lower end. Yeah, he's a 20-year-old prospect today. Good size, wider frame. He has no fear of playing physical. That's what you're going to see with him. He's a plus against the run. That's a big difference at corner. He likes getting involved in the run game. He's smart. He's balanced. But in coverage, this is my issue right here. Constantly playing through the hands. Never turns for the ball. His speed was challenged, I thought, by Concepcion specifically. And that's what you want to see more of, the ability to open up your hips and run down the field and find the ball. He's just very raw in route development and man coverage right now. So I'm going to give this one a C for the Packers. I think he has a lot of upside, but he's someone that I didn't think was ready to play this year and just has a long way to go in terms of the feel and coverage, Trevor.
I'm going to give it a B+. I think I like this player more than you, and just
in general,
as a baseline. So I think that the fact that he hits the thresholds that you want for Green Bay, I like that about him. I think he's incredibly twitchy. And you mentioned, he needs to clean up the footwork. He needs to be more precise. He needs to be more in control. But I think I've seen the athletic ability from him to where you look at it, he is a younger player. He's got some developmental years that will be coming for him. I think he can become a shutdown corner. Now, it's going to be very interesting that Jonathan Gannon is his defensive coordinator now in Green Bay, because when you look at Jonathan Gannon last year with the Arizona Cardinals, bottom 5 in the NFL when it came to man coverage rate on the outside. So that man coverage role is really where I feel like Brandon Cisse is going to be best. Do they allow him to play that a little bit more with change at defensive coordinator and with Jonathan Gannon being the guy who's going to be the coordinator now?
Yeah, I wonder if that was maybe because of, ultimately what he had versus what he will have now. That's what I always watch with DCs and man coverage. What can I do versus what do I want to do?
You talked about not getting his head around. Well, zone will help you look back at the quarterback.
100%. Allows him to play with his eyes rather than having to match up. He is a great athlete, and he is physical.
Yes.
It feels like he just was always 1 second away from being where he needed to be for the ball, and they're going to coach that out of him. Some college teams have you play through the hands, so maybe he was asked to play through the hands.
Yeah.
But I just thought he was very raw at the corner position.
I just see a corner from South Carolina, and I immediately think athlete. There's just something about that jersey.
That's true.
Every player that comes out of South Carolina feels like a stud.
That's
Might be
true.
the Amen Worry just rubbing off on
J.C. Horn, too, though, on the outside.
And then I think our first draft, I don't think you were here yet, I believe was Jadeveon Clowney.
It was the Clowney play, of course, against
and
Michigan.
that play, and just seeing that helmet nonstop, taking that guy's soul.
The greatest ball don't lie play of all time.
It really was.
You remember the setup
right.
for that?
Yes.
The whole reason why the play was there is because they were half a yard away,
right.
And Steve Spurrier screaming at him that they didn't get the first down, and then on the very next play,
It didn't matter in Raider history.
Indianapolis Colts are on, and it is now time for Chris Ballard's first pick in this draft. 10th season with Indianapolis for Chris Ballard,
amazing.
which I feel like he's been one of the best the entire time, but they've missed the playoffs for 5 straight seasons. They did lose Kwity Paye, which was a great pick for them back in 21. Maybe they address that here, but they actually go C.J. Allen, the linebacker from Georgia. C.J. Allen, a 3-year starter at Georgia, first-team All-American, led the team in tackles, tackle for loss, forced fumble. He shows up on every line of the stat sheet. now he's showing up in Indianapolis, Connor.
Yeah, and when you think of Chris Ballard, a guy that's scouted, in the SEC for a long time, so he knows these programs as well as anybody. And the word with C.J. Allen was this was the guy in their front seven that got everybody lined up, Trevor, got everybody ready. He's constantly yelling pre-snap, constantly moving people around. He terrorizes the run game with instincts, tenacity, play speed. Yes, you could see in the 3 games he came back for after the meniscus injury, he was not moving the same. I'm not going to dock him for those games because he wasn't back healthy. When you watch him the first half of the season, I mean, this is somebody that just played the position like a pro at the college level with his instincts, awareness, and he's got enough athleticism. Not the biggest guy in the world, but at, modern-day linebacker, you're seeing a lot of guys like this. I'll give this one a B for me. I think C.J. Allen fits really, really well in their front seven and was a need as they wanted to get younger at off-ball linebacker.
I'm going to give this pick an A+. I think this is an A+ pick for them here at number 53. And the reason why is because this is their biggest area of need, and they hit it with a player who I think's 20 spots ahead of where he got selected on the big board. Let's take a look at C.J. Allen here. Pro comp for him, little throwback for you guys. Curtis Lofton, built very similarly to that player. He's got similar ties as well, but I just think they play the game the same way, where it's a lot of power, it's a lot of physicality. They've got the same body type. And let's watch this play from C.J. Allen here. So like Connor was talking about, the big question is with how well he can cover, okay? And watch this play that we have here from C.J. Allen, where he's number 3 here. Sorry, I forgot to highlight that. We've got him right here. Watch him, multiple moves that we have here to cover this player. Drops, okay, flips his hips again. If he can't cover, somebody forgot to tell him on this play, because he covers that about as well as you possibly can. So I wanted to highlight that specifically because he's a run stuffer. He gets everybody ready. He makes the calls for the defense, but I also think there's that extra coverage ability. I think that was way too heavily criticized in his game. I think he could do it, and it was the biggest need that Indianapolis had to fix. I think they got a good one by picking C.J. Allen.
Oh, I'm so upset.
I was too low on my grade.
I'm so upset.
I had him in my top 40.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm scaling back that B for the people out there. All right, the pick is in. The Eagles are on. This is a big moment.
They took Eli Stout.
Whoa!
I'm so mad.
Whoa!
I know he's good, but Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was there, and we need a safety, and we could have paired up Quinyon Mitchell with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the 2 Toledo guys. But let me be positive. This is going into the annals. We did need a tight end. The Vanderbilt tight end, Eli Stowers, led Vanderbilt in reception, led all FBS tight ends in receiving yards per game. He logs countless hours. He works harder than the rest of the team. He is a former quarterback, I believe.
Yeah, former 4-star.
That is a serious athlete. And we do know that Dallas Goedert is going to be a free agent at the end of the season. Connor, talk to me about who the Eagles just got. I need you.
Such a unique athlete. I'm here for you, Lefkoe. Don't worry. Burst, fluidity, that change of direction. In 2025, this guy caught 40 first downs as a tight end. He's got juice after the catch, man. He can really, really move. That's the thing with him. When you look at a former state high jump champion, he is a unique athlete. I trust the Eagles to utilize a guy like this the right way. That's my concern with Stowers. I'm like, what team is he going to go to? Kind of reminds me, he's a better athlete than this guy, but when we're talking about Harold Fannin last year, it's like, are they going to use him the right way? Can you play him as a power slot? You know you're a good athlete when you're a tight end on a team, and they're running a pass play to you over and over again just to get the ball in your hands for you to create your own yards.
He won the Mackey Award?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, then I'm in.
Yeah, you're back.
We're good. We're good. He's got hardware, we're good.
Now, let me say this, because he's not an inline guy. I like the effort as a blocker. Maybe more of a perimeter blocker. You're not going to play him on the line of scrimmage. It's effort.
He's better than who our second blocking tight end.
I'm going to give this one a B for me because he's not a true tight end, but the Eagles know how to utilize this kind of athlete as they revamp their pass catching group.
I had this as the pick for the Eagles in the second round in the mock draft.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
So this is something that I thought was very possible for them because we're expecting A.J. Brown to be subtracted off of this team's roster at some point. I'm going to give this a B+ because I like the player a lot. I like where he's going to Philadelphia for them to figure it out. The interesting part about all of this, though, now, Connor, you've got Mekhi Lemon and you've got Eli Stowers. These are 2 players who are in breaking, rhythm throw, middle of the field type of receivers, and that has not been what Jalen Hurts has been throughout his entire career.
So I've thought about this all night. And we're going to get to the trade in a second, but I'm not doing it right now because I want to talk about the Eagles. Trade alert, Patriots, great. Screw the Patriots, bro. I think what I'm loving about Howie Roseman is he is not someone that succumbs to sunk cost fallacy. And there are questions about Jalen Hurts. He is making moves right now for Sean Mannion, the new OC. It is that Green Bay, Rams, crossers.
Yes.
The Eagles ran no motion last year.
Yeah.
Because apparently Jalen Hurts didn't like motion.
Right.
All of these guys are multiple. I mean, this is a dude, I'm looking, a 45.5-inch vertical with an 11-foot broad. This is a freak athlete. So I have a feeling, this is my, and you could put it on wax, this is the prove-it year for Jalen Hurts. That I don't think Howie would be afraid to move off. And it's not, I'm going to draft guys for my quarterback.
Right.
I'm going to draft guys for my system, and we'll see if he can play in that system. That's just my hot take that I thought of overnight for the Eagles, that this is it, and we're not worried about pleasing you anymore.
I mean, Lefkoe, I'm with you all the way on this.
I still wanted to make McDaniel.
I just loved looking up at the chat and seeing Lefkoe is a McPounder in the middle of that glorious run. I didn't want to ruin it.
I am.
You are a McPounder.
So he's only got 2 years left of guaranteed money on his deal. We know that he's not going anywhere, obviously, for this year, but 2027, there's only $22 million guaranteed left on his deal. So you can move on from him if you don't like the way that he's playing with this new offense that they have.
So we're going to learn a lot this year.
Yes, we are.
You could tell with as you mentioned, Lemon and Stowers now, it's a different type of offense. Yeah.
You gotta. We're not just going to cater to you the entire year. We're going into camp, and this is who we are and what we're doing.
And also, Eagles fans know they ran a lot of 2 tight end sets last year.
Oh, yeah.
And the second tight end behind Goddard was one of the worst blockers that we have seen. And it was like a huge tell on the offense. Now you have a legitimate 2 tight end set that you can do.
Yep.
Those two with Devonta. Okay, I'm done. The New England Patriots have traded up with the LA Chargers.
Yeah.
He was at 63 that the Patriots were. They took Lomu in the first round, who had one of the most embarrassing animations that we have seen.
You didn't like it?
That was unbelievable.
Like, I can't get his groove on at the NFL draft? What are you talking about?
Dude, get a little motion?
Come on.
It looked like I can't get a little motion. No, it looked very much like Beyonce put a ring on it type of
I
motion.
respected how confident he was.
That to me felt like they were like, do a dance, and he did it, and then he never asked, what is this for? Like, he never asked, where is this going to air?
Oh, no,
It's sort of like, can you imagine, like, you're an NBA player, and they're like, all right, now say make some noise, and you're like, make some noise, and then the whole season they play that? That's what it felt like. Nobody told him, when you get drafted, the most important moment of your life, you're going to be dancing like this.
He did the spin. And they were like, all right, we're good. And he's like, oh, no.
Yeah.
What have I done? I don't want to play in the NFL anymore. Delete this.
Who do you think they could be trading up to get?
Well, they took a tackle yesterday, and I know a player they really liked in this process was Gabe Akis. So,
that's a tough name to say quickly.
But he fits what they like on the edge. But there's a couple different directions they can go. I'm very curious. I know they liked Akis a lot throughout the pre-draft process.
Home run.
Yeah.
Yes.
I heard.
So obvious.
Basically, what I had heard was they were blown away by the person matching with the tape. This is someone who was a state champion wrestler.
Twice.
Great hands.
Yeah.
I mean, twice. Yeah. Great hands. Trains like a pro. He's got an NFL body because he lives in the weight room. I mean, this is an A+ for me with Gabe Akis. I think he plays with power.
So it's a silent J.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Akis.
Yep.
Yeah.
They had him play standing up. They had him play with his hand in the dirt. Another guy that just murders pullers, no fear coming downhill against the run game, can convert speed to power. And he's been playing at a high level since his freshman year for this Illinois program. I mean, this is a Patriots team that they wanted a true pro to add to their edge rotation. They get that. They make the move for Gabe Akis. That's how much they loved him.
No, he's a perfect Patriots front type of an outside linebacker prospect. I'm giving this one an A as well. I think that the way that he plays, the power that he has. I mean, you just look at the weight profile. We go back to summer scouting, right? And I go, okay, what's he listed at? 6'2", 6'3", or something, and like 275
No,
pounds.
here's what's crazy. His spring weight was 280.
Yeah, 280.
Yeah.
So I'm saying to myself, okay, this is a 4-eye defensive end.
Right.
That's all we're going to see here. And the first play, he's in a 2-point stance as a 3-4 outside linebacker. I go, okay, this guy's going to be built different. So I think he's perfect.
Are we able to put up the trade that happened? Do we have a graphic for that the chat is going crazy about right now? Adam Schefter tweeted about it. I'm under strict rules because apparently I talk too much. I don't want to say it. But the Eagles didn't. Okay, I can say the trade. Okay, great. The Eagles traded pick number 98 to the Vikings for Jonathan Grenard. And how do you say his last? Is it Greenard?
No. You said the name
Greenard.
right. I can't believe the return.
And that 98 pick was a compensatory pick that they got from losing Milton Williams. So they lose Milton Williams, take that compensatory pick, and then get an edge rusher.
Howie has always been about the chess game of compensatory
Let him go,
picks.
get the compensatory pick.
Always. That's why they get ahead of their needs from the premium positions in the NFL draft to do this exact thing. That's an excellent addition.
So now, and here is the tweet right here. They're getting Jonathan Greenard. We already have Photoshop. Incredible. So that means that right now they got Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, and now Jonathan Greenard undrafted.
Yeah, Alec Halaby, their assistant GM, runs a lot of their analytics to put together the compensatory pick formula. Them and the Ravens are typically the masters of that. There's a couple organizations that have followed
I think
suit.
Gladstone's going to be in that group too from the Jags.
I would not be shocked, speaking of the Jags. We had heard, it felt like during free agency, that Greenard is going to cost a second-round pick. This is it's
practically a fourth-round pick.
That is amazing deal of business for the Eagles.
Now they'll have to pay him, right? They'll have to pay him.
Sure. Maybe a tack-on
extension. But you know what?
extension,
They were
1
going to
year.
pay Jalen Phillips, and he left. So now
There
you can allocate the money towards edge. Okay, enough. I get too fanboy.
That's a big deal, that trade.
Okay, good.
Whoa!
Wow.
Nate.
What?
Yeah.
How do you say that last name, Connor?
Borkircher?
Borkircher.
I might have messed up a little.
No way.
Okay, we have Shock here in the draft room.
Yeah,
6'5",
Nate Borkircher.
245, tight end out of Texas A&M is going to Jacksonville. You two, the stock exchange, are stunned. Connor, what kind of a player are the Jags getting?
He's a wide tight. He's going to play an inline role for them in the run game in the red zone. That's what he does. When you look at
In the second round?
Yeah, when you look at him, this is somebody that, you know what's weird to me? I really like Brenton Strange on the line of scrimmage for this team. So I didn't view this as a big-time need in this situation for me. I mean, I didn't think he was very fast, and he's quick off the snap, and he plays with a physical brand of football, but I don't expect him to be an overly impressive pass-catching tight end where you had to take him here this early. Man, I had him at 170, guys.
170?
I have him at 136. He's not even top 100 on the consensus board.
There are. If you needed an inline tight end, I thought there were better options on the board.
There's about
multiple
4 or
better.
5.
I mean, I give this a D.
And right now, the chat agreeing with you.
I
They got us
don't.
an F.
I don't get how they assess the value of this. I thought there was better tight ends. I didn't view this as a crazy need for this team in terms of this type of tight end. And I think you could have got this player. Man, if you loved him, I thought you're talking third round, but Trevor, I thought he was a 4th or 5th round, maybe 4th round kind of player. This is a hard one to quantify, honestly.
I mean, he walked on at Nebraska. He walked on at Nebraska, redshirted, played 4 years the year after that, 12 games in 2023, 12 games in 2024, transferred to Texas A&M. I mean, I like this player. For example, like I know that Tampa was pretty interested in this player, like on day 3. This is crazy to me.
Gladstone has done some crazy things.
He goes off the wall.
Take us into his brain. What do you think he's thinking?
I think he's looking at, and I knew the Jags were going to pick tight end at some point in this draft, even with maybe one of their first couple of picks that they had. Because when Brenton Strange got hurt last year, the offense is different.
It's sunk.
The offense is completely different. And so if they believe that Borkircher is sort of like somebody who can not only complement Brenton Strange, but maybe, elevate the offense if Brenton Strange gets hurt, then that's why they're picking him here. But we talked about the game of the NFL draft, right? The intel of the NFL draft. I would also give this a D or an F, not because I totally hate the player, but I think you could have gotten him maybe 2 rounds later.
So I was going to say they have 3 third-round picks. You think he would have been there for one of them?
This is an F. This is an F for them. The fact that they have 3 third-round picks, I think this has to be an F.
So that's the first pick of their draft.
If you wanted this kind of tight end, if you're concerned about Sam Roush's arm length, okay, you pass over Sam Roush. I wouldn't have. I thought Will Kazmarek from Ohio State was a better version of what Borkircher did at A&M, playing the Y role. It's just it lacks feel for the board, and Jacksonville has waited a really long time to pick, where if you're a Jacksonville fan, you're like, we waited to do that?
I can't believe that. That is flooring.
It's definitely the strangest.
There are so many blocking I mean, Sam Roush, Eli Raridon. Like, I'd take Oscar Delp.
I mean, you went through, all of those guys. I thought I liked Daquan Wright better.
I thought Oscar Delp was a really, really good target for this team in late day 3. Perfect complement and sort of a backup version of Brenton Strange and everything that Brenton Strange does.
Is this one of those picks where, like,
Wow.
they high five in the draft room and then, like, they go online and they see what people are
What
saying?
have we done?
And they're like, oh, no.
It's weird. This feels like a pick where you're assuming, obviously, the head coach, who should have a lot of pull with this organization, just had to have this pick.
I don't know. I can't believe that they
I
landed
can tell
on
you guys
him.
you're stumped, and this doesn't happen often.
Well, I mean,
No.
I'll say it again, 170. And if I was on the low, maybe I'm on the lower end. I'm going to look where he was on the consensus board because I'm really curious now. But I don't know, man. It's just so he was 170 on consensus board.
So this is a shock.
Trev, a little higher on him.
At 136, and they picked him at 56.
Yeah, this is like a Cole Strange.
You might have been able to pick him 100 picks later.
Wow, that's 3 rounds. That's like 5th round.
When you already are trying to capitalize.
Producer
on
Ian
the
has
capital.
told me I could talk about the Eagles again if I want to, but I don't need to go that
You're having
deep.
fun with this.
Oh, I think that, to me, bigger question, if we were going to zoom out, the Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is the conversation that I'm curious
The
about.
fall right
Well,
now.
Yes.
here's the good thing.
The
for
Bears
Emmanuel-
got Thieneman. Do you go both of them?
Oh shoot, they did get.
No,
Thieneman.
because they signed Kobe Bryant in free agency, so they should be good now.
It was such a steal that they got Dylan Thieneman that I forgot they had Dylan Thieneman. I thought they were
Right,
for
it's like, there's
sure
no way that can
picking
happen.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
No, yeah, and they got Kobe Bryant in free agency, so they got to love their safety tandem right now. I mean, the Bears are a team that they're gonna need a center.
I want to ask a question that might not be nice. So Gladstone, right? So celebrated last year for pulling off something that was crazy in Travis Hunter. Well, now we know Travis Hunter is just a cornerback.
Right.
Do we start examining some of the moves he's made, kind of looking at it? Let's focus on
There's your center, by the way.
Yeah, let's focus on the Bears. They go center, and they go Logan Jones. They did have that big retirement in the offseason. The center retiring, and now they have a replacement. 700-pound squat, an Iowa record, the Remington Trophy winner, so the best center in college football, unanimous All-American. In his last 17 games, 0 penalties, a non-issue, and now he's going to the Chicago Bears.
And Lefkoe, that's because he's played so much football at a high level for this Iowa team that he's been able to be a disciplined player as well. I mean, this is a converted defensive lineman that turned into a 4-year starter at center. A premium athlete, explosive in the run game, so quick into his rep. He gets on top of linebackers before they even know what's happening in the run game. Now, he does struggle to consistently sustain blocks. I think sometimes when you watch, I love the attitude he plays with. And when he gets under defenders, he wants to drive them to the ground. The hand placement, he's still dialing in on that a little bit. But I wrote outside zone starting center with the right coaching, because you look at the athletic testing, you look at what he's been able to put on tape and how battle-tested he is. I trust Ben Johnson in this spot with this pick. Logan Jones was player 68 for me. We're getting around that range. This is a rock-solid B. The Bears needed a center. They go out and get the guy that fits their scheme.
Yeah, I'll go with a B- here. He's a little bit lower on my board overall. I had some other centers that were ranked ahead of him, but specifically for the Chicago Bears, I don't think people really understand like how important Drew Dahlman was to this run game.
Right.
It was paramount with what they were doing. This is an outside zone type of a run scheme, and Logan Jones is perfect at that. We didn't have time to do our team-specific top 100s this year, but if we did, Logan Jones would probably have been in this range for Chicago specifically. Now, you mentioned he struggles a little bit to maintain those blocks just because he's got first percentile arm length, but he's got that Iowa build to him where he is phenomenal at zone blocking. Had nearly an elite run blocking grade from PFF this past year in zone blocking. An 82nd percentile run blocker when it came to positively graded run blocking plays. And so I do think that this is a scheme fit for them. Even though I had other centers that were ranked a little bit higher, I'm still going to go B-.
And you mentioned Drew Dahlman. They also signed Garrett Bradbury, so he doesn't have to start right away. I've also never heard someone described as 1% arm length.
First percentile arm length.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I just imagine like a T-Rex walking around the locker room.
Essentially.
It's a weird class where we have a couple of those.
We have a lot of those, actually.
What was in the water 20 years ago?
We were questioning the combine measurements as well.
There was a lot of questions about different aspects of the combine.
know.
The 40, the
Yeah.
measurements.
Yeah.
People were told at pro days to remeasure.
Yeah.
And there were differences.
Big
You
combine.
think it was just one rogue measure guy?
Yeah, might have
we
been.
don't know
Big
what happened.
combine. Might have been up to something.
One
Oh,
guy-
there it is.
There, in a great spot for him. The Cleveland
Ooh.
Browns traded up, and they get the safety that we have been waiting to see. Low moving costs.
Yeah,
From
baby.
Toledo to Cleveland. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, 6'4", 201. You don't got a lot of safeties
I mean,
at 6'4".
cyborg.
9 career forced fumbles. He's got a little peanut punch in him. Built like a linebacker and hits like one, too. And we just saw Quinyon Mitchell go, so we're not worried about Toledo players anymore.
No, we're not, especially in the secondary. They got 2 corners that might hear their name drafted tomorrow. That's how great of a group they've done in Toledo with their secondary. This guy, man, long-limbed, plus vision, experience in the box, experience at free safety. He's even played in the slot. You talk about forcing the 8 fumbles over the last 3 seasons. That peanut punch is violent, Lefkoe. The big strides, he can cover so much turf sideline to sideline because he's got such big strides against the screen game, against the outside zone run game. He fires downhill, and he'll make you pay if you come across the middle of the field. That's what I really, really like about him. He does not, he's an enforcer. He's a modern-day enforcer, and it's not the reckless enforcer that's going to get flagged and thrown out of the game. I think he plays with control. This is an A for me. This player was much better than the draft slot, and great job getting him here.
Yeah, I think that the value of getting this player is really good. So I will give this I'll give this an A-. Getting Emmanuel McNeil Warren all the way down here on the draft board at number 58. I think that I'm intrigued when it comes to the scheme fit specifically here with the Cleveland Browns, because I think Emmanuel McNeil Warren is best when he can operate as a 2-high safety. And when you look at the Cleveland Browns, they were bottom 3 in the NFL in how often they ran 2-high safeties. And then you go, okay, well, hold on. Jim Schwartz, their defense coordinator, he's not their defense coordinator anymore.
right.
But Mike Rutenberg is, who came from the Falcons, who were right below where the Browns were when it came to 2-high safety shells. So it's kind of, if he's going to keep that the same, I wonder about the fit with him playing maybe more single high, but maybe they'll just use him as the box.
And just a little depth there. Grant Delpit will be a free agent after the year. Marlon Klein. Are you guys just shocked at the order of the tight ends?
Completely floored.
It's
59th overall for Klein. Where'd you have him?
213. This is worse than Borkercher by like a 45.
What are
Who
we
are the tight ends
doing?
that you guys liked before all these guys?
Well, they're drafting these guys off of size and physicality. That's what this is. Although I like some bigger tight ends better. I mean, Klein is, in my opinion, a little bit of a project. You're talking about a German-born prospect that, to his credit, he became a team captain at Michigan. But he's a developmental player. He's got size. He's got the tools to be an inline tight end at the next level. But, Trevor, I thought this was a day 3 developmental player. I'm going to give this one a D again. I just don't think you need to prioritize this player in this tight end class this way when more accomplished prospects that can play the Y tight end spot, like Sam Roush, Eli Raridan. You talked about Delp earlier. I don't want to waste the whole show going through the 15 tight ends. This is a developmental player in the second round. I don't do developmental players in the second round at tight end.
What number?
213.
What did you have him at?
I had him, hold on, let's go to the big board here, 148.
Wow.
This is an F for me. This is once again an F, especially for a team that has a lot of picks to be able to select Marlon Klein later. Another player who, man, Borkercher, Klein, players that I wanted to talk highly of when they got drafted in the 4th round.
I totally agree.
And now you just have a completely different conversation about this player.
What are the good things he does?
I mean, he is very strong. I do like his potential as an inline blocker.
As a blocker,
he is a completely developmental receiver. They really didn't lean on him at all whatsoever there. You're picking this player in the 2nd round. What do teams think of Max Clare? They think he's a bum.
But once again, if you wanted the bigger tight end, there were more accomplished, bigger tight ends.
Yeah, what about Kazmarek?
Kazmarek, I'll say that name over and over again. I'll say Roush's name over and over again.
Yes.
The only thing I'll say with Raridan, where some teams might not be as excited for him as I am, is that he had the 2 ACLs.
I'm a little lower on
Right,
Raridan,
he had the 2 ACLs.
but I'd take Raridan over Klein
by
and
a
Borkercher.
mile. I don't know. It's strange.
All right, this is the position group that has you guys flummoxed. That was pick number 59. The Tennessee Titans have traded up to pick number 60. They had 2 picks in the first round. It was Carnell Tate at number 4 and Keldrick Falk at number 31. And they move up here with I believe this was the other Chicago Bears pick. So the Bears traded down. They get pick number 69. So we'll see them in about 9 picks. Swapping with the Tennessee Titans. Tennessee has gone wide receiver and edge. They do have needs at offensive line. They have needs at linebacker and running back as well. Any possible leans here from Tennessee?
This is an interesting one because they can keep adding to this offense. There's no doubt about that. They moved up into this pick, which means they see somebody sliding.
Yeah.
Do they go the other Auburn edge and go Kieron Crawford and just take both of them?
Crawford has that ability to get off the ball that Saleh likes.
Yeah,
he's late to football, but I don't.
Does Anthony Hill fit into his linebacker?
Oh, maybe.
Off-ball linebacker would be interesting because they've added a lot of front 4 players. They traded for Jermaine Johnson. They signed John Franklin Myers.
Or do they attack the middle of the offensive line with the guys not named Skoronski and go with maybe a Pregnon or some of the other interior O-line prospects?
Pregnon being here would be big time if they felt like he can slot in at right guard for them. I know they added Cordell Volson.
How much zone did Dable run? I don't remember. I felt like he was more of a power.
I think he's balanced.
Okay, then that could work.
I'll say another thing too. Maybe they're watching the tight end run that we didn't see coming and getting worried.
Is it a run when it's tight ends?
Cody Hardy next?
Don't run?
Right. Cody Hardy, great call.
I mean,
he was the last player on my top 335.
I mean, at this point, he's a blocking tight end, right?
Yep. You can block. You're getting drafted early.
Miles Kitselman from Tennessee.
There you go.
Come on down. If you can block, clearly you got value. Which I do think it speaks to more of a theme in the NFL of just wanting to get stronger.
They need a nickel, I think. A higher-end nickel. There's a couple left on the board. Kilgore and Keontae Scott are still on the board, right?
Oh, yeah. Keontae Scott? I think Keontae Scott's very much a solid player.
Safety out of Miami.
Yeah. But he's listed as a safety. He'll play a lot in the slot for you. He'll mainly play nickel for you. I mean, he was one of the best in all of college football this past season.
How about myself? I did well there.
Nice job,
Hill
Lefkoe.
Jr. You said he would kind of fit that scheme. Anthony Hill Jr. now going to be a part of that Robert Saleh defense. Big 12 Freshman of the Year, then second-team All-American twice. Anthony Hill Jr. been one of the best linebackers in the country since his first snap, and now he's going to a defense that features linebacker play.
Yeah, and Saleh's excellent at getting linebackers later and developing them with more of a see-ball, get-ball mentality in his scheme. He's going to be 21 years old his entire rookie season. You talk about the production. He's been a highly productive player, forcing fumbles, flying around making plays with that peanut punch. And I think he's got the wrestling-style grip strength as a tackler. He's a good mover. I think at times he's a little vulnerable in coverage, but it's developing. The one thing I want to see with Anthony Hill Jr. improve, and I think Saleh's scheme actually helps this a lot, I want to see him utilize that big frame to be more violent through blocks. You're a bigger linebacker, right? Work through blocks. You don't need to slip every single block. So this is a B for me. The value adds up. I love the spot he goes to from a developmental stage because Saleh doesn't get enough credit for what he does with off-ball linebackers. But this guy, he's still a little green in some areas as well as a younger player in this draft.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lot. Oh, okay. I would have rather had Kyle Lewis, but
they wanted size.
They wanted somebody a little bit bigger. I'll give this
25-pound difference.
I'll give this a B- because I wasn't the biggest fan of Anthony Hill Jr. when we talked about him potentially, going very early second round, maybe back end of the first round type of projection. But this is a lot better. I like this here for him. Getting pick 60. It's still a little bit earlier than where I had him on my big board, but specifically to what you said, this is one of the spots that I would prefer that he go to because I think he's got a lot of really great athleticism. He's got the track background to him. I just feel as though there are times when he doesn't play as physical as he needs to between the tackles.
I'm with you, man.
But Saleh could be great for him in that regard, right?
Well, you think of all the linebackers, whether it's from Quincy Williams to Tatum Bethune to all these different. I think Miles Jack back in the day with Saleh.
Yeah,
there's your guy.
So many.
Okay, here. A team that actually evaluated the tight ends.
I mean, do I have to give this an A because he was picked behind Borkircher and Klein?
First team
all
steal
of the draft.
Over 1,300 yards at Ohio State. They went surprisingly quarterback in the first round, and now they get Matt Stafford, their active quarterback, a weapon. What is he getting?
Yeah, Sean McVay took the wheel of the war room again, thank God. So Max Clare, quick, agile. He's somebody to me that at his best at Purdue, and it wasn't the same at Ohio State, but at his best at Purdue, a lot of Sam Laporta vibes. That's what I got from Max Clare right away. He's competitive on the line of scrimmage. He's not the biggest guy, but he can chip. He takes advantage of getting off the line of scrimmage into his routes. He stays square as a blocker. He's got such a good understanding of how to get on top of defenders in coverage and then snap off to separate. And then you see, physical enough at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
Not a baller, but physical enough, and then can make things happen with the ball in his hands. And he's got good tracking down the field as well. So this was right in the range that I had him. He's not the biggest guy. I wish he was more productive after he transferred to Ohio State. But man, I love the fit for a team that runs so much 12 and 13 personnel like the Rams do. This is a great landing spot. I think Clare is going to regain the form he had in 2024. A- for me. This is a great fit with Sean McVay.
Yeah, I'll give this one an A. I mean, I like Max Clare a lot. I think that as the draft process kind of went on, he became more and more underrated because he wasn't as flashy. You and I both had him as tight end 1 coming out of summer scouting, and that's because he was an awesome receiver when he was at Purdue. Then he put on some extra weight when he transferred to Ohio State, and he became more of a blocking tight end, but more of an all-around tight end, I would say. And I think people were disappointed at what he became at Ohio State because he was an all-around tight end, and then going back to watch his film, you kind of just appreciated that instead.
Right, the player's still in there.
Yeah, 100% he is. Colby Parkinson, Davis Allen, those guys are free agents this upcoming offseason as well, so you're getting ahead of that need where you've got Tyler Higbee, you've got Terrence Ferguson, now you've got Max Clare as well. So it's a very, very, very crowded tight end room for 2026, but it gets a lot more clear for him to be a tight end 1, tight end 2 for them the following season.
It's hard to be productive at Ohio State when you have top 5 wide receivers.
Right.
Carnell Tate went 4th.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith would have went 2 in this draft.
Yes, exactly.
So
it's tough. We do have a trade alert. The Buffalo Bills, with all of those mid-round picks now, are just going to shuffle around and find where they need to go. They were the 3rd pick in the 2nd round when they took T.J. Parker. That was their 1st pick. I believe this is their 2nd pick, moving up with the Denver Broncos. This was supposed to be the Denver Broncos' 1st pick of the draft. They're trying to accumulate more picks. Buffalo, they went T.J. Parker. They still may need that interior D-line. Where else could they look here?
they go interior defensive line, big citrus. Dominique Orange is still out there. If they go that direction, do they value an A.J. Halsey at safety? Do they look at a player like that?
Or a Keontae Scott.
Keontae Scott in the nickel. Although, they bring in D. Alford. Maybe he's going to play the nickel for them this year. That'll be kind of interesting. I know they have a lot of guys, even after trading for, of course, DJ Moore. They're going to take a receiver in this draft.
That's what I was going to say.
They're going to do it at some point.
Do we think about,
Who
Brennan
do you look
Thompson, Bryce Lance,
Deep threats?
Chris Brazzell?
Are they a Chris Brazzell team?
Right, yeah. I don't know. I don't think they'd go with
Fields, Chris Bell.
Chris Bell would be
I don't know
really.
if they would be a Chris Bell team. You think they would be?
They're so hard to predict at wide receiver. They've tried everything.
They
you think of Shakir, you think of Palmer. They get more. They've tried literally every kind of receiver.
What if they get a good one?
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Maybe they should try that here.
No, hold on here. I'd like Kilo Shakir.
He's a solid.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
It'll be the first
Low-end
year
too.
of Joe Brady as head coach, moving over from offensive coordinator after all those years of Sean McDermott. Pete Carmichael Jr. is the OC, and we mentioned Jim Leonard taking over the DC spot. But it's interesting. The last few years, it's been Josh Allen gets paid so much we can't afford anybody else. This is the first draft where I feel like Buffalo is like, let's fill up our roster with as many 2nd and 3rd rounders as we can to create a little bit of structure in the salary cap.
Ooh, I saw this in the chat. Is this a Ted Hurst spot?
That would be the big wide receiver game.
That's the Georgia State kid?
Yes. Who's also an elite athlete.
Oh, I mean, all of his measurables were popping up.
Right.
He's the small school George Pickens.
Right.
Like he's like if Georgia State had a
4'2",
George Pickens, that's what
a
it looks like.
36.5-inch vertical with an 11-foot 3-inch broad jump.
Yeah.
I love a good JUCO transfer, man.
Of course. Yeah.
I don't care how you do on your tests. How do you do on the field?
There you go, Lefkoe. That
That'll
one's
be
for the
fun.
kids watching.
Yeah. Studying is for 4th rounders.
And do they look to continue to add to the middle of their defense at off-ball linebacker? We've had a little run in this 2nd round. Trevor brought up Kyle Lewis before. I think Bryce Betcher is going to go earlier than people expect. But I don't know if they
I'm not going to lie. With the tight ends off the board the way they came off the board, I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of this draft.
Here's my best available here. Now, they lost a starter in free agency at guard. Do they look at Pregnon and go, we always restock this?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Pregnon is...
Because they have Alec Anderson
Pregnon's too good of a player to still be here, in my opinion.
The only offensive linemen they signed were Lloyd Cushenberry and Austin Corbett this offseason. But they go cornerback out of Ohio State.
Okay.
Igbinosun.
Yeah, Connor, take me through Igbinosun.
Yeah, with Igbinosun, this is somebody that it's all there for him, right? But he's just racked up an absurd amount of penalties over the years at Ohio State. It got better this year, and that's why. This is what he's good at. In the 0 to 5 yards, he will bully you to the sideline. He'll completely stonewall you from getting into your route. He's got these long Inspector Gadget arms for a corner. He's a 3-year starter right here. You want him jamming. And maybe this is a change for the Bills, Trevor, defensively in their secondary.
Yeah.
They're looking to maybe play some more press man and when you bring in a guy like this. But he's just late to open up and run, and he doesn't trust his legs, and then he grabs. And that's why he's racked up all of these penalties over the years. So a big physical corner that gets really grabby. But, man, if you can get him to dial in and play with a little bit more control and trust his legs, I do love his physicality. This is a C+ for me. There was a couple man cover corners that I liked a little better in this spot, and I do worry about the penalties because guys only get faster at the NFL level.
Yeah.
But I want to see if they can continue on the trajectory to get him to play a little bit more disciplined.
Yeah, I think that with them changing to be more of an aggressive press man coverage team, they probably did need to allocate resources to sort of change because you've got Sean McDermott for so long. I mean, you're playing quarters. Like, you're just playing off-zone coverage stuff. So you've drafted off-zone coverage corners. So you might have guys that, because it's Maxwell Harrison, it's Christian Benford, D. Alford, I think, is in the nickel for them. But,
that's right.
You need somebody. So I'll give it a B-. I agree. I think that he definitely needs to hone in on the penalties and being as grabby. But he does have that size, that mentality, that skill set to be able to play more press. And if that's something that they want to do, you don't get a lot of reliable press coverage corners outside of the second round. So it was kind of, you got to take him here. You got to take your guy here, whether that's Igbinosun or, Dalen Everett or Devin Moore from Florida or whoever it is.
Yeah.
Like, you got to take one of those guys here. So this is the bet that they're making. I can't hate on it too much.
Next up is going to be the Chargers here at 63. They were at 55 when the Patriots traded up and took that defensive end out of Illinois.
Oh, my gosh, the dream.
What's the dream?
Is available.
We thought
the one that you had Mesidor with the first pick, and then who did you have in the second?
Basantis, but Pregnon's basically right there. Like, the dream was always Mesidor and then Chase Basantis or Emmanuel Pregnon at 55. Whoever gets to 55.
And when we had those combos, we weren't confident either were
so
making
much
it.
To you?
It's
you
just
mentioned this dream, but it's not your team, so why is it a dream?
well, I've got friends who
bolting up.
I've got friends who
bolting up.
Yeah.
You're charging forward.
You almost made me say something that I'm not going to say. But I've got friends who cover the Chargers who I've been on their podcast a couple of times and I've kind of like called some of the picks that they've had because I feel like I've had a good feel for what the scheme fit is. And I said that this year for them, they have an edge rusher need, and they have an interior offensive line need. And the way that you build the right draft strategy for this specific class is Akeem Mesidor in the first round and one of those two guys at number 55. And that, I think, is the dream for the Los Angeles Chargers. And so I've just said it so many times.
I wish if this happened that all the lights in the studio could turn green and you could like pop up
the Wriggler,
like,
baby. Yeah, that's
the
essentially.
Wriggler blesses you.
I mean,
fans.
the chat's going crazy right now with calling me the Wriggler again with him on the board here. So
when did you become the Wriggler?
Was that 2 weeks ago when we did the 7-round
it's a recent bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a new bit.
Yeah, he had Mansour Delane make it to the Bucks at 15, and everybody clowned him. Like a good player won't make it to 15, and he was vindicated last night because Ruben Bain made it to 15.
Wow.
And the Wriggler was born.
Did the Wriggler strike? They did go interior offensive line, but they did not go the one you were saying. But you were right. In terms of the dream, Slaughter is an incredible name.
Great name for an
to go to Harbaugh.
Yeah.
A 2-year captain, a 2-time second-team All-American, started 33 games at Florida and lined up nowhere else but center. They just drafted a man that plays one position really well, the top center in the SEC, 28 straight games to end his career.
But they signed Tyler Biadasz.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what their plan is. But let's talk about the player in Slaughter, of course, because that's the most important thing here. Is we knew this was a team that ultimately was going to be looking at the interior of the offensive line. And with Slaughter, he's played
His headshot is incredible.
Yeah, it really is. He's all business here, straight out of the accounting firm. That's right. Right. He's your accountant, and he's a total ass kicker on the field. So this is someone really, really good athlete, 3-year starter, multi-time team captain. Harbaugh loves that. He just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. That's what I respect about Slaughter's tape. There's really not lowlights. He's tall. He's not very wide. He doesn't have crazy mass, but yes, his anchor can get tested at times, but he does his best work on the move in the zone running game. Who did they hire at offensive coordinator? Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, a master of the zone running game. So this guy fits their scheme to a T because he wins the foot race to the spot in the zone running game. He does a really good job keeping his legs working through targets. So is he a great drive blocker in a phone booth? No, but that's not what they're going to ask him to do. So I think this is a really good job by the Chargers identifying the guy that fits their scheme, especially with Logan Jones off the board already.
Right.
That was the other center prospect that made a lot of sense here. So I'm going to give this a B+ for the Chargers. I just think this is a classic scheme fit on the interior of their offensive line.
Yeah, I'll give it a B for a lot of the same reasons that you had talked about there. Slaughter's got to play guard, though. And I don't think he ever played guard when he was at Florida. So it's an interesting pick for me because very clearly they're confident in him to play guard because you're picking him over Emmanuel Pregnon. So the scheme fit is there. You feel pretty good about it. And I think it just comes down to they think that he's going to play guard, which I just looked up his measurables when you are comparing them to guards in the NFL. 73rd percentile in height, only 15th percentile in weight, 15th percentile in arm length there, but he's an elite athlete.
But that's McDaniel. McDaniel will play the smallest, thin, more slender offensive line.
I was going to say, I know there's no chance Biotis can move to guard.
Man, if you give a guy that kind of contract and bring him in, you're pitching him on a plan to play what he's used to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they would move him, but maybe they do think that he is better at guard.
It's surprising Pregnon continues to slide in places that made so much sense for him.
I think I had him like late 40s on my board. So I don't think it's too crazy yet.
Yeah.
I think, though, the question is what you're saying. You now have two guys that have only played center, and you gave pretty strong draft capital in a second-round pick.
That's a good point.
And then 3 for $30. You're going to want to play both. Maybe this is an evaluation from McDaniel that he can maybe figure out a way to do both.
Yeah, he's just valuing the athlete. That's what McDaniel
maybe they just play two centers, right? And you can shift the entire offensive line before the snap.
One center can snap it through the other center.
Yeah. Like he doesn't actually touch the ball. Like he just has his hand right behind it, and then all of a sudden the offensive line hops over one spot, and then Biotis is right there, hikes the ball.
Maybe
something to think about.
Annexation of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, good pull.
Haven't seen that since that incredible Giants-Cowboys matchup in '94.
That's true. That's
Mike
very
McDaniel's
true.
playing 40.
We did have the Fridge get drafted today.
We did have the Fridge get drafted today.
Not the Icebox.
It's all circling back.
Last pick of the second round. We've already gotten through the second round.
That was
by
fast.
the way, the Eagles also extended Greenard 4 years, $98 million. So they had the money.
Yeah.
So they were
that was
offering
Jalen Phillips money.
Phillips like 120. Now they're offering him 98.
Yeah. So a little bit less than they would have given Jalen Phillips then. Yeah. Would you feel good about it? Because Grenard's been a double-digit sack guy before.
Yeah.
Coming off injury.
We're going to find out. And the Seahawks get a safety in Bud Clark, a very productive safety from TCU. Boy, I had fun watching him this year. 2 career interceptions for touchdowns, led the team in pass defended, even blocked a PAT. But he's a 2-time second team All Big 12, and he can fly that.
Absolutely. A really, really good athlete. He's tall, he's lean. He's a true free safety prospect to me. Over 2,700 snaps of experience across 6 years at TCU. Ball hawk with vision and range. He's a gambler. He will take chances on the back end. Sometimes he'll hit a home run with the ability to take away the football. Sometimes, though, he'll get in trouble in coverage because of that as well. He gets caught looking in the backfield a little bit as well, but he's got range. It's just so natural, his ball skills, because of the speed. You see the speed on the range against the outside run game. I thought he was really impressive during Senior Bowl week on tape at practices. So this is one to me where there's a couple of safeties I liked a little better, notably A.J. Halsey, but this is a different kind of player. You lose Kobe Bryant in free agency.
Right.
Now you're trying to replace Kobe Bryant with somebody with ball hawking ability sideline to sideline. So I'll give this a B. because he fits exactly what they lost in free agency.
Yeah, he's faster than A.J. Halsey, right? I mean, like,
Significantly.
and I think that's the reason why you would go with him over Halsey here. I mean, I'll give it a B-. I still like A.J. Halsey quite a bit more than I like Bud Clark here, but the reason why you draft him is because Julian Love is playing that strong safety spot. You needed somebody to be able to play free safety. You mentioned that you're losing Kobe Bryant. So I think the overall speed, the 4.4 flat speed that Bud Clark plays with, we've talked about this on the show, that the best of Bud Clark is so much fun. The worst of Bud Clark, you get real worried. So it's a lot of up and down there, but you're in a great defense to go to.
Explosive plays either way.
Yeah.
Yes.
He can give them up, but he can also take the ball away.
Can him and Imanwari be that safety combo?
They're so different.
Yeah.
They're so wildly different.
So Imanwari kind of comes into the box and he's more the over top.
That's
Yes.
right.
Yes.
It's a pretty cool combo.
He can handle single high. He can. He's got that
Bud
kind
Clark,
of range.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's that TCU had him do that quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, we've officially made it to the third round. Congratulations, we survived. Cardinals are the first pick of the third round.
Never change.
It's like a video game there
Yeah,
where you're
yeah,
like
yeah.
where you're like crossing a bridge and you see
Am I
like,
in an escape room for the draft?
This could be a hell of a
I know, it looks like one.
Yeah, that's true.
turn the football.
What does the Wriggler have to do to get us out of here?
I must rig the draft perfectly.
AJ Halsey to the Bucs.
Yeah, there you
somehow.
go. It might
That's-
happen.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
We gotta wait.
Jeremiah Love, the pick in the first round. Basantis, the pick in the second round. Arizona now on the clock in the Mike LaFleur era. Any players survive to the third round from your guys' big boards that surprised you to this point? By the way, for everybody in the chat, we are moving from 7 minutes a pick to 5
about to
minutes a
fly.
pick. So this is about to be fast and furious.
Well, I mean, we keep bringing up Halsey and Pregnon on
mean,
each side of the ball.
Jermod McCoy. hasn't
McCoy,
got
I
a
almost forget about McCoy.
And what a team to draft, and then the team that drafted Will Johnson.
They just keep gambling.
Just keep
on
taking
the
these
injured
injured corners.
Yeah, that would be something. Yeah, I mean, I like Jayshawn Barham a lot because he just plays with so much burst and speed in the front seven at multiple spots. Big Citrus, I think, will go in this third round because when he was healthy in 2024, he was such a presence against the run and had really good power as a pass rusher. Keontae Scott's only here because he's an older prospect. He was a sixth-year kind of big-time breakout in the slot in Miami.
Right.
So,
Still, man.
but
Hell of a player.
Hell, yeah.
But I mean, he's at 55. You know, I think he's
Yeah.
somewhere on the same range for me. So it's not a total fall for him quite yet.
No. The question here, guys, that is going to be really interesting is because we knew Mendoza and Simpson were going to at least go, and Mendoza was always going to go one. Simpson, we thought, first two rounds. Do teams start to dip in, probably at the end of the third round, I wouldn't think the beginning, on the Drew Aller, Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier tier at quarterback? That's what's going to be really interesting in this point of the draft is when do teams do that?
Raiders at 67. Elijah Surratt. Reunited. Fellas.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Because who'd they pick? Who'd they pick in the second round? We liked it, whoever it was. They were
they
trading
went-
Stoops, wasn't it?
Oh, they got Stoops.
Yeah.
So they can go receiver. They can go D-line. They might like Big
Ooh,
Citrus.
they might go Big Citrus.
We're going to get the first Broncos pick of the draft, which is exciting. Mm-hmm. I mean, with how close they were this year.
If you were to draft Citrus here and pair him up, was it with Walter Nolan? Is that who they took last year?
Yeah.
Hopefully a healthy Walter Nolan.
That
Yeah.
would be a heck of an inside
No, I
D-line
like that.
combo.
I like that a lot because both of those guys have a lot of versatility too. Big Citrus can play the nose tackle for you. He can
Yes.
play as a 4-eye. He can do a lot. He can play as a 3 technique whenever you go in even front. So Citrus, I think, does a lot of versatile stuff for you.
Yeah,
What about a Kieron Crawford?
Kieron Crawford would be really interesting as a stand-up player for them. That fits across from Sweat, maybe.
Yeah, I mean they have Zaven Collins still. They have Baron Browning, but they've
Zayvon
had
Collins,
those
free
guys.
agent after the year.
See, that's the thing is they've had those guys for a couple of years,
Right.
so I don't exactly know what to think
Yeah.
of.
The Isaiah
okay,
Simmons part, I feel like, gives them PTSD.
Yeah.
That's
it
where
might.
Barham comes into play for me. Barham would play that stand-up role. I mean, you look at Arizona right now.
If it's
as we
Keith
get the
Abney,
pick.
it's not going to cost them a lot of moving expenses. Carson Beck!
Wow. So I said it was going to start at the end of the round. It starts at the very first pick of the round.
Wah, wah, wee, wah. Wasn't the national championship game in Arizona? So he gets to stay? Or was it Miami?
No,
I think it was in Miami.
Yeah, it was local.
Carson Beck, 2-year starter at Georgia before transferring to Miami, where he took him all the way to the national championship. Kirby Smart called him Cool Hand Luke, the MVP of the Fiesta Bowl, the first pick of the third round, and now he's going to be battling it out with Jacoby Brissett to be the starting quarterback of the Cardinals, Connor Rogers.
Yeah, this is interesting because you take him here, you're not betting the house on him, but this is still a pick where you hope to get an impact player for a roster that needs it, so I don't like that aspect. He's really changed as a player over the years when you go from Georgia to Miami. He had the surgery on the elbow, which has really hurt that arm strength, and he was a power thrower before that. Now, it got him into trouble sometimes. I think he became a smarter player at Miami. I think he played more in control. I evaluated Carson Beck as a nice long-term backup that you take on day 3 of the draft. Fine, 4th round, early 4th round. I know some people didn't like him even as much as that. This to me is just, you're chewing a little bit more meat off the bone here. Like, you're in play now, brother. Like Jacoby Brissett throws a couple interceptions the first couple weeks of the season.
If Jacoby doesn't sign the contract,
it becomes the Carson Beck show.
Yes.
This is a C for me. I think it's early. Mike LaFleur, you only get so many impressions at quarterbacks you take. If he fails, you're going to get another swing because he's a 3rd-round pick. But I just didn't evaluate him this way. And Trevor, I hope it reverts back to what he was, but the arm is a concern after the elbow surgery.
Yeah, and this is a D for me, and the only reason why it's not lower is because they need a quarterback option, so they have to take one. I'm easily taking Garrett Nussmeier over Carson Beck
Me too.
because of what you just said. I'm worried about the arm. His arm looked much worse than it did before the elbow injury, and this past year, I agree with what you're saying. He changed sort of how he played to where he was a little bit more in control. He had to anticipate a little bit more, and that was good. I think that was good for his development overall. But that spells out a day 3 pick type of a quarterback.
Of course it does.
I think that if you wanted somebody that actually gave you starting caliber ability long term, I think you take the chance on Garrett Nussmeier because I think that Beck can come in and win you games as a game manager. But if he is your long-term starter and teams get tape on sort of the limitations of his arm, that's where I get worried. And I think you made this pick because you're hoping that he starts maybe even half the season and more for you this year. And he's got the experience, too, as an older prospect. But, man, to me, this pick also gets a lower grade because I think this was a failure of an offseason for them to get a quarterback that gave them any sort of hope or faith.
That's a good point.
That to me also goes into this grade. So you're picking a guy who I'm worried about long-term when it comes to his health. He's an older prospect, and I think this is also a sign that you did not do what you should have done this offseason to get a viable quarterback on the team.
Dr. Phoenix 17, Trevor having 2 aneurysms in 2 nights is crazy.
Stick around for day 3. We'll have a couple more.
How do you say that last name? Tyler Onyedim?
Onyedim, I think is how you say it.
Defensive lineman for Texas A&M. First pick of the draft for the Denver Broncos, Connor.
Yeah, Onyedim, he's like his teammate Albert Regis, kind of a blue-collar run defender.
Didn't miss a game in 4 seasons.
Yeah. Transferred from Iowa State, goes to A&M. He's got long arms for an interior defensive lineman. He's long, he's athletic. He's started for 3, you said it, Lefkoe. He started for multiple years now. I like how he can swim over blockers in the run game to create those tackles for loss. He had 8.5 of those this year. Very limited pass rush production, right? That's what stands out to me is that he's not going to give you much pass rush. They're just looking for a rotational run defender in this spot. I think 3-4 defensive end is how I kind of looked at him. But, you just wonder, can you turn that raw ability? Because he does have some raw athletic ability into more pass rush production. We never saw that for a guy that's played so much football. So I give this one a C+, just because I like this teammate better, Trevor, and I know you did too, in Albert Regis.
I did. I'll give it a B- though, because I still like this move, and he's got some plus athleticism to him. I think he fits really well with how multiple Denver likes to keep their 3-down defensive linemen. So I think it's a really nice scheme fit. There's some defensive linemen I would have picked over him, but this is a good player. I'm not going to hate on this one too much.
Over Big Citrus. That surprises me a little bit.
I feel like there was some momentum for him to get picked over Big Citrus and those other guys.
The Auburn edge, I've been saying nonstop, is now the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh.
Erod Crawford, the pick out of Auburn. He was on the opposite side of the first-round pick for the Tennessee Titans. But Crawford, Arkansas State to Auburn. NFL scouts said you always see him working, but the coaches say he does even more when people aren't watching. Success as a pass rusher, and now he goes to Vegas.
Yeah, and there's upside with this guy because he didn't play any football until his senior year of high school, and he's gotten so much better over the years. Yeah, twitched up off the ball, constantly keeps blockers off balance. He's got that quick inside counter against tackles with slower feet, and he's working on this cross chop move to beat the outside shoulder. So you're starting to see more of a pass rush plan for Kieran Crawford. You brought up the work ethic, Lefkoe. Sure, he doesn't have length and he gets caught on blocks. That's more of where he's developing right now from just not playing a lot. He's still becoming a better edge setter in the run game. He's not a pro-caliber edge setter right now, but I like the pass rush ability and the different moves that he's accumulated over the years. And one problem with him that I think can be corrected, he runs himself full speed out of play sometimes. So just playing more in control. The Raiders staff can do that for him. So Kieran Crawford, this is a B+ for me. I really like this guy's upside, but he has a floor because of the player he's become over the last 2 years as well.
Yeah, I'll give it a B. I like the scheme fit from him. I had him ranked ahead of Keldrick Falk, his teammate, because I think he uses his hands better. They're faster. They're more violent. He's got a better pass rush plan. He can get off the ball quicker, and because of that, over 17% pass rush win percentage, which is 89th percentile in all of college football. So, you look at him as more of that stand-up outside linebacker. I think he's going to a really good scheme there for the Las Vegas Raiders. And so, look, I would have liked for them to go interior defensive line here, but I'm a big fan of Kieran Crawford. I think he's got a very high ceiling in the NFL.
Eagles are up, and this is a connection between me and Connor. This is the pick from the Hassan Reddick trade.
Oh, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, the 4th pick in the 3rd round. Thus far, Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, then, of course, the Greenard trade with the Minnesota Vikings. Eagles are on the clock. I'm just going to say the name that jumped out to me, Keontae Scott.
Oh, yeah.
Is him, though, and Makuba from last year, is that too small of a safety tandem?
No, and Scott plays with the attitude of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
I love that.
That's the exact attitude he plays with, which I know would fire up Eagles fans.
Yes, because there's no tackles, I don't think, at this point.
I have a wild card for you.
Let me hear.
Markel Bell from Miami.
Oh, my God, the Giants.
I just think that Howie might look at him and be like, look what I could do with a player of your size.
6'9", 350.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
So you are now one of my elite employees.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So the elite use of the meme there.
The question, though, with them is the loss of their offensive line coach, Stoutland.
Right.
As an Eagles fan, it is terrifying that man isn't there anymore. He discovered Jordan Mailata in the middle of Australia. He developed Jason Kelce. He developed Lane Johnson from a tight end. So, we're in an era now where I don't know how we're going to handle offensive linemen moving forward.
Yeah.
But you said 6'9"?
6'9".
He is. He's huge. He's a massive offensive tackle prospect. And we got to see him in person in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. He moves better than you would expect a player. He's 360, right?
Wow.
350, 360?
Yeah, 346.
6'9", 346,
Yeah.
36 and 3/8 arms.
Now,
And
obviously,
87 and an 1/8 wingspan.
no, it's crazy. And that's why, that's why you take a player like that, because he's got all of the physical tools.
Oh, and he went to JUCO. I love it.
Yep. He was Holmes Community College to Miami.
I thought you were going to say homeschool. I was like, that's
No.
homeschool college? That's
Nope.
a new one.
I didn't ask about that one. Online classes, I think, is how that works. Man, that would be, Trevor, that's a great call because it's such an Eagles front office move is how do we get the biggest humans as depth pieces on the offensive line?
Think about who's on their offensive line in depth already. Holland Pierce is on this team. Cam Williams from Texas is on this team.
It's the mold.
Right? I mean, that they just draft those players and they just wait for one of them to work. Because you only need two of them to work.
How good of a guard could Pregnon be?
I would say pretty high level.
It was a big issue last year, right guard.
Yeah.
Steen.
I would say Steen was the one.
The right guard, at least in the last offense, was the one in control of hitting the center, and it was the weak link.
There you go.
Pick is in, and with the 68th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles have selected.
There it is. Great call, Trev.
Incredible. You didn't cheat on that at all? Did you?
I saw somebody in the chat say that I had called it last night because this was the mock draft pick. I'm 2 for 2 now with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I saw somebody say that
let me just
I had said
have
last
PTSD.
night, and I was like, oh, yeah.
Over a decade ago, someone sat in that chair and used to cheat all the time and would never admit it.
And it wasn't me.
And so I'm just happy that
Was
you're
it
an
you?
honest man.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh.
Markel
It
Bell,
wasn't
the
Sims.
pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, and apparently we had Game of Thrones references. The Mountain Markel.
Yeah, there
Look
we
at this
go.
guy.
There we go.
Oh my
See,
goodness.
look at his feet. Look at his feet.
Yeah.
He's so much faster in his footwork than you would expect for a player of his size. Look at his feet move. Dudes just don't normally have that sort of foot speed when they are that size. He's a waist bender because he's huge, but at least the feet can move.
He played 21 starts at left tackle. Does he have any right tackle, or is it solely a left tackle?
Guys like this typically train on both sides.
Okay.
Because when you're built like that, you know there's a good chance you get kicked over to the other side. Every time I ask them at the combine, they're like, I'm training to do both because teams telling me I might have to do both. I mean, you think of Orlando Brown Jr. right away when you watch this guy, because there's just not a lot of humans this big with that kind of length, the combination of size and length. Man, I love, though, how he utilizes his length. Some guys just have the long arm length. He initiates the fight to slow down rushers. He wants to stall your speed. He wants to stall your power. His anchor, not shocking. People try to convert speed to power with him, and I know he had the one rougher rep at the Senior Bowl, but I'm in on Markel Bell as a depth tackle in this class. This is an A- for me.
Wow.
I love the fit. I said future starter. Yeah, get out of the gate and block somebody down the field, big fella. Nobody wants to see you in front of them.
Yeah,
he gets to learn from Mailata and Lane Johnson.
Perfect. It's perfect for him.
Yeah, it is a pretty good spot. I'm looking to see, do I have any? Oh, Caleb Tiernan didn't get picked.
But they want the true tackle.
No.
That's the...
Oh, sure. Because
Tiernan's got the short
We are in
arms.
full life after Lane Johnson.
Yeah, right. I'll give it a B+. I do like this, and
You called it, and you give it a B+?
Yeah, because I would have taken Travis Burke because I have him from Memphis over him.
Gotcha.
So it's a little bit less than an A. But the reason why I made this my mock draft pick last night when I was doing that exercise is because I felt like Howie would have wanted him here. And so Stowers, Markel Bell, Howie better watch out. I'm in his head. I'm 2 for 2 on the Philadelphia Eagles today.
You know what? Just a wriggler getting involved yet again.
You don't want to be in the eyesight of the
Chicago Bears now.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Sam Roush, the
There we
tight
go.
end out of Stanford, going to the Chicago Bears. Played some special teams, balls out, one of 6 combine prospects that performed in every drill. You like this guy?
I love this guy, Lefkoe. And Ben Johnson knows a thing or two about evaluating the tight end position, which is my tight end too, only behind Kenyon Sadiq. We have inexplicably had a lot of tight ends go in front of this guy today. I don't really understand that. Great for Chicago to get him here. Dynamic athlete. You talk about the 38.5-inch vertical, 6'6", 266, or 267. He's played over 1,000 snaps in line over the last 2 seasons. High effort run blocker, but when they throw him the ball over the middle of the field, he rumbles like Pat Fryer moves with the ball in his hands. That's who his coaching staff had him watch and said, you need to be like this guy after the catch. This is an A for me. I'm a huge Sam Roush guy. And once again, it is insane some of the tight ends that went over him tonight, and good on the Bears for recognizing the talent.
I do like Sam Roush. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at defensive line for them. Like, I would have rather them gone with Jayshon Barnum, with him still on the board. Defensive tackles, I mean, like maybe Big Citrus. I would have liked for them to go him over this spot. But I don't hate the play. I mean, I'll give this a B- simply because, like, I would have liked for them to go defensive line. We're now, how many picks? 3 picks, 4 picks for them. There were 3 picks in, and they still haven't addressed defensive line at all whatsoever. And I would have liked for Chicago to have done that.
The chat right now giving it a B. Thank you guys for weighing in. Of all the teams I didn't think would draft a tight end, it was the team that keeps drafting tight ends.
They obviously have Loveland and Kmet.
Yeah, and I was like, they don't need a third.
I'm guessing if they don't move Kmet, that he's going to implement some of what McVay did with 13 last year. 13 personnel with 3 on the field.
And the Rams were doing that as well. Maybe that's the new trend in the NFL. Romello Height.
Such a San Francisco scheme pick, man.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
Yeah.
This is the team that Romello Height needed, and I love when a plan comes together.
Wow.
Listen, he's a smaller pass rusher. He got his weight up at the combine to 239. In the spring, he was 227. But it doesn't matter when you have the quickness of him and you're going to a scheme that is going to allow you to rush as a wide 9 rusher with that big runway Trevor was talking about earlier. He's quick and furious off the ball into his rush. He's got that great shoulder dip and can turn the corner all in one motion. The pass rush win percentage was phenomenal, 97th percentile in 2025. Wide array of moves. You see the 2-hand swipe. You see the spin move. Romello Height was an interesting one because he was 92nd on my board because you worry about where he goes. With this team, it's, hey, NASCAR package, get after the quarterback with all these different pass rushers on the field. I'll give this one a B. I don't think he's going to give you anything on rundowns. He's a DPR, but you could take designated pass rushers in the 3rd round in the draft.
And you can take a DPR when you were worst in the NFL in sacks last year with just 20. Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Stribling and now Romello Height here for this team. I agree with you. Romello Height is higher on a San Francisco 49ers top 100 and big board than he might be on other teams. I'll give this one a B- because I would have rather them gone with an offensive lineman here. Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board. Caleb Tiernan is still on the board. I would have rather them gone that direction, but I do like this as a scheme fit for this specific player. I think he will be productive for them as a designated pass rusher.
Let's go to social media, weigh in on the San Francisco activity when it comes to trades. 4 Niners trades in less than 24 hours. Twice Thursday, D winners to the Cowboys today for a 5th-round pick. Then they traded.
Oh, shoot, I didn't even realize that.
No, we missed that one.
They traded D winners to the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cowboys needed linebacker depth.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
a
they had to. They had to
And
make
they
that trade. I
traded
like that.
to which the Browns then took EMW. All right, Washington. I'm seeing some active. The chat has been awesome, and shout out.
A lot of fun with the chat.
Yeah.
You guys have a good fan base.
The Addicts
Shout out to the
are
Addicts.
Great people.
Yeah, they are. They are. They always bring it.
You're going to get your super chat jar when you walk out of the
You
studio.
are.
I'm so excited for that $20. I found $100 at the gym today.
You did not.
Like a just
To the point where I
building,
thought
right?
I was on a prank.
Yeah. Like, what do I do?
Like
if I
I
pick
went
this
to
up?
the stairwell and there was like a rolled up, not that kind of rolled up, like a crumpled up 100. And I like looked around and then I like grabbed it and then I took a few steps and nobody did anything. And I left.
It wasn't like on a string where it's
I was like, there's gonna be poop on it or something. It's poop again. Nope, didn't get me. But anyway, thanks for letting me get that in there on the draft. Washington Commanders are on the clock right now. Sonny Styles was the pick. It feels like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
So that was pick 7. Now they're on pick 71. Sonny Styles' dad was drafted 77. So this will be kind of right around there. But Jaden Daniels in year 3 hurt last year. Don't have a 2nd or 4th round pick because of Laramie Tunsil
Right.
trade. And they still need a wide receiver.
That's the key. You just have to take one here. Whether you want to take the risk on Chris Brazel with the speed, you want to take Skylar Bell, who's a little bit more of a do-it-all threat.
You mentioned the
They're gonna
Indiana
take
wide
running
receiver
back.
as well.
Because
man.
they got Rashad White starting right now. And I like Rashad White, but he's a 3rd down back. You draft Mike Washington.
Surratt.
I mean, wide receiver, basically name your wide receiver.
I'm
they could
almost
complement
good
this
with
group.
almost in it. Do you go swing big and go Ted Hurst and say he's got all
Yeah.
the tools? I don't think that's what they'll do. I think they'll look for a more
Or do you
pro-ready
swing
guy
back? I mean, Jermon McCoy could go off the clock at
any moment. Yep,
We have no idea.
especially the 3rd
It's
round.
true. It's true. And they need, I mean, if they get another outside corner, then that means that they could play Mike Sanders still more in the nickel again.
Which makes sense. After the Marshawn Lattimore deal didn't really go the way they
exactly.
hoped for.
They have Trey Amos who can play outside,
Yeah.
but if you have Jermon McCoy, then those two guys play on the outside. They can play press for you. You put Sanders still back in the middle.
Can I see some of the paid questions in the chat? Is it possible to go to that?
Oh, we've had a couple of those. Get the super
I'm
chats
still
up.
fat. So people just do that?
They do. They really want their questions
Welcome to
answered.
YouTube.
No, I get it.
It's mainly, and we love this about the people that do this for our show. Like, it's mainly to support the show.
Yeah,
You know, it's mainly just like, hey, here's a question to go along with it. But like,
Yeah.
it's mainly like, hey, we listen to you guys all the time. You're our entertainment.
awesome.
It's just, it's a cool way to be able to do that.
Okay, we got one here. Connor and Travis, thoughts on Titans draft?
Oh yeah. So
So they went Carnell Tate and Keldrick Falk last night. And then
it
today
was
they
Anthony
took
Hill
Anthony
Jr.
Hill, I remember.
Yes.
Because they got Salah, linebacker.
All right, pick is in for Washington. We'll try and hit the paid chats because I've never experienced this before, and I want to make sure we get all of them. The Commanders, do they go wide receiver? Antonio Williams.
I saw Ty.
The jump scare?
I saw
I was like,
Ty
again?
Simpson's,
Again?
I saw Ty Simpson's name again, and I was about to lose it. I was like, "There's 2."
Where are
this
these
happen?
coming from? Antonio Williams had a Clemson, 55 catches last year, also threw a 75-yard touchdown pass. He did not drop the ball last year. 1.8% drops, really figured it out. That's the wide receiver they go with in the 3rd round.
Yeah, the drop rate, you nailed it, Lefkoe. It went down. I mean, it went down to 1.7% on catchable targets after he did drop 8 passes in 2024. He's shifty, he's twitchy, more of a short area separator rather than somebody that got a lot of throws down the field. I don't know if that was a product of the offense because I like this guy's talent a lot. Willing to work through contact to win catches. This is someone, once again, that when he gets the ball in the quick game, he makes the first tackler miss often with these quick cuts. Very dynamic punt returner in 2024. He averaged almost 10 yards per punt return on 17 attempts
specialty.
in 2024. Really interesting trick play threat. He actually threw 2 touchdowns over the last 2 years, and they were really impressive throws on tape. So this is just a football player, and I think he plays the slot for them. He reminded me of Marvin Mims Jr. a little bit. I had him in my top 70, so this is good value for the Commanders. This is right where he should be going. This is a B+ for me. I'm glad to see them get a borderline impact receiver this late in the draft after they didn't have a second-round pick?
I'll give it a B-. I had Skylar Bell. I had Deion Burks rated ahead of him, but I do like this addition for them. They don't have this type of wide receiver on the team. You mentioned that he really shored up the drop issues that he had the year before, so I think it complements what they have here. Getting out of the third round with only 2 picks, getting Sonny Styles, getting Antonio Williams, you feel pretty good about that, especially for all the money that Washington already spent in free agency on the defensive side of the ball. So I do like this 1-2 here for the Commanders.
All right, he's going to be up on the other side of Terry McLaurin. Obviously needs the help every single year. Bengals on the clock right now, pick number 72. Acquired Dexter Lawrence. That was the big move for them. Lost Hendrickson earlier this year. He went to the Baltimore Ravens. And thus far, they took Cassius Howe, the edge out of Texas A&M. The pick right now, they have pretty much, they need D-line. In addition to Cassius Howe, some linebacker is what Trevor was saying earlier they really need. Is there a linebacker that you think fills that void?
I mean, do you think that they would go Bleacher or Keyshawn Elliott? They're smaller guys.
Or Kyle Lewis is still there.
Yeah, but I just, like, Kyle Lewis is more of a nickel.
Right.
You know
He's stuck in between a safety and a linebacker.
He doesn't help the fact that they couldn't defend the run from the second level. You know what I'm saying?
If I'm them, I'm taking Pregnon.
I was going to say
I'm not even really thinking very long about it. I'm just trying to get
know if they would.
better bodies on the offensive line for Joe Burrow.
I don't know if they would because they brought back Dalton Reisner because they liked how he played, and they just drafted Fairchild. So unless they don't think Fairchild's good.
Yeah. They deal with so many injuries, though. I don't mind in the third round even taking the first guy off the bench on your interior offensive line.
No,
compete to start.
I don't hate the thought process. I don't know if they do it.
The linebackers that we're talking about, I think you can look at day 3 and grab one of those guys.
Yeah.
But right now,
Kyle Lewis type of guy?
Yeah, or he brought up Betcher, Justin Jefferson from Alabama, like different players like that are more of day 3 rotational sub-package linebackers.
Yeah.
We go back to the Commanders here and their offseason moves. That was big for them getting Antonio Williams because they really needed another reliable pass-catching threat.
Right. I mean, like Odafe Owe, and you get Leo Chanel, and you changed a lot of different bodies on the defensive side of things. I think that makes sense for them to invest in the offensive side with that second pick in the third round there.
Man, the Bengals, there's a lot of different directions. We talked about linebacker. We talked about offensive line.
Is still there.
Man, I had a feeling he'd drop, even though we like him a lot more.
But I guess
you know what position we haven't talked about at all? Running back. I'm not saying for the Bengals in particular. I just wasn't sure when the Mike Washingtons of the world.
Yeah, Jonah Coleman.
Tacario Davis, corner out of Washington.
Okay, so they're pushing Dax Hill back into the slot.
Yeah, because he wasn't a giant outside corner.
Because he wasn't as good in the slot. So I don't know if I love that, but this is interesting. I like his teammate more than Tacario Davis.
Do you?
I
had it flipped the other way.
I like Prysock way better than I like Tacario Davis.
I ended up pretty high on both of these guys. I thought you watched the Washington corners. I had Tacario Davis as the 10th corner in this draft. Ephesians Prysock not too far behind him. When you look at Tacario Davis, man, 6'4", 194, he's got the long arms. What I like about him, and I know he got banged up this year, on the Washington tape, you see the ability to play with disciplined eyes and off coverage. But you go back to the Arizona tape before he transferred, and he can play in man. He can disrupt you at the line of scrimmage with those long arms. He's not afraid to get physical. He's an upright corner, right? Upright corners, their transitions can be a little bit less smooth than the smaller corners. He does get grabby. We talked about that with Igbinosun. I thought that was a problem with Tacario as well, but he's got the big strides to keep up on vertical routes. Man, if you want a giant cornerback, this is kind of the round to do it. I have a ton of them clustered in this. This is a B- for me for the Bengals. I thought they had some more pressing needs, but I like Tacario Davis and what he's done over the last couple of years at 2 different programs.
There's just too many corners that I have ranked ahead of Tacario Davis. I got to give this a D. I understand the allurement of the player, but unfortunately, I think there's been too much time that has gone by since he was playing really well to today with all the corners that I have ranked ahead of him.
He was almost next up for me for this kind of corner.
Was he? Oh, then that makes sense that you would give him a...
I would have taken Keith Abney, but Keith Abney's smaller. Jaden Kennedy's smaller.
Yeah, I mean, I would have taken Julian Neal. I would have taken Dalen Everett. I would have taken Devin Moore. I would have taken Ephesians Prysock. I would have taken Hezekiah Massis. I would have taken Will Lee. I would have taken
you liked a lot of the outside corners higher than him.
We got another tight end here.
Here we go.
Oscar Delt going to the Saints. By the way, P. Loco's been in the chat. Have you heard the Jets like Pregnon? Can you see them moving up for him?
It makes sense, especially since they got 3 fourth-rounders now. Do they come back into the draft? That'll be an interesting one. Let's get to Oscar Delp
Oscar
here.
Delp.
Oscar Delp, unbelievably, never had a 300-yard season at Georgia, despite all the talent he has. A former 4-star, he was the top tight end in his recruiting class. He's an easy separator. You see agility on tape. He tested really, really well. He ran the 4.49. You know, he's got enough size. I think he's coached up as a blocker despite not being the biggest guy, especially those man scheme runs. He's got to continue to get bigger and stronger if he wants to play that Y role consistently. The production never took off like people expected it to, but because of the talent he has, this is the range you go. This is a B for me. I had him right in the 3rd round, so I think this makes sense. And I think the Saints can get more out of him as a receiver than Georgia ever did.
Yeah, I like this player a lot.
For years.
2 years ago, I had him as tight end 2 going into the 2025 college football season, or the 2024 college football season, because I thought he was going to step in right away for Brock Bowers because he's got a former lacrosse background. He's a very great all-around athlete. He has a 97th percentile separation score against single coverage situations.
Did he say he was dealing with an injury all year as well?
I mean, he's always pretty banged up, but pound for pound, he's a really great blocker. He can play as a fullback for you. He can play as a wing back. He can play as a slot. I will give this a B just because I am an Oscar Delp fan.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to think about the fact that he never had more than 300 yards in a single season.
It's hard to believe. I mean, because you look at the plays, and he's talented.
Going to a team that has Jawan Johnson. They just signed Noah Fant in the offseason as well. New York Giants have traded up with the Cleveland Browns to pick number 74. That trade is official now. So they have Arvell Reese, Francis Mauigoa, and Colton Hood. When you say those 3 names,
Oh, it's exciting.
it's a pretty good pull.
Yeah.
Is this Big Citrus? They need interior defensive line like no
They need a
other.
defensive tackle.
No other.
Yeah.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah. It feels like this is the time for Big Citrus to come off the board.
And it's not. It's a wide receiver. It's Malachi Fields from Notre Dame is the pick right there. Going with the offensive weapon instead of the plug-and-play defensive tackle. Virginia transferred to Notre Dame, 38-inch vertical, over nearly 2,500 receiving yards in his career, 3rd-team All-ACC. You know Notre Dame well.
Yeah, this is right where I had him in terms of projections, really right in that late 60s, early 70s. He's a former 3-star that did a lot of different things in high school and molded into a solid wide receiver at 2 different programs. He's tall, he's muscular, he's been a team captain before. He knows how to use his upper body to shield defenders. A high compete level as a blocker, which is what they wanted as they looked for a perimeter wide receiver. I give this a B, only because I would have probably taken Dominique Orange instead to help the interior of their defensive line. But wide receiver was a need as well for them, especially on the outside.
Yeah, this type of wide receiver.
Right.
I'll give this a B as well because even though there's other wide receivers I have ranked ahead of him, they're not X receivers. They don't play on the line of scrimmage. They're not going to block to the strong side of the run concept for you. And Malachi Fields will do all of that stuff. So to me, I'll give this a B because I do think that this fills a role that the Giants just did not have in the receiving.
Think about what Malik Neighbors said yesterday. Remember, he wanted a certain type of receiver to complement him. Is this the kind of guy that he would like?
100%.
Yeah, because now Malik gets to play on the line of scrimmage less. They get to use him as a move. He can play as a Z wide receiver where you're moving him before the line of scrimmage. He doesn't have to face press nearly as much, and it just frees him up to do a lot of different stuff.
He's a power forward wide receiver.
He is.
Malik is more of a small forward, shooting guard.
I like Malik being moved around the
shooting
formation.
guard. Ooh, shooting
Yeah.
guard. Yeah.
There we
I
go.
like that. I like that.
Miami Dolphins, I believe, are on the clock right now, number 75. So you want to answer P. Loco's question again, the Pregnon, could you have him moving up, you have money?
Yeah, I mean, Pregnon would fit what they do.
Yeah.
And is ready to go, although they signed Parham to fill that kind of spot. This is a little bit of a fall for him. So, yeah, I could definitely see that one. Guard is a long-term need for the Jets. And then also to get to our guy under there that asked about the Titans draft. I thought they reached a little bit on both Tate and Falk. Anthony Hill Jr. is a scheme fit, but I'd really like to see the Titans attack some value in this class now throughout these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's fine for the Tennessee Titans, but I agree. I think you're reaching a little bit for those first 2 picks. You've really got to nail it because I think there were other options that were very strong there.
Locked Bomb, best draft show around is right here. Say no to big TV networks and big tux.
Yeah,
Thanks, Lock Bomb. Big tux.
Excuse me, what's
Yeah.
big tux?
You know when you have to rent a tuxedo for the wedding from the big corporations, and then they make you return it the next day?
Yeah.
It's a disgrace.
You guys don't own a tux.
Oh, look
I
at
have my-
you.
Oh, that's
Oh,
crazy.
you have like
look
a-
at you.
Yeah.
Like a go-to weddings tux, not
Wow.
like your wedding tux.
Yeah.
You're a baller.
Well, no, that's true. Once you get married, you should be able to wear
But when
that
you're in a
tux.
wedding, if you're in the wedding, you have to rent the tux that matches the wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, the last time I've been in a wedding, like I've
That's
aged
what
out.
he's saying.
But you don't like
that's
the
what he's
process.
saying. Like you go to the wedding, you're having a good time, you're partying, and then you got to return the suit by like 8 a.m. the
Totally
next morning.
agree. The timing of that's crazy.
Right,
But the
right.
freedom of if I spill on this, I really don't care. Because when
True.
you own it, you got to get it dry cleaned.
Ah,
Big
that's very
tux
true.
sleeper cell.
Yeah, he is.
This
Yeah.
is alarming.
Yeah.
We'll revisit.
You're a double agent for big tux. We see what's
Yeah,
going
the chat
on.
is going to turn on
Who
you
are the
rapidly.
companies that do what is it, black tux, stuff like that?
There's,
Yeah.
there's a lot of them out
Yeah,
there. They
there
know
are.
who they are.
So
They
you're
don't deserve the
so the
promotion.
issue though is the time of the return.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's egregious.
They're very inconsiderate
The next
to
day?
their customers.
Why don't they just have one where you just put it in a box and ship it?
Some places are onto that
Hey,
now.
hey.
That's the modern
Don't
day.
say that on air. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We can't be giving that away for free.
For $4.99 in the super chat, I will give you all the ideas about tux that you need. I'm still
He
so
loves
CA
super
is what,
chats.
Canadian money?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I saw a
currency.
pound
we got
in there.
we got people international.
Yeah, we're
supporting the
worldwide.
show.
Yeah,
Let's see your international coins. Let's see what kind of stuff
we
got.
we have some currency that I don't even know what it is that comes.
So when I
across.
leave, someone's gonna have a pound for me outside?
Yeah,
no,
they go to the exchange in
they'll
between.
they'll do the exchange rate.
They have an exchange
Yeah.
rate? This is
No,
incredible.
he got a big belt with all the different bills from
in
around
the
there.
dispensers.
Yeah,
the coins.
Question here from Coach, just a typical $2 bill. Don't see those often.
Yeah.
Guys, if Cleveland didn't trade out of 74, who would have been the pick for Cleveland? So they're the ones that traded to the New York Giants just now.
Let's see. So Cleveland
They
has
doubled up a receiver, so it wasn't that.
Yeah, dude, what a draft!
Yeah,
Browns
no,
are
phenomenal
doing
draft.
work.
They're killing it.
We do have the pick, though, for 75. It is Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver out of Texas Tech, and a third aneurysm for Trevor, who his eyes are glossy.
Yeah.
What do we think about this pick?
I don't understand it at all. There's better receivers on the board.
How do you get drafted ahead of Ted Hurst?
He over Skylar Bell. We don't even have to list all of them. I had him way below this. I didn't see the ball skills on tape. 13 of 41 on contested catch opportunities. Not overly explosive, and the drops went up this year from 2024. So this is an F for me. I didn't have him in my. He was outside of my top 300. I think I had him at 304.
Yeah.
It's a massive reach in a good receiver class. I don't understand this at all.
Yeah.
He's a day 3 player.
I agree. I think this is a 6th or 7th round pick that you just took at 75. So yeah,
I've had a lot of questions about Miami's draft.
I think this is an F for me as well. Let's see, Miami's draft in total.
Well, I mean, Jacob
Proctor?
Rodriguez. Proctor was really what I was thinking.
Proctor and
Proctor.
Chris Johnson were round 1.
Chris Johnson's excellent scheme fit.
Right, I agree with that. Proctor's a risk, big risk.
So the
That
question
early.
is less about Caleb Douglas, and I'm thinking about Surratt and Hurst and Branch.
There's
Yeah.
tons of guys.
Very easily.
Name your guy.
Very
L.
easily players that we would take
Yeah.
above them.
If you wanted this kind of player, I would have taken Surratt. If you felt like you needed more of a possession player that plays with physicality.
Maybe they wanted Jacob Rodriguez to have someone that he played with in college for the move. You know, I don't know. You don't really have a
So
term for that.
They could carpool.
Yeah, like
That's
split
it.
the-
You're into the
Locker room
carpool.
buddy.
yeah.
Carpool friend.
Right. Yeah, like you're hiring the moving company and you just have them.
Because they'll fly in first class, so you could put Caleb Douglas in 3C and Rodriguez in 3D.
Oh, this is good. See again, you need to maximize. When we talk about maximizing the salary cap, liquid cash available.
They're
This is what
doing
we're
it.
talking
You
about.
can like check. You could do checked bags, but like do it on one guy's.
Smart.
The
Yeah,
booking agent,
maybe,
less work for them.
Maybe one of them has
one car
airline
picks him
status.
up, one car takes him to the facility.
Nice.
I
See,
like this.
is good.
Okay.
Now I see it. Okay, you know
but
what?
the
How do I
grade
change
for the
my
draft pick though is a D, as an F according to the chat.
Yeah, again, I don't really see the need. I don't see the need to pick this player at 75.
Pittsburgh Steelers at 76, and we have a quarterback off the board, Drew
There's Aller.
Aller. That is kind of close.
Low moving cost.
This is a low
Penn
moving
State
cost.
to Pittsburgh.
This is another low moving cost.
Drew Aller, a guy that came in with a ton of accolades out of high school. He had moments during his career where he looked really special. It was a down year, but he stays in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he does. And the story with Aller, big, prototypical size. He did go through full field reads during his time at Penn State. He's got the big arm. he just never developed into a accurate, comfortable rhythm thrower that you have to be an NFL quarterback. So the Steelers are going to be kind of rebuilding him from the ground up, and he didn't play well against big-time opponents. That was what stood out to me with Aller. Every time he started to get on the right trajectory, take care of the football, become more of a game manager for Penn State, they'd play in a big game, and he just didn't have it. And then he got hurt, and return to school ended up costing him because obviously he had the broken left ankle in October this year where it looked like he was going to go earlier than this. This is a tough one for me, guys. It's just hard with guys that aren't consistently accurate at the college level, and that really dips off against the better college teams they play. He needs to be stashed behind not only assuming Aaron Rodgers coming back, but I'd say behind Will Howard. He needs at least 2 years of development. This is a C for me. I get being interested in the tools, but it just feels like a long shot.
You know, it's funny. It's also a C for me, but you're more negative on this than I am. I think this is a reward pick here for them because you get Max Ionicher in the first round, you get Jeremy Bernard in the second round, and you feel like you have the freedom to do something
That's
like
fair,
this.
yeah.
I would have taken Garrett Nussmeier, but there's, some injury concerns. Hey, he's a little bit smaller of a quarterback. And to me, this is just kind of like, hey, you hit the two big needs here. Would I have liked for them to pick Emmanuel Pregnon over Drew Aller? Yes. But a quarterback pick almost doesn't follow the same logic as every other position. So that's kind of, I think this is a reward pick for them for hitting the first two needs.
An observation and 2 questions. Of course you like him. You're a 7-on-7 guy.
Very true.
So
Very true.
that
He's one of
makes
the
sense.
7.
We have a trade alert. The Packers have moved up to 77. 2 other questions. 1, do they make this trade if Aaron Rodgers is re-signed right now?
I think it has no correlation.
Gotcha.
I think they're
and then
living
the
in
other
the
question
world.
is, would you better prospect Drew Aller or Christian Hackenberg?
Aller.
Wow, immediate.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Just the Penn State tools, but no production. I wasn't sure.
Because at least Aller had his junior year,
Right.
Where it came together.
The Hackenberg
On that run to the
phenomenon
playoff.
was incredible.
Was nice.
Aller was on the right trajectory.
It was nice. And
All
then
right,
this past year.
So Green Bay has the pick, which means Tampa Bay Trey. The Buccaneers have traded out of 77.
Yes.
So the Packers are on the clock, and Cisse is their only pick thus far, the cornerback.
Pregnon's a home run first 2 picks for them here. Because they need interior offensive line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
Caleb
sense.
Tiernan, Emmanuel Pregnon, maybe Connor Liu. Maybe you're thinking about a player who
center.
might be able to play center and guard for you. But I think interior offensive line. I mean, Connor, you got Connor Liu on your 10 best available still from what we have here.
Yeah, to me, a more gap scheme center. I love how he can control power. That would make a lot of sense here.
Is Big Citrus out of the running?
No, they're
No.
always in play to take defensive linemen.
I think so too.
I would say
how
Big
they
Citrus is a
draft.
good call, Lefkoe. I would think he's in play here.
They are going D-line.
Chris
but they're
McClellan.
going-
Oh, yeah, baby.
Trevor loves him. Loves this guy.
Let's go.
Wow. I'll let you lead that.
Wow.
I love the fit as well. I mean, this is an A for me here. I think this is what they need on their defensive line. He can play shade nose for you. He can play as a 3 technique. He can play as a 4-eye because I think he's got good length. I think he's got great strength. He always is attacking offensive linemen with extended hands. He's got the ability to stack, control offensive linemen really well, and then shed at the right time whenever the ball carrier is coming to them. Green Bay likes to stay multiple on their defensive front. Jonathan Gannon likes to do the same thing now that he's coming over from Arizona. This is a player that really helps you hold the point of attack. So I think he can fill a couple of different roles for you as you want to stay multiple and have a heavy rotation on that defensive line. It's an area of emphasis for the Green Bay Packers, and I'm a big Chris McClellan fan. So this is the range that I would have taken him. I like this. I'm giving it an A.
He's steady against the run, which is something that you really, really value in this group. He's in this cluster. We talked about Onyedem going before, and we're talking about Albert Weegers and Big Citrus and guys like that. Chris McClellan is a guy that can play with enough power that Green Bay values, and you see the quick hands there to beat blockers swiftly. This is a B- for me. I thought Green Bay definitely, that's why we were saying Big Citrus in the beginning. I thought they definitely had to restock some of their interior players.
Yeah.
And this is pretty close to the value for McClellan.
Because right now, I mean, they acquired Javon Hargrave, but Hargrave's playing the nose for him.
He's
You
different,
want
yeah.
Hargrave to be an attacking player for you. McClellan can be the anchor for you at that
Right,
spot.
he can read, react, hold the fort, and control the line of scrimmage a little better than
Yep.
Hargrave.
Yep.
And Devontae Wyatt, a free agent after this season as well, talking about the depths.
Mm-hmm.
Got another paid chat. Connor, who should the Browns trade back in for? Coach 30.
Oh yeah, we had somebody who's asking us about the Browns a little bit here if they were back on the clock.
Oh, we did. We got caught in that one because we said
Yeah,
they
yeah.
were double receiver. They got Spencer Fano. Did they take a corner?
No, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
McNeil-Warren,
So,
they took a
Keontae
safety.
Scott, right?
We talked about how they need a nickel.
Yeah.
Scott really fits the attitude that I think would fit their defense.
I'm
that they
reading
play
this
with.
one. Stig's Brewery Kitchen for $20.
There it is.
Lefkoe, spelled wrong, would be great chemistry fill-in for when Connor goes on paternity leave.
No
it's got-
brainer.
It's got 5 likes, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder what that comment says.
I don't know. That might be dangerous.
There's 2 comments.
Might be dangerous.
What are you talking about? He got to bring the baby to the pod. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Fair game.
Yeah.
This is my 4-day-old.
This is first summer scouting.
Yeah.
You got to get right into it.
This is actually a great question. Is there paternity leave for podcasts?
I don't know.
Not for your job, but
we-
like he's kind
we
of your
control the
boss
show.
in this situation.
Well, the
I
good,
don't know.
Well, no, but like in this situation, you have to kind of say, hey, man. I
you make a
can't-
plan.
Yeah.
The beauty of it is, after this draft, we start summer scouting, and we kind of go by our own.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll strap the baby to me and break down the wide receivers for next year. I have no fear.
Yeah, and if you and the wife need to rotate in, she can be on the pod. She can do
100%.
summer scouting.
Listen,
I got
when
the
my
baby.
son was 3 weeks old, we were betting DeMontis Sabonis over rebounds at one
You
time.
gotta do it.
So, like,
Yeah.
you got to
You gotta
teach
do it.
your
Pod
child,
never stops.
correct?
It's true.
No,
It's true.
no,
Yeah.
no.
I'm here for the addicts.
Indian, you're a rising star, Lefkoe. Love to tune it. What is
Rising.
A?
You
What's
are a star,
A?
Lefkoe.
Is that an Australian dollar?
It might be.
And here you talk on the draft, 33%. I love you, Alex.
Nice.
There you go.
Unlimited.
You're loving this.
This is a whole new
chat.
world.
Yeah,
I'm
super
all-
chats to you are like,
You have to understand, we used to do Facebook Lives where all we would do is interact with the chat.
Facebook?
Before streaming, before streaming was like normal, we would do Madden Sims where we would watch
Yeah.
a video game play itself and then talk to the chat, and they would just kill us for 3 hours. So a positive chat, like
With
this doesn't
money
even
attached
make
to it?
sense. I would have people with babies strapped to them being like, die.
We
I'm like, okay.
we really when we started NFL Stock Exchange, everything that we did was we recorded the episode, we then, would edit the episode and we would put it up normally. It's only starting this year that we went live for every episode, and the reason we now do it is because this is so
It's
fun.
great.
Because
It's
the
the
chat is
greatest thing
so
we
much
ever did.
fun
Yeah, they're
to,
part of
to
the show.
interact with the show.
they create half the
Yeah.
bits of the
Yeah.
show.
This is from Marco Bustamante. Who
Okay.
are some player comps for Drew Aller, floor and ceiling?
Who
Do you
did-
have him above Will Howard? You just said you don't
No,
currently.
no, I would not have him above Will Howard.
Right now on the depth chart, no. Will is more ready to play.
I had,
By far.
and as prospects too, I had Will Howard as QB4 that year. Like, I like Will Howard. I think he should get an actual shot. Carson Wentz is a player comp that I have for Drew Aller. Both of them bigger guys, bigger arms, but the decision making is really where you start to get
Some
wonky
Jacob
with them.
Eason for me as well. Love this pick for the Colts. It's about damn
A.J.
time.
Dude.
Halsey.
They have C.J. Allen and A.J.
They've
Halsey.
been just bargain shopping, value shopping, not bargain shopping.
From New
At a great
Mexico to Houston to LSU.
Mr. Gimme That.
Led the Big 12 in interceptions in 2024 with a 4.5 40. Yeah, 10 interceptions in his career, Connor.
Yeah, Halsey, man, he's a playmaker. He takes away the football. That's why his nickname is Mr. Gimme That. This is somebody that just understands the play before it happens. The ball production over the last 2 seasons, 8 picks, 12 passes broken up. He's a route anticipator. He understands exactly what you want to do by down and distance. He was explaining to me his process day by day of going through different cut-ups, of understanding exactly what a team wants to do, and he understands where the sticks are. Big hitter, constantly jumps middle of the field, throws, lays the lumber on pass catchers. He's got a 220-pound frame, and he will kill blockers getting out in front of the screen game. This is an A-plus pick for me.
Wow.
A.J. Halsey is one of those identity attitude players in this draft and one of my favorites. Great job, Chris Ballard.
This is also an A+ for me. I'm gonna head over to the board for this one. This talks about just how much I really, really like this pick here. When we go over to the draft board, let's see. Where is A.J. Halsey? Oh, I might have picked him already. Yeah. So we got him here to the Indianapolis Colts at number 78. First of all, phenomenal value. Look at the build, okay? This is where I start with the player comp with him. Okay, a little bit under 6 feet tall, but 215. And he said he played more like 220, 225. That's why it reminds me of a throwback player, O.J. Otogwe, where same thing, right around 5'11". These guys are a little bit bigger. Otogwe would not only lay the boom because he had a little bit more muscle on him, but also interceptions. 25 career interceptions for Otogwe. 1 year he had 8 interceptions. And that's what we talk about here with A.J. Halsey. As I'm highlighting him right here, we just saw this play. I believe this is him right here. We just saw this play. Now we're going to play it in slow motion. Watch the way that Halsey reads the quarterback's eyes here. He's reading them the whole way, reading it the whole way, sliding over, boom. That's why his nickname's Mr. Gimme That, is because he's able to keep his eyes on quarterbacks, bait them into throws, and really be able to. I mean, his interception highlight reel, it's legit. Sometimes you get safeties, right place, right time. They get lucky. Not with this guy. He's awesome.
So they go CJ and then AJ.
A lot of juniors.
Makes you think.
A lot of juniors.
Chris Ballard is being the DJ.
My guy at the touchscreen is absolute cinema.
You're a big fan of him at the touchdown.
Yeah. We're going to get one.
Comes a lot.
Yeah, we're going to get one.
You should have seen it with David Zaslav.
I heard.
Zachariah Branch, low moving.
There it is,
Georgia
baby.
to Atlanta.
One of
Fire
us.
me up.
I made it.
Non-stop W's in the chat.
Yeah, fire it up.
Non-stop W's in the chat for
First
Lefkoe for
team
that one.
All-American at USC, second team All-SEC at Georgia, led the SEC with 81 catches, and he's got a 38-inch vertical. And the price for the U-Haul is low.
That's right, Lefkoe. Malik Washington is who he reminds me of. Just so dangerous with the ball in his hands. Quick, agile, short and intermediate separator. 92nd percentile drop rate this year, 2.4%. Yes, the average depth of target was low, but he's reliable catching the football. Electric punt returner. He's done that over the last couple of years as well. 20 reps of 225 at the combine, 177 pounds. Yeah, that wins my heart over. This is a worker. This guy is all about football. He's known around that facility as the guy that's always there around the clock. Yes, he's a smaller wide receiver, but he's got great vision, burst, and urgency off screens. Man, Zachariah Branch, he's just a dynamic player out of the slot for you. And the Falcons, the way they've built their pass catcher group with those giants on the outside, you can fit a guy like this, especially in Kevin Stefanski's quick game. This is a good fit, really good scheme fit, solid player. Love the low moving cost. This is a B+ for me. I think Zachariah Branch is the right home for him.
Yeah, look, I've got Skylar Bell and Deion Burks ranked ahead of him that are still on the board, but still, I think this is a great fit because they needed a speed option like this. They needed a yards after catch type of a player, and they needed a dynamic return man as well. So I'm going to give this a B+ here. Again, I had other receivers that were sort of in that mold, ranked a little bit higher than him, but I still really like the player going to this spot. And low moving costs, maybe even no moving costs. He might be able to stay in the same apartment.
Stay on campus.
He can stay with me when I'm in Atlanta.
There it is. Yeah, he's going to bunk up with Lefkoe.
But a 4-3 with 20 on the bench is not a combo that you see a lot. And I also think what you just said, you have Bijan who gets so much attention. You have Drake London. And then can't you see like a rollout where Branch is coming across in like a jet sweep and you're like, where did he come from?
That's how they're going to use him.
I love that. Another wide receiver. It's coming off Fast and Furious.
Polar opposite kind of receiver.
Jacoby Lane going to the Baltimore Ravens from USC. Jacoby Lane, you say the opposite? What do you mean? He's got some size to him.
Yeah, he's a big jump ball receiver. That's what he is. A little raw, but, talk about 6'4". He's somebody tall, long-limbed. He can beat single coverage because even when he doesn't run away from single coverage, he can climb the ladder over it. He caught 12 touchdowns in 2024. Now, he only caught 4 this year, but on that 2024 tape, you see the raw ability once again in the red zone. He's just hard to contain. And he's got good tracking. He hangs in the air. He's got that great acrobatic hang time. The thing for me is he just lacks refinement. The release package, it's more backyard football than refinement. The routes don't really have detail. They're not sharp, and that's why he didn't always separate. He has the athleticism and speed to separate, but just not detail in the routes. And he's just not creative with the ball in his hands after the catch as well. Just build up speed and try to work through contact. So this is a C for me because kind of taking a page out of Trevor's book, I like Skylar Bell better. I like Chris Bell better. There's a couple more receivers that I just valued higher than this guy. And, I get it. Baltimore was looking for somebody that can play above the rim, but there was some options I just liked better than him.
Feels like a Rashad Bateman type of feel.
Yeah, Bateman had better route running, though. That's, but you're right.
What do you got, Trevor?
I'll go with the C-
Yeah,
here
see
for this one.
disappointment.
No, and Lane was always going to get drafted higher than where I had him ranked. I'm just not a fan of receivers like this. He is a contested catch type of a player who, unfortunately, in my opinion, settles for contested catch opportunities. It's one thing if you're not super athletic, you got to fight through it, and You just happen to be a contested catch guy because of that. Like, I think Elijah Surratt, right, is somebody who he's a contested catch guy, but not because he settles for it. I think Jacoby Lane settles for being a contested catch type of a player. I understand why they wanted to add somebody like this, because Mark Andrews isn't getting any younger. They don't have Isaiah Likely anymore, and they don't really have a contested catch type of a wide receiver on their team.
Oh my gosh.
So I get the need for it. I'm not a fan of guys who are always in contested catch situations, and it feels like Lane is far too much.
This guy had 17 different celebrations.
Yeah, he did have a
true.
choreographed.
No,
The
it's
first
true.
one was like X-rated. I was not ready for that one. We could re-roll it really quick.
I didn't even catch it.
He did like a lean up against the wall in the club type of situation. I don't know if we have that just roll the package, that first one that Connor did where he was up against the I think
Shout
it
out
was
to our
this one.
producers, man.
Yeah, I
this
mean,
is it.
thank you. Just
Is
he
this-
goes
is this
over
it right
there
here?
and he's just like, this is unnecessary.
Whoa, whoa,
You know what I'm saying?
whoa.
Look at the ref. The ref's like, I've never seen that before.
The ref. So I go,
But he
I don't
had
wanna
he
be in
had a
this.
first down celebration. He had a few other ones, but that was
ref knew he was getting caught in 4K.
what I love is the editor that put that together was like, let him finish.
Yeah.
Don't go to the next play. Let him finish. Very
Give me some
thoughtful.
pad here on the long celebration.
Jacoby Lane. It just, again, Baltimore Ravens select guys whose names fit. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock, and surely we have no idea where they're going to go. And let's find out.
I'm on pins and needles.
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Albert Regis.
Oh, they just went to A&M and said,
And totally
give us everything you got.
redeem yourself.
Our pets' heads are falling off. What do we think here, Connor?
Yeah, you know, everybody loves a good old lunch pail run defender. That's what Albert Regis is. 6'1", 295, short arms. But he's explosive, man, and he's explosive against the run. He has no fear of doing the dirty work for his teammates around him. Low pad level, digs under blockers with those low hands into your chest. He gets off the ball really well, and that initial strike is forceful. That's what I love about him. When you watch him get off the ball, he throws his hands with a purpose. He's got good head-up eye awareness against run development. And how about this? 90th percentile 40 time, 93rd percentile vertical, 95th percentile broad jump. He gets labeled as this just, hey, you know, blue-collar run defender. No, this guy's an athlete as well. It hasn't transitioned to pass rush yet, but he helps their run defense in a big-time way. I like Albert Regis quite a bit. I'll give this a B+.
Huge fan of this player. He's a top 100 player for me. He was, I think, like 88th overall on my big board. So this is right around the range of where I would have selected him. And this is a major need for the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is an A for me because I think the range is appropriate. They're addressing a need, and they're getting a player that I think is, like you mentioned, a workhorse type of a player. He does the dirty work. Everything that I've heard about this guy is that he has a high character, high football IQ, teammates love him,
Right.
motor never stops, all of the things that you want to hear about a player who is going to get beat the heck up every single time the ball is snapped, and yet he absolutely loves it. That's the kind of guy that Albert Regis is. So like you mentioned, probably never a good pass rusher in the NFL because he certainly wasn't in a longer college career, but he is a depth player that the Jacksonville Jaguars need.
Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. We do have a super chat. What if the Vikings drafted Diego Pavia at 82?
Yeah, what if?
Alfred Collins 2.0.
Yeah, what if?
I think, though, that we're sitting here with Pregnon. Still has not been drafted.
Ooh.
They
Would they
do
draft
need some center help. Blake Brandel, a 6th-round pick in 2020, is their current
Well,
center.
then
What about Sam?
get ready to learn Sam Hecht, buddy. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be it for me.
He's my center
We saw
one. He's
we
still
saw
on the board.
Logan Jones go. We saw Slaughter go. Connor Lew and Sam Hecht were actually my top 2 centers.
Me too.
And so I think they would actually be getting better center value than the 2 teams that already took one. I think that's the route Minnesota should go right now.
I'd take Hecht over Lou simply because I think Hecht's a little bit better of a scheme fit
I'm with
for
you all the way on
the
that.
zone blocking
Yep.
that a lot of Kevin O'Connell likes to do in Minnesota.
Don't
Matthew-
rule out a wide receiver.
Oh, sure.
It's been a roller coaster with Jordan Addison.
Yep.
And
True.
they lost Naylor in free agency.
True.
They could use a number 3 that could all of a sudden become. I think Skylar Bell's a scheme.
They
fit.
also haven't taken their safety yet, and Keontae Scott is still there.
Yeah. The only thing I'd say with that, I think Byron Murphy plays the nickel for them.
He does.
So Scott wouldn't really have a home unless they moved him to
You
strong
see him
safety.
more as a
Yeah,
gotcha.
true
Yeah.
safety type of a player. Who's
Uh,
next on the true safety board?
Can you go back up to that $20 super chat? I thought it was the line that I think saves you guys all the time, which is, this is the worst mock draft ever. Who would have the tight end?
Borkircher?
Yeah, going that early.
Yeah.
I just want to say the guy's name who did the super chat. I feel bad.
It's one of those things where it's not as difficult as people think to scout players and then try to put them in the right situations for team. The difficult part of predictive mock drafts is predicting what is truly unpredictable.
Right.
The things that you wouldn't
I feel like this
be able
draft
to
is going to
logically-
change the way that you guys mock the Jaguars going forward. Like, you kind of have to go off the beaten path because he's clearly doing some different things.
It's
Yeah.
weird because Regis was a very stay-the-lane pick, but Borkircher was one of the bigger curveballs. But let me get them out of jail on that one. Marlon Klein was significantly crazier. So everybody's been different with tight ends.
Yes.
To be fair, the NFL looks at tight end a lot differently, and it's a very hard position to project.
Nate Borkircher didn't have 200 yards in a single season.
No.
And more than 20
What
catches.
is his-
And you drafted him 56th, 54th?
I think before his 19-catch season this year, he was single-digit catches only,
His
right?
career high was 6 receptions for 102 yards. That would be halftime for Trey McBride at Colorado State.
That's right. The man's got facts.
I'm floored.
Minnesota taking their sweet time here.
Jermon McCoy, Chris Bell,
Man, McCoy's gotta
Keontae
go
Scott,
tonight.
Emmanuel Pregnon, Keith Abney. Let's see, the pick for Minnesota.
Big
Citrus. There we go.
Damn, Caleb Banks in round 1, Big Citrus in round 3. Brian Flores is embarrassed of what his run defense looked like last year and said never again.
Yep,
Jalen
21st in
Redmond
the
was good for
NFL.
them, but that was about it.
Right, man. You get Dominique Orange here.
Wow.
I would advise, and he wasn't bad this year, but I would advise looking at 2024 when he was healthy to see the kind of player he is.
This kid's a stud.
He's a top 60 player for me. And the thing with Big Citrus is he's not just a big old run plugger in the middle. He can do that.
Yep.
But the pass rush win percentage was almost 13% in 2024. That is high end for an interior defensive lineman. He's got a plan. He can push the pocket with speed to power, but he's got that nasty two-handed swipe. I love how Brian Flores is fighting in the draft room for guys like this because him and Caleb Banks can be a nasty defensive tackle tandem for them for a long time to come. A+ for me for Big Citrus going to Minnesota. Love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was somebody I would have rather had. I mean, obviously they take Caleb Banks, but I like this pick. Sure, you could argue a wide receiver if you wanted to, but they've got time. I mean, the Vikings have 2 more picks here in the 3rd round still where they could take a wide receiver. So I'm also going to give this an A because now you're looking at a defensive line where it's Jalen Redmond, it's Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins from last year's draft. Now you've got Caleb Banks. Now you've got Dominic Orange. You feel pretty good. You got Levi Drake on Wuzurike. I think that you feel pretty good about what they're doing on that defensive line there.
And this is a guy that the rest of the team, when they're going to love, a 450 bench, a 650 squat. And the one thing that's interesting, you mentioned the year before, 24. In 25, he played 17 more snaps per game, just to kind of show I can be on the field more. But with the rotation you were talking about, maybe he goes back to his 2024 ways because he doesn't play as much.
You get the most out of him.
And Carolina gets a weapon for Bryce Young, and it is a speedster out of Tennessee, Chris Brazil II. What do we think of this pick here, Kyle?
Brazel's fascinating.
Brazel.
Because there's a wide range of outcomes for him. It's as simple as that. There's just not a lot of guys that are this tall with this kind of jetpack speed. You're going to see it on the highlights here. Guys can't run with him. And this is in the SEC, guys can't run with him. The ball's underthrown, and he works back. He's got real ball skills. Big build, 4.37 speed, plays 4.37 on the field, natural pass catcher with the body control, the smooth adjustments, only a 3.6% drop rate. Man, he just, in one-on-one football, he is nasty. But he's still learning how to weaponize that speed. He doesn't give you anything after the catch. I thought, Trevor, when they didn't keep him involved, he disappeared in terms of being locked in on a snap-by-snap basis. And that was a question for teams throughout this process of why he fell. I think he's a top 70 talent. I think when you watch him play, sometimes he looks like Christian Watson-level jetpack down the field ability.
4.37.
But you just got to keep him locked in. And Carolina, are they the type of team that'll utilize this guy to throw the ball down the field? So the fit to me is a little curious, but I like the player on the field. I'll give this a B.
So I'll give it a B as well. I actually had this as a pick in our mock draft as well over on the NFL Stock Exchange show because of the very reason I thought that they were going to want to get somebody to push the ball deep down the field.
Sure.
Now, I am hesitant on Brazel just like you are, and honestly, I'm looking at Carolina's class, and I don't know how high the grade is going to be when we do
Freeling,
the
Hunter, and
grade
Brazel?
episode, because I think Freeling was overdrafted. I think that Lee Hunter was overdrafted. I think that Brazel, this is close to the round, but I think that there were other receivers that were on the board that I like better than him. So Carolina they're getting players that I thought they'd be at those positions. I just didn't love a lot of the guys that they're acquiring here, where they're acquiring them. But Brazel does try to fill the need of that vertical receiver that they're hoping to get with him instead of Xavier again.
All right, get up. It's Tampa Bay's on the clock. We want you by the big board. We want you to tell us who you want.
Okay.
Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter. Who do you want to add to this draft?
Okay.
The Wriggler's got something up his sleeve.
Yeah, wriggle away.
Let's see. Who makes the most sense for them at this point? I mean, Keontae Scott's a hell of a player. If you draft him, he gets to play in the slot for you. You could have Jacob Parrish play on the outside full time, so I like that. He was one of the best run defenders in all of college football, so I like that move for them. I don't hate Kyle Lewis as well, a top 50 player for me, but would you draft two linebackers? They're very different back-to-back with him and Josiah Trotter, but I just don't think that they would do it. Surratt is somebody that I absolutely love. I had him 31st overall in this class. I knew I'd be a little bit higher on him than where he would go in the real draft, but I don't know if Tampa would take another receiver there. I think they like the three guys that they have. Maybe, then you start to get to, okay, maybe Keith Abney's an option for them at corner. I do like corner because they said that they wanted to add cornerbacks here, and let's see the different types of corners that might be available for them. Obviously, McCoy's at the very top of the board. I like Hezekiah Massis for somebody who can play as that off-coverage, cover three type of a corner for what Todd Bowles likes to do, so I like him as a scheme fit.
All right,
I like
pick?
Ephesians Prysock as well. I would take Keontae Scott.
That would be your guy.
I would take Keontae Scott here or Keith Abney. I think one of those two guys I would take to Tampa.
Again, solely based on name, Keith Abney feels like a buck.
He does feel like
The roller skating champ.
Excuse me?
He's a championship
roller
skater.
skating champ.
How do you compete in roller skating?
I guess where he was from growing up, that was
like
speed
roller
skating.
derby?
Speed skating.
Speed skating.
Yeah, ankle flexion.
It was a hard conversation when I told my parents I rollerbladed. No, I'm just kidding.
No, roller skating is totally different.
We got
True.
Bryce Henry saying we got 23,000 people watching right now.
Hey!
Yeah, it's been more than that at times.
Yeah?
It's crazy. The Addicts Army is, you're in now. Like,
I'm in.
Yeah,
you just get it.
Yeah, you're part of it. Is he in the 500 club?
How do I have to do that?
It's
500
tough.
push-ups?
Nope.
No.
15 bench press?
Nope. Do we tell him?
How to get in the 500 club?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got to.
Is that the rule of the 500 club is you don't tell people? how to get-
Deadlift, bench, and squats got to be over 500 pounds.
I'm in.
You're in.
You
Yeah.
said that a little too confidently. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
You could do
I got you beat.
Easily.
I feel good about I got legs, bro.
I mean,
What is it? Deadlift,
the fi-
we
squat,
got a
and
bench
what?
around here somewhere.
The 500 Club is also a $500 super chat gets you on the board of directors.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, we got,
I got that
five
too.
members.
For the charity mock draft stream that we did a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah.
there were some people who gave $500 to match for charity that we were doing there, and so we put them in the 500 club. Yeah.
$20 for here. Hello from South Korea.
Let's go.
Hi. If McCoy makes it to 92, will the Cowboys take him?
Yeah. Right.
I mean, they should.
We are at
They took an injured
84.
corner last year in Savon Revel.
He feels like a Cowboy.
I don't know if that's evidence to say that they would again, but you know.
I'm saying though, like maybe that's the reason they don't.
When
When you start stockpiling injured players over the years.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. And Tampa, Ted Hurst.
This is a fun pick.
What a great draft for Tampa Bay.
Yeah. The Wriggler again.
Wow, wriggle it away. Ted Hurst, take it away. Wriggle your way
Trev,
into
you want to
this
start
one.
with this one?
Sure. I guess I'll give this one a B. I mean, this is the range in which I thought Ted Hurst was going to go. He's a great athlete, and they don't exactly have somebody who can play X on the line of scrimmage. I think when you look at Chris Godwin, he's a little bit more of a slot to a Z outside move type of a wide receiver. I'd say the same thing about Ibuka, who's more of that Z wide receiver. Jalen McMillan is a slot wide receiver, and so Ted Hurst can now play on the line of scrimmage as a big-bodied X who gives you some extra athleticism as well. I would have liked those other cornerback options that I talked about a couple of minutes ago. That's why this is an A for me. But I do think that he fits a role for this team.
Yeah, they get the Mike Evans of the Sun Belt.
They
as
do.
some would
Yes.
say.
Yes.
I mean, for real, this guy, 6'4", 206 pounds, long arms, the 4.4 wheels, the big-time vert and broad. It's all there. He's dripping with traits.
Yeah.
The long strides build up speed down the field, the high contested catch rate. You always want to see that, especially at the lower levels. He hauled in 33 of 53 from 2024 to 2025. Here's a sneaky thing I like about him. A lot of big receivers are jump ball merchants. He's urgent and angry after the catch. That's why I constantly call him the small school George Pickens. They'll throw him a screen, and he can run right through you. Now, the drop rate, a little high at 9.2%. That's 27 percentile. He's a drifter into coverage. They got to work on his routes, and they will. Tampa's good with that with receivers.
Yeah, they are.
So this is a good pick for me. This is a B+. Ted Hurst is a great place for his development with Baker and that staff, and somebody that, once again, he's got pro traits galore.
And I love the makeup of your wide receiver room.
Right.
And also, I mean, 3 of these clips, and this is probably going to be one too. Yeah, I mean, he's in the back shoulder with his athleticism. That's what you're losing when you lose Mike Evans.
For sure.
Inside the 10, inside the 15,
Yeah.
and you get a back shoulder.
Yeah.
A B, little bro. What the heck?
Oh, okay.
He's got a little
All right.
bone.
Gee, what is he reading the chat now?
Yeah.
Would you fill him in on the inside joke? Did you see the beginning of the show? They were like, "Wow, I can't believe Trevor and Connor's feet can actually reach the floor on that couch."
We just get murdered.
Unbelievable.
They call us it's little tykes, squirt,
Unbelievable.
small fry.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, we actually don't like the people that listen to our show.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
just kidding.
yeah.
Secretly hate
They're out here saying that like I make D'Angelo Pons look like Shaq.
That's too far.
You know?
That's way too far.
It's
the
great.
pick is
Start a
in.
podcast. Your listeners will be great.
Yeah. Go into media, they said.
Dalen Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia, going to Pittsburgh here at 85, Connor.
Yeah, Dalen Everett, a big physical corner, right? And he's another guy that it's all there from a tools perspective. You know, 6'1", 193, the arm length, he's got enough arm length. This was a top 50 recruit coming out of IMG Academy. And he's played enough football. He's experienced playing outside corner. He's played a little slot and moved him around special teams. He's really good at fighting through the hands at the catch point. That's what he's physical at the catch point to me. But he's got that high cut build. I thought it impacted his agility against quicker guys. He's got to find some consistency in terms of just he allows a lot of explosive plays, and he's not slow, but it's just the transitions where he doesn't open up and run in time and gets beat down the field. And that's where you see him kind of go into panic mode and get those interference plays. So if you're going to develop a corner, he's a guy worth betting on. But there was just a couple corners where I had ranked ahead of him where I give this a C+.
Yeah, I do the same thing. C+, same logic. I just have other corners that I would have ranked a little bit ahead of him. So basically echoing all the points Steve.
Sorry, I ate up the breadcrumbs.
No, you did a wonderful job.
Is he a Steelers cornerback?
Yeah, they love guys that are physical like this. You think Porter.
Yeah, because you got Porter on the other side. You get him. They're very similar stylistically to play the right defenses.
All right, Chargers were at 86. It looks like the Cleveland Browns have traded up. So now we're getting towards the middle end of the third round where a lot of teams get active trying to get their guy in the third round. Who would you guys say are your guys? Who are your favorite players left? Not just on your big board, but like overall, like Pons was a favorite. Hurst was a favorite. Who are
guys
your
you just
favorites?
gravitate to naturally. Man, that's a good one right now.
We got the pick in.
The pick for Cleveland is going to be Austin Barber,
All right.
offensive tackle out of Florida, 6'7", 318, headed to Cleveland, Connor.
Yeah, he's a monster in terms of the height, long enough arms. You know, you watch him in the bigger matchups. Miami and Texas A&M, he had some problems. He did give up 11 pressures in those games. But as we saw at the top of this highlight reel, there's so many reps of him just dumping pass rushers or dumping people in the run game. He's got good range and control and outside zone for a big fella. That's what impressed me. So I think that's something that probably stood out to Monken. I think one thing they got to coach up with him is he likes to absorb power rather than striking at the power, and it pushes him back into the pocket sometimes. So I'm not going to lie, there was a couple developmental tackles that I liked better than him. Jude Bowery comes to mind. Travis Burke, you mentioned him earlier, Trevor. He comes to mind for me as well. So this is a C for me. I've loved a lot of what the Browns have done. I really, really have. But this was just a touch early in this tackle class for Barber.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C as well. And it's similar reasons. Like I like them double dipping at offensive line. Like that's good. But I just feel as though Barber really struggled with the top tier power players in the SEC and in college football. And that becomes every single week in the NFL. And I get a little bit nervous about that. So I think it's interesting that In free agency, they added a lot of offensive linemen. They're very much power offensive linemen. And then in the draft, they drafted Spencer Fano and Austin Harbor, who are much more zone blocking scheme type
It's
of
a great
offensive
call,
linemen.
Trevor. It's trying to figure out, maybe they're just going to be very multiple.
Todd
in the run
Monken,
game.
never let them know your next move.
Another tight end going to Miami here, Connor, out of Ohio State.
Yeah, I think this is the Miami pick that makes the most sense to me so far with Kaczmarek. Kaczmarek's just a true Y, and you're seeing the pass catching highlights here. But to me, what stood out on tape with him is just his ability to play on the line of scrimmage at 260-plus pounds and move people at the point of attack. Big-bodied blocker, can play in line full-time. He's a brawler in the run game. You turn on the Penn State tape in 2025, I thought he did some of the best work in the run game for a tight end that I saw all year on tape. So limited usage in the receiving game. That's something
Crazy clip.
Yeah. So
Here's him getting lit up.
but he held onto the ball and
Yeah,
took the hit.
true.
Yeah, Kaczmarek, to me, I'm a big fan of this player. This is a B for me. He's probably a long-term tight end, too, and that's okay at the end of the third round.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice pick for them, especially because he is the type of tight end that they don't have on the roster. They've got Greg Dulcich. They have other receiving options, but they don't have somebody who can hold the line of scrimmage, and I think that's really what Jeff Hafley is going to want them to do, is be much more physical. He talked about really wanting to invest in the trenches offensively and defensively. This is a pseudo-trench investment when you have somebody who you know is going to be attached to the line of scrimmage as much as Kaczmarek is. So I think that he is a very valuable player for where Miami wants to change their roster to go to.
You know what I like, Lefkoe? You could staple him, and Proctor maybe will play guard, but you could staple him next to a struggling right tackle and really have him help him pass pro. And I think that's the plan for him.
You know, I'm really upset that I said that last guy's height.
Yeah, you got.
It ruins the chat.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You only find that's the only way you find out.
You said it earlier.
But it's really this one guy.
Yeah, but they come in waves.
They do.
Yeah.
So are they just like 14 years old?
No, they just.
That's like a grown man who's just going,
Yeah.
just the cat meme? Okay. Well, thanks for ruining it, man. You really blew it. Nobody likes you. Go home. Pick number 88, Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. You guys liked – I feel like both of the Florida teams right there redeemed themselves.
Yeah, they rebounded
Miami,
well.
You guys did not like Douglas out of Texas Tech. Kaczmarek, I feel like you guys got more excited. Jacksonville, the tight end, you did not like, but then Regis you were fans of with their latest pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that they bounced back a little bit there. I like Regis a lot. I like Kaczmarek a ton.
Oh,
and now,
man, it was a good run.
I have no idea. Would you say it again?
No.
No,
I just think I alluded to it.
Yeah, you
Let's
fed-
go to that
you
super
fed the
chat,
two
that
animals.
Canadian $50. What is $50
The chat's
in
going
Canadian?
insane
What is
right now.
Lefkoe is more than welcome to the 500 Club. He is one of us.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's
Look
from
at
Tony
that.
Lee. Tony Lee's on the board.
Oh,
What
Tony
does
Lee.
that mean?
Tony Lee's in the
he's
500.
on the board.
He's in the
No,
500
500
club. So he has a
Yeah.
vote if there was a new member.
Yeah, he's part of the board of trustees.
How many members are in?
Him, Bryce, Peter.
And then we had two others.
two
Is
others.
the goal to have 500 people in the 500
No,
Club?
no. The board. You got to figure like a boardroom.
Next
20 seats?
Next off season, we're gonna have like a Ring of Honor ceremony.
Wow.
Where we're gonna like wear tuxedos like on the show and like
gonna rent
have
'em?
people.
Fitted for jackets. No, we don't support big
Actually,
tux.
yeah.
So where are you going to get your tuxes from?
A private company.
Yeah.
A small mom and pop shop.
You're just like an old Italian.
I'm gonna knit
Exactly.
the
You gained
garment
the
myself.
I had one of those
yeah.
in Hoboken.
Yeah.
You do?
I did. I don't live there anymore.
I'd rather-
Taylor's from Staten Island.
See?
Yeah.
You do too. You don't believe in big tux.
No,
Despite
I
you being a sleeper cell for a couple minutes there.
Yeah.
It was concerning. You're like, well, you could spill on it, so I love renting.
They left me that $100 at the gym.
I mean, that might have been them. Yeah. Now we're putting it together.
$5. Is that the Wrigglers music? Probably. You rigged everything today.
Oh,
You
for
guys
what? For who?
You guys
For
should
Ted Hurst?
hire Jay to block chat spammers. Who's Jay?
Great question.
Yeah.
Is
What
he
do
a-
you like to
I don't know.
I don't want
Maybe
No, I don't know
maybe
either.
maybe Dr. J. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dr. J's on the board?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
That's the pick me.
He's an
The
Thank
pick
God.
is in, and the chat loves it. We finally went.
Wow.
So just flip Pregnon and Borkircher, and then it's still weird, but
Emmanuel Pregnon,
What is this draft?
the pick for the Jaguars.
normal.
What is
here at
this?
88. Connor, an exciting pick here.
I'm going to become the
BD.
Joker.
Yeah, this is one of my best players available. I mean, this is somebody that started at Wyoming, then started at USC, and then started and played his best football this year for Oregon.
Yeah.
You know, powerhouse kind of guard, good mover. How about 11-inch hands? And when those hands land on you, yeah, you go places. 35-inch vertical. This is a unique athlete at guard, built and tested like a pro, fires off the line of scrimmage in the run game. Good leverage, really knows how to drive with his base. Man, he's a bully in close quarters in the run game, and he is mediocre foot speed, I'd say, Trevor.
Yeah.
But he utilizes his length to make up for that. This is an A-plus pick. This is one of the best players available. Jacksonville, they found their mojo again.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to...
Like that? I lost my mojo. Borkircher.
You know what? I'm going to give this an A just because I can't give it an A+ because the Borkircher pick at 54. So I'm going to give this a regular A here.
They're punished for
the
rest
tax.
of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Borkircher tax,
The Borkircher
honestly.
toll.
But I do think that this player is a very good player for them. If we went into this draft, I would have told you that the two biggest areas of need that I would love to see the Jags get some more talent in is interior offensive line and interior defensive line. Getting Albert Regis, getting Emmanuel Pregnon, those are two excellent choices for me. And again, if you would have said that Pregnon goes in the 50s and Borkircher goes here at this pick, I think you look at this draft and you go, wow, James Gladstone's cooking here. So you get the same three players. It's funny how the draft works, but yeah, I'll give this one an A.
They got Ezra Cleveland. They got him this offseason at left guard. Do you see him as a center, Pregnon, or would you rather him at a guard?
I'd rather have him at guard.
Yeah, he's pretty much guard only.
He's played guard for 4 years at the college level for the
Gotcha.
most part.
They have Patrick McCarry at right guard, Ezra Cleveland at left guard. He'll depth compete around there.
Yeah, the good news is he played right guard for Wyoming, so he's done both sides.
Yeah,
So you like that versatility.
Jacksonville had a heck of a year last year. I mean,
they did.
one of the surprise teams. We'll
sure.
see now that they play a tougher schedule. Can that continue?
Right.
Chicago Bears on the clock at 89. Odds are they will not take another tight end.
They got enough of
Never
those.
Count them out. Trying to think. They have not had a pick yet in the third round. So this one, no, they did. It was tight end Sam Roush out from Stanford.
Defensive line,
Front seven player here. Front four.
Yeah,
player
nothing at
here.
end, nothing at defensive
Stands out.
tackle. I think that's probably their direction that they should go. Pick in here.
And the pick for the Chicago Bears at 89.
Whoa.
Davion Thomas. A whoa. And Connor with a eyebrow lift. What do we know about this guy? What do we think of the selection here at 89?
I like Xavier Thomas
Right.
a lot. This is way earlier than I thought that he was going to go, but I had him a little bit closer to my fringe top 100 because I thought this player was very underrated at LSU. I thought of the players, Barian Brown was there, Anderson was there, Chris Hilton Jr. was there. Xavier Thomas was my favorite of all of those wide receivers that were at LSU that was in this draft class. I think he's got some juice. He's got some really nice change of direction ability. And when he put that on display, I thought that was NFL caliber. So we just didn't see it a ton from him. But, man, the release packages, him being able to move up and down the field, I'll give this one a B. I wish they would have gone defensive line here, but I do like this player overall, so I'll go B.
I'm with you. He was my favorite of the LSU receivers, but I still thought he was a day 3 player. I like him best really as a returner. This is somebody that in college, he returned 60 punts for an average of nearly 10 yards, 35 kicks. He returned for a punt for a touchdown, 2 kick returns for a touchdown, 4.28 wheels. So
Find space well.
Yeah.
yes. For me, I think he could be a great return man and a backup to Luther Burden, but it's still really early where I give this a C.
Luther Burden has completely changed that wide receiver room. And I look back and it's the typical, he was a top 5 guy before the season, all season long, and then the measurables happened and he just plummeted down. And then you saw him in the playoffs and you went, how did that happen?
Yeah, he's still awesome.
But putting this guy in there with Roma Dunze and Luther Burden, it's a cool little combo.
Wow. Kyle just
This is what
goes
he,
how Kyle
every
wants.
year.
and
every year.
Every year.
none of the running backs did. None of them.
So
The running back out of Indiana for San Francisco was the 26th pick in the third.
to put in perspective, this is the 3rd running back taken in the draft.
Okay.
I don't remember in my lifetime doing this job, the 3rd running back in the draft not being invited to the NFL Combine.
Yeah, and a top 100 pick.
You heard. And Kalen Black is the classic, you're watching tape, you're like, this is a great sleeper. I love this guy. He ends up falling into I'll tell you in a second where I had him in the running back rankings. Running back 13 for me. Did a lot of really good work for Indiana. He's somebody that he runs hard. He's a thick runner through contact. 6th-year senior, 5'9", 211, 4.45 wheels at the pro day. He's got light feet. Zero fear of dropping his pads through contact. Was not involved in the pass game at all. Not overly creative. He will turn 25 his rookie season. It's so hard to grade these picks when you go, this is one of my favorite day 3 running backs, and he goes in the 3rd round at 90.
Or 89,
so
89.
I'll give it a C, saying I like this player. I don't think you had to do this here. I liked Jonah Coleman better. I liked Mike Washington better. I liked Katron Allen better if you wanted this type of back. Shanahan's a genius, and there's no denying it. But he makes some pretty off-the-wall picks on range, Trevor, is how I would.
Yeah, I also like this is a D pick for me, and I like Kalen Black, but you just look at listen to this draft history for the San Francisco 49ers.
Please.
2021, 3rd round, Trey Sermon. 2022, Tyrion Davis-Price for them there. 2023, they didn't take one. 2024, it was Isaac Guerrero, who is still on the team, by the way, in the 4th round. And in 2025, they took Jordan James in the 5th round, who is still on the team, by the way. They're just taking running backs in the 3rd through 5th round every year, and I just do not.
Check the year before Trey Sermon, too. I think they had another one that year.
Well, they had Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round that year, so Elijah was
But
good.
they had like a 2nd or 3rd rounder from like Oregon State.
No, I don't see one that year.
But Kyle does this every year.
Kyle does this every
He
year.
falls in love with a random running back.
And they drafted around this range. And I just, like, you already have.
I think I got who you're talking about. So Kyle's first year with the Niners, his first draft was 17.
Oh, so this is 10 years ago.
Joe Williams.
That is it. From Oregon
yeah,
State?
4th round.
Utah.
Oh, Utah.
Yeah.
Dude,
4th round.
every
Joe
single year.
Joe Williams is a great callback. Because I remember in that moment, we were doing Bleacher Report
We're
drafts
like,
together
he
then.
must be a stud. Kyle has the eye.
We were like, oh, he loves Joe Williams.
But I don't understand. You obviously have Christian McCaffrey. He's going to be the full bell cow for you. You still have Jordan James and Isaac Guerrero on the team, for which you already did this for the last 2 drafts in a row. I just don't understand the draft pick value of why they feel the need to continue to draft running backs like that when they're already not going to get it. Like, you drafting Kalen Black is like, all right, well, now Jordan James or Isaac Guerrero, like, completely useless for us. We're not even going to give it any more time. I don't know, man. That's why I laughed immediately.
I get it that I'm not the team doctor saying you can or can't do this, but I'd rather just take Jermod McCoy. And if
if you're going to make this pick, just pick Jermod
He never
McCoy.
plays a snap.
Yes.
You swung for the fences with a late 3rd rounder, whatever.
Yeah.
It's easy for me to say sitting in this chair because they got to get team doctors to clear these things, but that's just how I feel in this spot.
Chat's giving it an F as well. I'm also seeing Mr. Eshesh saying, I hate this pick so much.
Yeah, I can't remember if I gave it a D or an F, but
A lot of people have hated the Raiders picks who are up right now.
That surprises me.
Other than Mendoza.
Whoa.
Well, no, Stooks was
Stooks is
They
great.
had one more, though, that I really liked.
Kenyon Crawford. Yeah, so they
Kieran Crawford.
I just saw it in the chat and I ran with it.
Nah, come on. Come on, stand your ground. Don't let the addicts bully you. That's when they get to you.
Yeah, they will. They'll
Gotta be able to stand up to
get in
them.
your head.
It's okay, because now I know I can weaponize the number.
Oh, yeah. No, I do all the time.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
That's why they get on me for it. At one point, this was...
Yeah, because if they start saying mean things, you just say that number, and then some guy in South Korea types it like 85 times.
South Korea was a big fan of Jermod McCoy.
Really?
It was what he was asking.
Oh, yeah.
He was like,
Yo, your
watching from
memory.
South
I thought you were talking about, like, the nation overall.
They love him.
That would be
They're
They're
rallying.
rallying.
Yeah,
They're
rallying
around
cry.
Jermod McCoy.
Yeah, right.
Thank God, somebody needs to.
Yeah.
He
He needs some good pub.
and it is going to be Trey Zun.
Zoon.
Zoon.
Good pick.
You like this pick?
I do.
Go ahead,
Talk about
Trevor.
it.
So a couple of minutes ago, when you were going to ask us, like, hey, who are some of your round 3 guys? Excuse me. Trey Zoon would have been one of my players that I was going to say because he starts at left tackle for Texas A&M, but I think he's much more of a guard or even a center at the NFL level. He had one of the best pass blocking numbers in PFF system this past year. He's very good at what he does. He just doesn't have the overall athleticism or mainly length to play at tackle in the NFL. But I think this is an extremely versatile overall offensive lineman. This is a total swing player who could play all 5 spots on the offensive line for you. He could play tackle in a pinch. You don't want him there long term, but I think this is a really, really nice 3rd round pick for John Spytek.
Yeah, Zune was a fourth-round player for me, so I don't mind the spot. But I got to be honest here. If you're chasing a center, Connor Lew and Sam Hector are just way better players to me. I have them ranked higher. Where I give this a C-. Zune, I think, will be fine transitioning to the inside at the next level, more in a depth role. It maybe develops into a starter over time. I just wouldn't have passed on Lew or Hecht. We're both different. If you needed a gap scheme center, you take Lew. If you needed a zone scheme center, take Hecht. So that's where I'm a little puzzled here, honestly.
I'm mad because I wanted your Surratt combo to happen with Mendoza.
Yeah.
Still
that
a chance.
That would have been nice.
Still
That
a
would have
chance?
been nice.
Maybe.
Yep.
But they would hold on. But they wouldn't have taken a pure center because they just signed Linderbaum.
Oh,
Remember?
right. So Zune's going to play
Guard.
Zune's going to play guard,
He'll play
which
guard.
I don't
You don't like him at guard?
I don't love that.
Oh, I love him at guard.
Yeah.
I like him at guard.
That's a great call, of course,
Yeah.
with Linderbaum there.
Yeah.
All right, pick us in for the Dallas Cowboys.
Where'd the Cowboys go?
Jay Ship.
Oh, this is a great pick.
You're a fan. This is what you said when the other Michigan edge was drafted. You said you actually preferred him.
I mean, they are just compiling athletic freaks on the edge between him and Malachi Lawrence.
Do they think he's going to play off ball again?
That would make sense
Remember
because
he
they
played off ball last year?
Yeah, and he played some off ball at Maryland before he transferred. He's a hybrid player in the front seven for you. Barham, long arms. He's so explosive. He's still kind of raw, but you have the blend of length and athleticism. He plays fast. He plays with urgency. When they let him rush, and it was only 80 pass rush snaps in 2023,
Wow.
22.5% win rate. So he's
Yeah.
one of those guys, when he got to do it,
Yeah.
it was impressive. He was disruptive. Now, once again, sometimes a little out of control, a little reckless as an off-ball linebacker. I'm curious if Dallas sees him that way. But he was a top 60 player for me. This is an A for Dallas. I think Barham has a way higher ceiling in the pros than he did at Michigan and Maryland.
I'm going to give this an A as well. And the way that I would describe Jayshawn Barham is if you were interested in Arvell Reese in the top 10 and you didn't have the opportunity to get him, you could have gotten this guy in the second round, and instead they get him in the third. So that's
Yeah,
huge
towards the
value
end.
for me, but they're very much the same type of mold of player. Reese is a better football player than Barham is right now, but it's that same mold where
I
you've
agree.
got great power, great strength, the ability to play off ball and on ball. So I do like this pick quite a bit, and I'll give it an A.
They have attacked this defense with a lot of real. I mean, they went Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence. I mean, these are some serious ballers they're getting right now.
It makes me a little nervous.
Dallas has so much speed now on that defense while they got stronger in the pro market.
Yeah.
Like they made their trades for
Yes.
their beef,
Yeah.
but now they're drafting guys with range.
He makes me a little
That
nervous for my
Safeway
guy,
beef.
Donovan Izaraku, though.
With a hip.
Yeah.
Coming back from a hip
Does this
injury
mean
for a
that
pass
that's
rusher
tough?
scary.
Yeah.
It does make you wonder, is that an indictment on it? Is
I
Rocky's
know.
health?
I know. I hope
also
not.
think you guys said this. You can't have too many
Just keep
edges.
adding them.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. And he can play off ball.
Right.
Yeah. So I like this pick independent of that.
You just keep going to Safeway, getting that beef, bringing it home,
Oh,
letting it
I
handle.
know.
Dallas is doing well.
Not there.
Dallas is doing real well. I know you don't love that, Lefkoe, but
No, you know, like the one thing you have to admit about the Cowboys is they know how to pick athletes in the draft,
Yeah.
and they
Will-
do it every single year.
Will
Yeah.
McClay's been running their drafts for a very, very
Yeah, Will
long time.
McClay is not the issue in Dallas.
No.
Will McClay comes in out of his hole and he submits the
Draft
paper, and
these
Jerry
guys.
goes, "Here's some peanuts. Go back in there." Yeah, he does great. Keegan Trost, the interior offensive lineman out of Missouri. If LA was still in St. Louis, low moving costs.
Low
That's
moving,
here,
right, if, yeah.
high moving costs.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, and a
Very
guy
true.
that knows a thing or two about moving around. He's a seventh-year senior that played at
Jeez.
Indiana State. Wake,
7 years? He's the Van Wilder of the NFL draft.
Indiana
they're
State,
called
Wake
doctors.
Forest, Missouri. I thought he found his best football this year at Missouri. And, you know, he's an older prospect, like we said, 25 years old. But he's played a lot of college football at both tackle spots. Might be a guard at the next level because he lacks length, 7th percentile hand size as well. So I think he'll transition to guard. But he's someone to me, doesn't have great foot speed or overwhelming strength, but he plays in control. And he's technically sound from all the college football he played, where this provides them depth at a guy that might be able to play 4 different spots for you on the offensive line. A little early for this player.
Yeah.
For me, I'm going to give it a C, just
Yeah, the
because I don't
chat's
love
saying
the.
it was early as well.
Yeah, I don't love the value on it. The player's fine in terms of a backup offensive lineman, maybe swing tackle, swing guard, but I just think this is a little off the board.
Yeah, I mean, scheme fit, I like it. I think he's more of a zone blocking interior offensive lineman anyways, and you figured that they're going to mix a lot of that in there. But McVay's been leaning a lot more into the
I was
power
going
game.
to say,
so,
McVay's changed.
I mean, I'm going to go with the C- here because you got Jennings Dunker on the board. Billy Strouth is on the board. Who's the other guard? Who's there? I just had his name.
For the Rams?
Zune got drafted. Oh, Jalen Farmer. Jalen Farmer is still on the board. I'd much rather take a chance on Jalen Farmer than Trost. But I think he could fit for them. I just think there were better options here if you were going to go offensive line.
Are you guys surprised Keontae Scott's still on the board?
Yeah, because the argument would be that he's an older prospect, and we just talked about a seventh-year senior going off the board before him.
Here's what I wonder if the NFL is wondering about Scott. He has struggled in man coverage situations. So you have a zone coverage, nickel corner only type of an older prospect.
Gotcha.
So, like, does that factor into why he is still available here? Because
I thought Kilgore would go also.
I did too. I'm higher on Kilgore than I think Connor is.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought Kilgore would absolutely be a day 2 pick, but I guess not.
Going back to Zune just coming off the board, you know, where I mistakenly said I would have taken better centers. I also would have taken better guards. As we showed Trevor's board, Tiernan there. You brought up Billy Shroud.
Tiernan's still there.
Yeah, there was just better guard prospects to me. That's why I gave that one a little bit of a lower grade.
Right.
Jonah Coleman, I'm not shocked when running backs fall.
Yeah, we haven't had any running
No,
backs.
yeah, the Kyle picks.
He's whatever, man. He's going to go in the 4th round, and he's going to be a starting running back one day. And it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, of course.
I'm Trevor. The one that catches me, I thought Sam Hecht was going to go. Just because a zone scheme center that played as clean as he did this year and then at the Senior Bowl. Centers fall occasionally, but they didn't in this draft. We had Slaughter go.
Yeah, and
we had Logan Jones go.
He started 25 straight games. He tested like a pretty good athlete at the combine. Yeah, his arm length is small, but he's a center.
He's got a good anchor.
K9J asking, what pick do y'all have Nick Singleton going at?
I think Nick Singleton's going to hear his name tomorrow just because of the injuries.
Definitely.
Yeah, he broke his foot at the Senior Bowl. He didn't get benched, but they pivoted to Katron Allen more the second half of the year.
Yeah.
It's like a soft phasing out from being the guy.
Yeah.
I think it'll be tomorrow.
Nick Singleton's an unbelievable athlete. I just don't love the vision that he plays with. No. If it's blocked up really well for him, he can see it, he can hit the hole, he can get up the field. But whenever he's got to really move between the tackles and really be patient behind certain schemes, I mean, he's got now 4 years of a sample size. Right. And he really just did not get a lot better at that. So I've always kind of thought he was going to be a 4th, 5th round pick.
7 picks left in the 3rd round. That means that there are going to be a bunch of players that are waiting until the 3rd day.
Yeah.
That we thought maybe were day 1 or day 2. More day 2s. I think this day 1 was kind of solidified. But with 94, finally, the wide receiver from Louisville, Chris Bell, comes off the board. First team All-ACC. He did tear his ACL late in the season, but what a productive wide receiver for Louisville.
And if you're Miami, this is exactly how you should draft. You're getting Chris Bell on a discount because of the torn ACL. I thought he's a way more impressive player than the first receiver they took in Caleb Douglas.
Yes.
When you look at Chris Bell, and Trevor and I have talked about this comp because we saw eye to eye on it, Quincy Enunwa all day. 6'2", 222, rocked up. Now, the route tree is a little more simple this year. It's a lot of shallow crossers, work over the middle of the field, run through people with contact balance.
Oh, takes
build
off,
up
man.
speed.
He's 225 doing that.
But when you go back to 2024, when it wasn't Miller Moss under center, it was Tyler Shuck, he averaged over 17 yards per catch. So I think he's a better vertical threat than what we saw this year. He's a better player than plenty of the receivers that have gone over him today. I'm going to give this one a B+ for Miami. I think they rebounded really nicely, and they're just getting the ACL discount. And he'll play this year. He tore that ACL later in the college football season. He'll be back for this year.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B+ too. I see it very similarly the way that you do. I think I would have taken him above Caleb Douglas when they took a wide receiver there. And I just think that this mold of a wide receiver where he does still need some development, it's why I didn't love when people talked about him as like a top 50, top 40 pick. I was like, okay, I'm not there. But here, 94, great. Totally fine with this. At that point, I get to talk so much more about the fact that you can't teach the explosiveness that he has at 225 pounds. Right. And that's how I want to talk about this prospect a lot more.
This is my 13th year doing the draft at BR. And I'm pretty sure that in my first year, there was a wide receiver from Louisville that got drafted to the Miami Dolphins. Do you know who that was?
First rounder?
Is Devontae Parker.
Yeah, Devontae Parker,
yeah. I covered Devontae Parker at Ballard High School in Louisville.
Ooh.
Yeah. And he got fast because he played tag all the time.
Nice.
But him in high school, disgusting.
Yeah.
But anyway, Eli Raritan, the
Nice.
tight end from Notre Dame,
There you
going
go,
to
Connor, your guy.
The New England Patriots to finger lock with Drake May.
I mean, this one just makes so much sense for New England. The 70th overall player for me. You're insane, Lefkoe. Finger lock with Drake May is what he says.
Don't repeat it.
6'6", 245.
I was upset I said it at all.
That was an Adam Lefkoe quote, not from me.
You said it, though.
Eats up zone with the IQ to find the soft spots, man. He's just so savvy with that. He's handled the big blocking role. In 2025, 90th percentile in yards per out run. That's a big-time metric. I think he's good in contested situations. Eli Raritan, for me, I get it. He had the 2 ACL tears early in his career in a 10-month span, but he's had 2 great years of productive college football since then. He was tight end 3 for me. This is an A for New England.
Yeah, you like this.
I think Raritan's a big-time player because he can handle the line of scrimmage duties blocking, but he can make plays down the field with this superb catch radius. A all day.
Yeah, I think the Patriots want to be involved with multiple tight ends on the field more than they were last season. I know they had Austin Hooper and they had Hunter Henry, but still they were bottom half of the NFL in percentile from 12 or 13 personnel. They still have Hunter Henry, but he's in the last year of his contract. You sign Julian Hill, but they need somebody that they can lean on for a couple of years at that tight end spot. So even if Eli Raritan isn't, tight end 1 for them the whole time that he's on the team in his rookie contract, I think they feel good about him at least being tight end 2, being able to do a lot of different stuff for you. So I do like this pick here for the Patriots.
Sean Kay saying a Catholic Gronk.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Literally no one will ever get the Gronkowski comparison.
But him and Hunter Henry, a duo
a
there.
nice little duo.
Yeah, McDaniels will know how to use him for sure.
Oh,
We got ourselves a trade.
Ooh.
So it was Seattle at 96.
now it's Pittsburgh.
And now it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pittsburgh stays busy.
Okay. All right.
They were at
What
90.
could be in play here? They've
Already gone with some luxury picks.
They
with
got
Drew
Bernard to
Aller.
play the slot, Ihanicher on the offensive line, Aller as their project quarterback, and Dalen Everett as a developmental corner.
Oh,
Off-ball
damn.
linebacker?
I saw who it
Oh.
was. Sorry.
It's okay.
Is it a good one?
It's a good one.
Oh, nice.
I'm excited to talk about
Okay.
Do it. You do it. Break it.
Can I?
it. No, I'm not going to do
All right, here it
I'm
is.
not
Pick
gonna
is
do
in.
it. I'm not going to do it.
No, do it right
Announce
now.
it. The pick's in. It's fine.
It's the man with the mullet.
Oh, man. The Grizzly Bear.
Yes.
He
Jennings
looks like
Dunker.
such a Steeler. This
Jennings
is so
Dunker,
great.
baby.
The Steelers and Ravens just battling for their type of guys.
Yeah.
In this division. A tale as old as time.
I'm a big fan of this draft specifically for the Steelers because they addressed offensive tackle, they addressed offensive guard because I think Dunker, he played at right tackle for Iowa. I think he's absolutely a guard at the NFL level. That is his best style. He wants to be a mauler. He wants to, punish you like down the field. He wants to latch onto these dudes and, just pile drive them all the way down the field. Like that is his style, and I think that's what Pittsburgh is drafting him to be. But you get those 2 offensive line picks. You've got Jeremy Bernard. You've got Drew Aller now. You've got Dalen Everett. Like, this is a box-checking draft in a really great way for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think that Dunker's going to be able to stay at guard because of lack of measurables, but
Tackle, yeah.
Or tackle, excuse me. But I'm going to give this a B+. I like this one a lot here with Dunker.
I'm with you, Trevor. We see eye to eye. I go B+ as well. I think the value checks out. 3-year starter at right tackle. That is going to kick inside, and he's been ready to do that. He's a little upright. The hips are a little stiff. They're going to work on that with him. But, man, he's got this ability, this unorthodox nature of recovering because he's so strong. Raw strength to readjust, to recalibrate his hands. And he just gets after it in the run game that they prefer up there in Pittsburgh. So I think this is an awesome fit.
Lives at Culver's. Lives at Culver's.
I like someone said
He's got a wild diet.
Someone wrote low uniform cost because you're
That's
going from Iowa to
very
Pittsburgh.
true.
I like
There you go.
that. I have
true.
a theory that I believe the Steelers are best when they have a offensive lineman that has unique hair. The Brett Kiesel era,
Yeah.
Faneca?
Isaac Suomelo when
Jennings
he was there.
Dunker,
Yeah.
with this
Next up.
mullet. I believe that by year 6, he will have an absolute monster beard.
Yeah.
And I think you need that from the Steelers.
Need it.
I need someone that looks like they got out of a time machine from like the 70s.
That's him.
Jennings Dunker.
Yeah.
I
Good
mean,
pick.
watching him run the 40 with that mullet was poetic.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
leans into what it's all about being an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And that fits in so well.
And I agree with
the
John
Steelers.
Tyson. You never can go wrong with an Iowa lineman.
It's hard to.
It's
you know?
hard.
It's really
It's
hard
battle
to.
tested, that theory.
We got 2 of them off the board here
Steelers
already.
taking a
Logan
fat
Jones,
dump.
him, Bo Stevens is gonna
He's going to get drafted.
he's gonna get drafted as well.
Yep. We'll get 3 in this draft.
is the Culver's thing a true point, or was that like he looks like a guy that likes a
No,
No, that's
It's
it.
real.
He did it. I can't remember who wrote the feature. I'd love to give you a shout out, but I can't remember who wrote it. But they wrote a feature about Jennings Dunker, and like for the feature, I'm pretty sure for the
had Culver's?
interview they did it at Culver's.
Have you had a Culver's?
I have not
Great
many
stuff.
times because
Yeah.
I'm not in that part of the world too
Yeah.
often, but it's
I
delicate.
spent 2 years in Nebraska, and when one would pop up, oh, it was like a holiday.
Yeah.
He also, I think, is known for drinking like a gallon of coffee a day. Or
Yes.
he's
Yes.
a wild man.
I'm gonna be honest. I was hoping you were gonna say milk. I was hoping this dude was just ripping
Just whole milk.
whole milk
Whole milk.
done. That's the dream. Where do you think is the best fit for Nick Singleton as far as scheme
Yeah,
fitness abilities?
the chat loves Nick Singleton.
Loves Nick. It might be Nick Singleton.
Well, Trevor alluded to this. You definitely want a gap scheme
K9J.
because of the lack of vision, and you just want his explosiveness working downhill. I mean, the Rams have shifted to that. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I like him in the pass game, though, better as a pure runner.
Yeah,
Pass
I would
protection,
agree. Yeah.
swing passes.
What's a team that could use him as a third down back?
One that's on the clock right now, but I don't think they're going to do it here.
I mean, Washington,
Minnesota looks
maybe?
like they got the next 2 picks.
Oh, Minnesota, yeah.
I think
like,
one of these
that's a
2 picks,
landing
though,
spot.
should be a running back.
You do believe?
Yeah, whether it's Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson,
wouldn't-
Katron Allen.
Yeah.
I think one of these 2 picks should be a back for their
Is this
committee.
an Aaron Jones? It's
Wait,
kinda
did they
coming
take
to
a
the end?
center yet?
Oh, we got Hecht and Lou on the board.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, so maybe one of Hecht
Oh,
or
come on.
Lou.
To pick Hecht and Jonah Coleman and just thrive.
I would love that. I mean, they're 2 of my top available right here. Jonah Coleman, 51st overall. I really saw some Josh Jacobs in his game. Sam Hecht, you brought up how good of a zone scheme center he is, Trevor. Or those guys are fits to me. Maybe Coleman less so, because I think they might look for a more dynamic pass-catching back. But, you know, Aaron Jones does that right now. Maybe they do want that guy that could bang between the tackles.
Yeah.
Rob
think they could go.
Brzezinski, the interim GM, and he's getting assistant from Brian Grigson.
Well, you know what that means. The coaches are running the draft.
Yeah, correct.
That's why Brian Flores has gotten 2 defensive tackles. By the way, I'm not
yeah.
criticizing this. I
Yeah.
think Minnesota's done really well.
Yeah.
But the coaches
I
are
can't
running the
believe Brian
Minnesota draft
Grigson's
room.
Back.
He was Quezzy's assistant GM under the radar for a long time there.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
I like these like Dunker. Like Dunker's one of those personalities where like I would love for his fame to get more developed and learn more. I love a weird offensive line.
He was a bit of an icon in college football.
He was. Yeah. This
He had some
offseason,
sweet
he developed
endorsement
into it.
deals
Come on, give me a center running back.
Caleb
Okay.
A guard. Who might get a shot at tackle? I viewed him as a guard.
Christian Darrisaw, you're not replacing him. Brian O'Neill on the right
No,
side.
this is more depth.
Gotcha.
Because of the arm length, I projected him as a guard at the next level. Now, I like the player in Caleb
Why are they
Tiernan.
not drafting a center?
So Tiernan, 81st overall for me. So the range makes sense. I think his lack of length, especially when you're 6'8", it can be kind of hard when you don't have the length against leverage monsters. I thought against Gabe Akis this year, he got exposed. But this is a battle-tested guy, 3.5 years of starting experience, team captain, well-timed inside hands. He's smooth in the zone run game, which we talk about with Minnesota all the time.
That's true.
So I get the point of rather having a center, but this is a damn good offensive lineman that I think is going to successfully kick inside. So I'm going to give this one a B+. I like him as a scheme fit.
I'm going to give this one a C. I like Tiernan, but are they having buyer's remorse on Will Fries? Like, is it because Donovan Jackson, they're not going to replace Donovan Jackson, but Tiernan's going to be a little bit of a developmental player at guard anyways, and I just wonder, them taking him over a center, are they starting to have buyer's remorse on Will Fries? I haven't heard that, but
Brian O'Neill is a free agent after the season.
I just don't think
You don't see him
Tiernan's
as a
gonna start
tackle like that.
tackle
Gotcha.
at the NFL level because he's got. I'll tell you what the arm length is here in a
Yeah,
second.
Fry's signed that massive deal.
Right. Tiernan's arm length for offensive tackles, 4th percentile.
Wow. Minnesota up again because of the Eagles trade with
Sure,
their
man.
defensive end. Jacoby Thomas, safety out of Miami.
All
their
right.
second of back-to-back picks.
Yeah, Jacoby Thomas, you get a more physical downhill safety. I had him as an early fourth rounder, so you take him in the 3rd round. That's completely fine. Well built. Big-time production for Miami in 2025. Underwhelming from a speed and athleticism standpoint.
Yeah.
But I think he plays with good eyes, good urgency, an NFL body. This is a C+ for me. I mean, there's definitely some other areas they could have attacked, and even some safeties I liked a little better, but not many. And once again, I like when you see him as a split field safety, but I also really just like the work he does downhill.
Yeah.
You know, some of the ball production, Trevor, to me was more opportunistic rather than ball hawking skills.
Yeah.
That's what you were saying, the opposite of the kid from TCU.
Bud Clark.
Bud Clark, right. Yeah, and I agree. This is he's built very well for an NFL safety. He's very physical. He's got some extra weight on him. He can pack a punch when he's tackling. There are times when there was a little Ray Lewis dance there for him. I would watch him and I would go, okay, you absolutely laid the boom on that wide receiver. I'd love to see it. And then a couple plays later, it's like, okay, well, then you failed to wrap up tackle this ball carrier. So I think it's a lot of up and down with him. I would rather have them go running back or center, man. I know they needed a safety, but I'm going to go C- here for Jacoby Thomas.
The way they, kind of pushed off those two needs is fascinating to me. Maybe they just liked day 3 with running back.
They did do a lot of work for like top 30 visits on running backs who were going to get drafted later. So I could see that being the case.
Julian Neal, the pick for Seattle at 99, the cornerback out of Arkansas.
John Schneider and a tall, athletic corner. Yeah. Are you kidding me? Find somebody that looks at you like that with John Schneider and tall, athletic corners. I mean, Julian Neal, once again, a little raw. Fresno State to Arkansas, almost 6'2", 203 pounds, 33-inch arms, explosive with the 40-inch vertical, 4.49 speed. He's a big, long corner suited for off coverage to me. I think he loses phase the further the route gets or the target gets down the field. He's fast on his time speed. I think the transition into recovery speed is still a step slow. So can they kind of coach him up to turn and run at the right time? I'll give him this, though. Julian Neal at corner, and Seattle loves this, plus run defender on the perimeter. And when you go quick game against Julian Neal, he stops Yak dead in its tracks. That matters a lot to Seattle. Are you going to tackle? Are you going to trust your eyes? You see him playing off coverage here and kind of gets a gift. But, yeah, this is a typical kind of Seattle.
Seattle written all over.
Let's draft one of the – it's just a great scheme fit. It's a B- for me. Once again, early 4th rounder that goes to the end of the 3rd round. I'm fine with that. But Julian Neal's a real fit here.
Yeah, I'll go B+ because I like the fit a lot for him. And I actually see him being able to play a little bit more of that man coverage. Yeah, he certainly needs to develop it and get more comfortable with it. But he's got the tools to be a press man coverage type of a corner as well. So you're losing Reek Woolen. You're getting Julian Neal. I feel pretty good about this one. So I like the value. I like the fit. B+ for me.
All right, now the final pick of the 3rd round. Pick number 100, a special compensatory pick. And the final pick of the 3rd round, Jalen Husky, the safety out of Maryland, 6'1", 196. You guys are emotionless.
It's just a surprise that he sneaks into day 2 when you look at Husky. A hybrid player. He played safety and corner throughout college. He's got good size, but just a below-average athlete in terms of speed. And he created turnovers, especially as a split-field safety. He'll throw his body downhill against the run. There's no denying that. You go Bowling Green to Maryland. He's played enough football, but just not a dynamic enough athlete. Trevor, I don't know what his home is at the NFL level, where I give this one a C-. I just think it's early. I thought there was more dynamic defensive backs on the board.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's other safeties that I would have rather had here. You talk about somebody who's versatile. I mean, I'd rather take Kamari Ramsey at that point. VJ Payne, I think, is the better athlete.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
Zakee Wheatley is still on the board. Yeah, man. I mean, this is early for me, for him. So I'm with you. I'm going to give this a C- as well. That's it. I just think you have Kilgore as well, who I think you could have taken as like a safety / a nickel defender type of a player, who I've got rated way higher than I have Jalen Husky. I mean, if you want to throw Keontae Scott into that mix as well,
I just
think this is a huge reach here.
Yeah, Deshaun Singleton and Robert Spears-Jennings were 2 more safeties I had ahead of him.
Yeah.
So it's Jacksonville, man. They really go by their own beat. They've had some really strong picks on value, and they've had some where they must have just said, we like the guy. We don't care what consensus thinks of him. Because this isn't just a me and Trevor thing. For comparison here with Husky, I'm trying to find him on the consensus board. I'll look up that in a second. But he was somebody that was not projected to go on day 2 of the draft.
No, he was not.
All right.
Yeah.
We are going to start to compile who we believe are the winners of this day 2 of the draft. While we do that, let's take a quick listen to our great sponsor, Wayfair, and we're going to be right back with winners of day 2.
Wayday! Wayfair's big sale is almost here. From April 25th through 27th, you get a front row seat to the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with fast and free shipping on everything. Yes, everything. Shop Wayday starting April 25th.
I got to look up.
Yep, you do got to look it up because we're doing the best fits in their new home. So we're going to look at players in the second and third rounds, the ones that the teams that drafted them felt like great fits. So I'll just kind of run through, and maybe we can even look at some of the recaps, if we want to put that up, of rounds 2 and 3 and just get a little reminder of what we had. We got young CJ86 Fly saying Eagles win the whole draft. Also the Browns, Texans, Jets, Pats, No Skips Radio ads as well. Let's take a look. I'm going to run it down to give you guys some perspective as we look for our best fits in their new home. Keldrick Falk at 31. Oh, this is the end of the first round.
Yep.
So
Top of
DeJon
day
Stribling was the first pick of the second round, then Chase Pasantis, TJ Parker, Caden McDonald.
McPounder is a no-brainer for Houston. You get a real nose tackle that can eat up double teams. They love their linebackers to fly around behind them. I mean, that's an A+ for me right there. I love that fit.
Colton Hood, Trayton Stukes, Denzel Boston, a wide receiver. They have 2 now in Cleveland in this draft. And then R. Mason Thomas, the edge rusher from Oklahoma. Cassius Howell goes to the Bengals. Kristen Miller. Jacob Rodriguez taking that middle spot there in Miami. Derek Moore, Zion Young. Josiah Trotter to Tampa Bay Trey's Buccaneers. Bernard Terrell to his brother's team. That's kind of, talk about coming home.
That fits the best home kind of.
Best fits.
Yeah.
Lee Hunter and then Pons to the Jets. There's a few there.
Yeah, I mean, like that's.
Yeah, we can come back on camera after this slide alone.
That's my answer. There is D'Angelo Pons. Like that's
with Aaron Glenn.
You're right at home with Aaron Glenn as your head coach. I mean, he is going to teach D'Angelo Pons exactly how he played the game at a very high level in the NFL, and I think D'Angelo Pons is built the exact same way to have that similar success. So to me, that is a right-at-home type of a fit.
And I would say Zion Young as well feels like a perfect fit there with Baltimore and what they're looking for.
No doubt. You get a rugged edge defender that's a 3-down kind of guy. You have Mike Green mixing in the pass rush.
Right.
You got Hendrickson. It's a true Baltimore guy all the way.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Pick 51 and on. Jake Golday went to Minnesota. Cisse to Green Bay. C.J. Allen. I think the Colts are one of my really big day 2 winners.
I'm with you, Lefkoe.
Eli, the athletic tight end. Stowers going to the Eagles. Akis, I'm not even going to try.
You got it.
Burkircher to the Jaguars was a shock. Logan Jones. Finally, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren goes to Cleveland at 58, then Klein and Anthony Hill Jr. taking over a linebacker spot for a team that knows how to develop them. From then on at 61, Claire, Igbinosun, Slaughter, Clark, and then Beck. Beck was the first pick of the third round. There was about 10, 15 picks in a row where we were just getting punched in the face with what just happened. On the right there,
draft, baby.
The monster Markel Bell going to the Eagles at 68, Roush at 69, and then talk about a great fit. Romello Height going to a team you mentioned. It's a great fit. Anywhere else, it could have been an issue.
And this group has 3 of those. Height as a wide 9 rusher, DPR for San Francisco, and then 2 guys that know so much about developing tight ends, and Ben Johnson taking Sam Roush and Sean McVay taking Max Clear.
Yep, I'm with you. I think those are all really good fits, and those are, I mean, that's what you want here in the third round. Really, you just want scheme, coaching fits, so you know that these guys will be able to get on the field where their strengths can shine the most.
All right, let's look at 71 through 80. Starting with Antonio Williams, a much-needed wide receiver to be opposite of Terry McLaurin. Davis Delp Fields Douglas. That one was a little bit shocking to you guys, almost as shocking as Drew Aller going at pick number 76. And then McClellan, Halsey, which you guys love, Branch and Lane. Who would you say is the best fit as they find their new home, Trevor?
I love McClellan. I mean, I'll shout him out just because he's my guy. I had him right around this range. Again, I think that he is a versatile run stuffer for the Green Bay Packers. And I know I'm not supposed to say that because I'm the air raid boy, but I really do love this pick because he can play nose, he can play 3 technique, he can play as a 4-eye defensive end. I think he can do it all for Green Bay.
Yeah, and I go back to Ballard going in what he knows best, and that's scouting the SEC, man. You go get C.J. Allen earlier, and then you take A.J. Halsey, the safety from LSU, Mr. Give me that. Great job by the Colts.
Yeah, A+.
All right, from 81 to 90, Albert Regis was a redeeming pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Big Citrus goes to Minnesota. Brazel, Hurst, and Everett. And then Barber will Kaczmarek. Emmanuel Pregnon, Thomas, and Black. What do you think here, Connor? Best fits in their new homes.
Pregnon going to Jacksonville, man. He could be a starting guard for you down the road. He's played a lot of college football. He's a really good athlete. You could ask anything of him in the run game because he can drive block, but he's also got enough wheels to get out of the gate and pull, climb, reach. And then, you talk about Big Citrus being the second defensive tackle going to Minnesota, Trevor.
Yep.
Brian Flores' front just looks so much different on the interior in a great way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick with the Bucks to be the wriggler here. I mean, like getting Ted Hurst as the X receiver to really free up the other guys that you have there in the receiver room. I mean, that is also a great spot for Ted Hurst to go.
Embrace your inner wriggler.
Yeah, I got to do it.
Yeah, that's who you are. Don't shy away from that. 91 to 100, the last 10 of this. From Zune all the way to Husky Wriggler, which one did you wriggle your way into?
I mean, I think that Trey Zune's a great fit. I think I've got a lot of faith for him to be able to start at center or guard for you. I know they don't need him at center right away, but to me, he's so versatile for what they're doing. Dunker, I love the fit there for the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. And then I know you like Barham a lot, especially getting the value there for the Cowboys at 92.
Yeah, and Eli Raritan, man. New England just knows a thing or two about tight end when Josh McDaniels is calling the plays. Raritan is somebody that he's really far removed from those two ACLs. He's got great length. He can block on the line of scrimmage, explosive play machine. He's going to be a big-time player for the Patriots.
All right, now it is time to do some winners and surprises. Before we get to that, I want to talk about the big name that was in the top 10 of Trevor's board. He did not play his last year in Jermod McCoy. We are going to probably, I would imagine, having covered the draft enough, there will be reports that will come out tonight or tomorrow that shine more light on his medical. Medical is always one where you don't really know. What are we thinking in terms of the risk and what's happened and what you expect?
You always want to be careful making assumptions about medicals, but you would think with the rumor out there that there might be a procedure needed on the other knee.
Right.
That a team can take a player on day 3 and redshirt that player year 1. Where if he needs this procedure now, if you draft Jermod McCoy in the 4th to 7th round, you could sit there and be like, listen, man, we think the world of you, but we want to get this done now and get the best version of you. And it's scary when you think 2 years away from playing football. He didn't play this year.
You're right.
Maybe he doesn't play his rookie year. Or you have a team that goes the other way. We're just going to take you with a day 3 pick. We're going to play you until you need that procedure. And if you get hurt, you get hurt. We knew that was the risk. But I feel really bad for him because these guys have worked their whole lives for their dream, and he's still sitting at home waiting to hear his name called.
I think he's a phenomenal football player. I mean, his 2024 stuff was incredible, and that was as a true sophomore in the SEC. So I think McCoy is amazing, but I'm with you. I have no idea where he gets drafted at this point.
All right, let us do some winners of day 2. Connor, do you feel prepared to give your winner?
Yeah, and I kind of gave it away during that, but how do you not look at what Chris Ballard did without having a first-rounder, right? They traded 2 firsts for Sauce Gardner, so they knew they were going to have to capitalize on what they have in day 2. And to me, C.J. Allen, okay, maybe not a round 1 guy, but a fringe-ish kind of guy, an off-ball linebacker to help you in the middle of your field, a leader, somebody with really good run game instincts. And then you go to A.J. Halsey, which I had heard the NFL wasn't as high on this guy as a lot of draft media, especially someone like me, and I know, Trevor, you like him as well. But ball skills, physical, 220 pounds, super smart on a down-by-down basis. In my opinion, if you're the Colts, you never have a first-rounder, and you get 2 starters with your day 2 picks, that's a winner to me.
Yeah. I'll go with the Las Vegas Raiders. I mean, you draft Traden Stukes at the top. This is a player who can play in the nickel for you in safety. It was a huge need. You got a potential star player there, which you love. Kieran Crawford, somebody who can obviously help your pass rush a lot. Again, I said this, I liked him better than his teammate. I think he's got faster, more violent hands. He's got a better pass rush plan. He knows how to get after the quarterback. So if you put him in that outside linebacker situation, I think he'll be able to thrive for you. And then we just mentioned it, Trey Zune, pick number 91 there for him. I think he could be a potential starter for you at center or at guard. And he's just a swing offensive lineman, somebody who I think can come in a pinch when one of those starters goes down. You feel good about putting him basically anywhere. And anytime you have a versatile offensive lineman like that, you got a lot of faith in what's going on up front.
I'm going to make my winner McPounder Nation.
There it is.
Because when you get drafted to the perfect situation and you set yourself up, everyone that was McPounder fans now looks like a genius.
Is he McTexan now?
Ooh.
Is he McTexan?
I mean, he said himself
that he's McPounder. So I guess
now.
he's just always McPounder.
Yeah.
But what he is about to do on that Texans defense, people are going to go, how did this guy not get drafted earlier? And that's the dream as a draft expert.
Yeah, and they jumped the Giants for him, clearly.
You're right.
So
Yeah.
it was a savvy
pick.
play by Nick Caserio.
Yep.
D'Amico Ryans is
Yes.
arguably the best defensive architect in the NFL today.
Yep.
In terms of evaluating talent and maximizing it. And Caden McDonald gets to step right in there and have a role for day one.
I'm with you.
Surprises. I feel like the tight ends
Tight end
were
class.
one of them.
Yeah,
way around it.
How the tight end class was drafted was completely off the wall. I mean, it's just it went completely against consensus. How high they went, the order in which these guys went, and specifically, like, we weren't overdrafting receiving tight ends. Like, we were overdrafting blocking tight ends. For Marlon Klein and Nate Borkircher to be 56 and 59 overall in this class, to me, is just crazy for the lack of receiving production that those guys had. So, Kenyon Sadiq, Eli Stowers, we go, okay, yeah. Well, all right, we expected that to happen. Total curveball with how this tight end class was drafted. And then I just think the Jags overall, I mean, they just keep us on our toes at all times. I mean, James Gladstone at the podium is becoming must-watch television every single time. Put that on pay-per-view because we'll watch that every time.
The guy is absolute cinema because you just never know what he's going to do. I'll give you a sneaky one, and you never bet against Kyle Shanahan and running backs. So I'm not calling it a bad pick. It's surprising that Kalen Black, not invited to the Combine, was the third running back taken.
Yeah.
And Kalen Black's a good player.
Yeah, what were the odds on that?
I mean, it's just you can't even
500
project
to
something
1?
like that. So that's the ultimate, like, we think this guy is different.
67 to 1.
Beats me. There you go. You got one more into.
Yeah, you see what he's doing?
Yep.
You see
Goodbye,
what he's doing?
chat. We had a great run.
Yeah, he's milking it here. He's milking it here until we have him on Stock Exchange, and then we get to
I will
unleash
not
him
do
again.
it there.
That's
do you,
the place.
So you guys are going to be doing all of the rounds tomorrow.
All of
Yes.
them, every pick.
And so you guys are going to be tune in tomorrow. Check it out, YouTube BR app. Can you take us to your big board on our big board?
Sure.
What is left, the prime real estate for day 3?
It's a lot of these players that we've talked about a lot tonight that I just like a lot that are still available, right? I mean, like, you look at Kyle Lewis. Okay, why is he still on the board? Because he's not built like a traditional linebacker, but I see him as that, like, will linebacker, play in space, nickel defender type of player. I think the same of Keontae Scott and Jalen Kilgore, who are more of, like, the safety type, right? When we talk about nickels, you can either be like a linebacker nickel type of a player, or you can be sort of a safety nickel type of a player. I think these are great football players. I think anybody at this point in time, I know I was higher on Elijah Surratt, but anybody at this point that is getting him, this is beyond the top 100 now. Like, you could say, hey, he's not the fastest wide receiver in the world. I wouldn't take him early. The way this guy creates separation, the way that he can win from a big slot alignment with those two-way goes, that contested catch ability, the production that he has, he's going to be a steal. I think the same thing about Skylar Bell as well, who is super reliable this year, had a ton of production at UConn. Deion Burks is somebody that is very underrated, in my opinion, hell of an athlete as a slot wide receiver. And then a couple of the running backs. I think running back specifically, Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington. These two guys were in my top 100 that still have yet to get drafted as we are now into the triple digits. Overall wide receivers, Brendan Thompson, Bryce Lance. And then I think the last position is quarterback. Garrett Nussmeier. I had him 100 overall on my big board just so we could talk about him here. But we had a couple of quarterbacks, Carson Beck, Drew Aller. They went in front of Garrett Nussmeier, which was a little shocking to me. I thought he was going to get the benefit of the doubt with the back injury that he had. And I think the NFL was going to, I thought the NFL was going to think that he was good to go going into his rookie season. I guess maybe that's a little bit different, but he's going to go somewhere, I would guess, in the 4th round. So we'll see what team he eventually goes to. But that's a little bit of a preview of some of the players that I've got left on my big board.
Awesome. All right, so again, tomorrow, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. The Stock Exchange has you covered. What time does it start tomorrow?
Noon Eastern.
Oh,
Yeah.
listen.
Get up early, West Coast.
Pour yourself a nice cold beverage, open up a window, get a cross breeze, put these fellas on, and just enjoy random interior offensive linemen getting drafted throughout your afternoon on a Saturday. Nothing beats it. I want to say it's an absolute blast.
Dude, we
hanging
love
out
doing
with
this.
you
Yeah,
guys.
man.
We
This is
love
awesome.
doing this.
You
with
guys are the shit. I don't know if I'm allowed to curse, but I don't really care.
You get the addict.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
you really do.
Well, this brings me back to my roots.
That's
you
right.
know what I mean? I feel great.
Old school
Trevor,
dirty.
it was an absolute pleasure working with you. Connor, man, it was a pleasure
I love
seeing
you,
you
brother.
again. And I, since this is my last day, thank you to everybody in the comments section. Check them out tomorrow. But also, thank you to everybody in the production staff.
Yes.
What Bleacher Report has done setting all this up from what it's been to what it is a testament to everyone that works here. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, from everyone in the control room, the cameras, everybody doing makeup and stats, and finding video of all of these players
Wild.
get done is crazy. So for Trevor, for Connor, Lefkoe, we love you guys. Join them tomorrow. We will see you day 3 of the BR NFL Draft Live, presented by Wayfair. Wayfair, 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 Wayfair.